We back, y'all. My bad. I forgot I could start a new string. That string was going for forever. So I wanted to break it up a little bit. Um I definitely could have started a new string without killing the whole goddamn panel. The other show, you know what I mean?
Hey, can y'all hear me or no?
I forgot I could start it. So, yes, somebody background is playing.
That's me. Can y'all hear me?
It up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you gonna wait for everybody niggas to come through and fall in. Yeah, right. Corey is in the middle of a story and shit. Yeah, let Corey pick up. Yeah. Corey was like, yeah, it went bloop.
All right, the name of this one is, I guess, education and scams.
Yeah.
Y'all can keep on
yeah,
that.
I like black accountability. Like them of a hate that discussion.
Yeah, they motherfuckers. It's always the white man and somebody else. Nigga, it's your school.
Man. Hey,
like
but
it's hold on, Corey, and we're gonna let you. It's drugs and shit all in our community. Murder, guns, and we will find a way to blame the white man. I sit in my barbershop and then, yeah, but how you think the guns and the drugs is getting in our community? My niggas go out of town and get it and bring it back inside. It ain't a white man driving that shit in there. It's my niggas get the hook up on some guns in Kentucky and they go get them and they drive them back up this motherfucker. We get a plug on some drugs in another state, we go get it and bring that shit into our communities. Fuck, white man ain't doing that shit. The white man got checkpoints set up, you know what I mean, for niggas trying to bring that shit into different states, and we still blaming them for that shit. Nuts. It is nuts. We need to stop it. We doing this shit. But go ahead, Corey.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, go ahead.
Can I go after you, bro? Can I go after you? Because
Monica gonna ask me a question, but I gotta tell my anecdote because I was in the middle of my anecdote.
Oh yeah.
Y'all cut me off, but go ahead.
I want to beat up the anecdote, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead and finish your reading deal, and I'll come in.
Right. So, okay, so y'all, I'm gonna do it over because maybe people didn't hear it over there. Right. We're doing a whole new show. So, like I said, me and my wife, we had an issue with my daughter being up to par reading. This was last year, the beginning of her first grade year. She's going to be a second grader this year, right? But this was at the beginning of her first grade year. Now, she did pretty good in kindergarten. She was above average in everything in her kindergarten class, right? But the beginning to the midpoint, she struggled with her reading, and we couldn't figure out why this was going on. And so we hired my wife. She hired a professional to counsel with her, or whatever. My wife and the teacher, right? And we did a number of Zoom meetings, right? And we just couldn't get to the bottom of this issue, right? The issue was that my daughter, she needed glasses.
I was going to say that. Go ahead.
That was why she was having an issue. It was because she couldn't see, and she needed to be sitting in the front of the class. The problem was she may have been okay. She may have been okay without the glasses for a minute, right? But the problem was she was sitting too far back, right? And she needed to be sitting up in the front of the class, right? But furthermore, she needed to get glasses. And that's what we figured out. But my point is, right? What my point is it takes parents to go through those step-by-step things to see what the problem is. Why is my son not understanding algebra? What's the issue? Is he not eating properly? Did he not get the right sleep? Does he need glasses like my daughter needed? Or is it the teacher? It could very well be the teacher. But we have to go about figuring that out. And then we have to do our best to mitigate whatever the problem is if we can't eliminate it altogether. You see what I'm saying? So that's why our kids are failing, because we don't take those steps. Now, I didn't know to hire. See, my wife knew to hire this person and have a council meeting and all. Sometimes, like, as Black people, we just don't know to take those steps. But what I'm saying is, we got to figure that shit out, bro. We need to start figuring that shit out, because it's our fault if we don't figure it out. But go ahead, Monica. I just wanted to tell that story.
Yeah, it's crazy. I knew you was gonna go there with that, because we had an apprenticeship program, and we was looking for professionals trying to do something different. And this optometrist told us that, she said, I want to connect with you all with the Little League sports, the sporting piece of it, because a lot of these kids, in particular, we were dealing with athletes at the time. Just like a lot of these kids that are having reading problems in school is because they can't see. And we was like, what? And she was like, yes, I'm telling you. So, show the statistics, all that great stuff. So I knew you was going to say that. So I share the glasses thing with many people who say their kids are having issues with reading in school, or they're acting out. They may have this demeanor of some type of intelligence, or could do well, but then when it comes down to academic side, they have it, they just start acting up for no reason. And a lot of times, we were told by a professional. But what I wanted to discuss is the political portion of it. So we have a couple of politicians, where I am, where we are, anytime we do any community event, we demand that they show up. So our state representative, the senator, county councilor, the city council person, and then a few other government officials that's in there. So anytime if it's something that could be solved, or if you have a program that you would like to see that you could kind of help maybe in the schools, or I agree with you with the supplemental piece of it as well, because those individuals can funnel money down. So like in Carolina, each one of our representatives get $164,000 that they can give down to grassroots organizations, right? But you're only gonna get the funding if you come to them, or you get them in your AO. A lot of you all who are having issues, like I don't know why people think it's taboo to get with those people that you voted in the office. The money, that tax money you guys are speaking about, they have a pot of dollars that they can put in your programs to help with whatever initiative that you think could be done, or initiative for the school. So we got one school in particular, they just put in grant. That's why I brought up the grant deal. They just put in an $86 million grant to help with some initiatives. But is the initiatives that we talking about now science, the STEM, STEMs, or I think someone in the chat put the trades. But guess what? The government has its own agenda. And if if trades help, it helped when I was coming through school, and you could put a program together. And people think that putting a program together, it has to look like you were in college. Well, you got people in your circle that could put curriculums, but really it's simple as putting a PowerPoint together with information that can help, that you can actually apply, right? So, for example, we had some people come out to do painting, teach kids how to paint, how to do simple mechanic work, how to do forklift. I think forklift was big at the time, but whatever, right? So we created this, we put our own pamphlet together. We got it pressed up on our own. And then guess what? They bid on it, and we end up with this grant money to be able to do it. So I think that to cure a lot of the school issues is you go to the people who got the money. And then, but you can't go just talking. You can't say we need better schools, we need better playgrounds, we need this. No, you have to go with something in hand and say, hey, here's my idea. Can you give me funds to make it happen? Already have done a pilot program, show them statistics on how it worked, be real about it, and you could really make some way.
Yeah, but see, Monica, there's a running theme. I'll let you go out just real quick, and then you got. I'm gonna step real brief. There's a running theme behind everything you say, Monica, and I'll be listening. there are things that we can do that we ain't doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main, that's the main overarching theme, right? It's not the white man. There's just a lot of things that we ain't doing. So first, let's do all the things that we ain't doing, and then let's talk about the white man. Go ahead, Brendan.
Right. Go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, Corey, I love your anecdotal analogy, because you know what? The same thing happened to me in high school. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I never had a problem with my grades until my freshman year in high school. Right. And that's when they sort of up your reading. I guess you would say requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And what I started experiencing, I was like, man, this stuff, this high school work gives me a headache. Right.
Yeah.
And my grades started failing. Right. And my mom was like, what, my parents like, what's going on? Whatever. I was like, yeah, this coursework is so hard.
The font became smaller. Not to interrupt you. The font became smaller, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And I said, it gives me a headache. I can't understand it. And they took me to the I was like, yeah, you Brendan needs glasses. So yeah, exactly. That. So when you mentioned that, I said, dude, the same thing happened to me in 9th grade, dude. So yep.
Yeah, but
I got glasses and everything was perfectly fine, right?
Yeah, yeah, and so yeah, it's just those steps that we I just wanted to just give that anecdote, because it's just those steps that we have to take as parents. We have to be responsible as parents, because like my parents may not have done that. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I didn't need glasses, right? Because I don't know, like I probably would have been acting up, and my mama would have been like, yo, look, I'm gonna whoop your ass, nigga, if you don't sit your ass down and get your shit together, right? I don't know that they would have took the steps that me and my wife took, right? So and not to say that my parents are terrible, or my mom and dad don't love me or nothing like that. It's not that at all. It's just that I just don't think they would have took those steps, and that would have just been unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? And we can't blame the white man for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, we need to be more involved. Somebody mentioned the PTA meetings and shit like that. We need to be involved when we see our kids failing, or something going on, like, get on the phone and have a discussion with that teacher, that's the class that your student is failing in, right? See what's going on in the classroom, see what the issue is. What can you do at home? Because that was most of me and my wife's concerns, right? We were more thinking, it's something we not doing at home. We ain't doing this at home, but then we start sitting down with her. We start trying to read with her, and we noticing that she getting antsy, and she don't want to sit down. She don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? She having a hard time focusing, right? So we even started noticing that too, and then I'm telling you, we went down every avenue, right? We went extreme with it too, like, oh man, maybe she might be ADD or something, you know what I'm saying? We thought everything in the book, right? So what I'm saying is, it's us as parents that the responsibility is on. I don't put it on the public school system. I don't even the public school system should be supplementary, right? Because you give them a foundation to go to that public school system with, right? And then the public school system builds on that foundation, and then when they come home, you help to critique and build further on that foundation too. That's why they give you homework. Exactly. So that the homework is not for the student necessarily. This is what they tell us in the PTA meetings at the school my kids go to. The homework is not necessarily for the student. It's so that the parent can see how the curriculum and how that student is being taught. You know what I mean? So that parent can participate in the learning process of that child. But go ahead. I think somebody got their hand up.
Yeah, that's me. I just wanted to offer a solution. I've been thinking for a long time about the school systems in Baltimore and what should be done in Baltimore. And the way I see it, I was the one in the chat that was saying the trades, but I don't think trades should be put in the schools the way they traditionally have been put in the school. I think it should be an actual program that begins your 9th grade year, where that the students learn about all trades, and I'm including, when I say trades, certain like electronic trades, like cybersecurity, all that type of digital stuff. All those are type of trades also. But we need to start teaching our kids in 9th grade year about all different trades, and then at the end of the 9th grade year, have them decide which trade they want to study. 10th grade year comes, they start studying that trade. 10th grade summer comes, they start working in Baltimore City, we got 16,000 vacant homes. We have the students go up in these vacant homes and start practicing their trade. Say they want to be carpenters. You know what I mean? We can have them refurbishing the city and getting paid while they're doing it, which also keeps them off the street. You know what I mean? That lessens them being out there all summer doing nothing. You know what I mean?
That's killing 4 birds. That's killing 4 birds with 1 stone.
5 birds,
How we
Corey.
want to do it. Go ahead.
5 birds, Corey. The squeegee boys.
Hold on.
There you go.
Good boys.
But yeah, 11th grade, yeah, they do the same thing. They learning their trade, and they're working their 11th grade summer. They're working in these houses, getting experience. Because if anybody knows about trades, you have to have a certain amount of time of experience of on-job training. You know what I mean? And that's getting their on-job training. Come 12th grade year, they graduate with their certification in that field. That gives them the opportunity when you graduate, to be able to get these high quality jobs. You see what I'm saying? Which now they're able to take care of themselves, get their own home, get their own car. They're not out here robbing and stealing for it.
Hey, I just want to say something.
I think it empowers our kids.
Definitely. I appreciate that, Truth, with you, everything you just said too. But I just want to say something to our audience, man, and the panelists, man. Y'all been rocking with us since this morning, man. This is our 3rd live stream for the day, right? So I just want to shout out to everybody, man, out there in listening land, and those who on the panel, everybody who brought something to the table on the panel that added to the conversation, whether I agree with it, whether I heard it or not, whether I agree with it, man. I appreciate everybody, because this is all of this is valuable time that one could be doing something else with. But we on here, and we're giving Brother Unc and the pseudo killers some viewership. So I just want to shout out and say that I appreciate everybody and the moderators, man. I appreciate all of you moderators, especially Nusha and Julanda, Mongo Slade, and all of y'all, man. I definitely appreciate all of y'all, man. So yeah, I just want to.
If y'all ain't hit that like button yet, we got about 17 likes, man. Hit that like button too, man, so we can get it out there, man. Subscribe if you ain't subscribed.
Hey, Truth, that was a great point. I don't know how old you are, but back home in Georgia, when I was in high school, this is when they began the split, right, between what you would call vocational education and college preparatory as well. So when I was in high school, they still had some of those old remnants of what they call the vocational track, where you would have classes like electronics, and you would have computer classes. I think they did carpentry, and they also had a full-blown welding sort of program where kids learn arc welding and acetylene welding as well. But we also had the college preparatory pieces as well. So, you had to, I actually was taking what you would call those vocational classes. Like, for instance, I had a bunch of dudes that we were hung out. We used to love taking welding, right? That was like our electives. But today, none of those courses in high school really exist anymore in my local high school back home. They got rid of all that stuff. And you know what? Out of that welding course there, you used to be guys that would graduate, right, from high school. go get jobs at local welding shops and make tons of money, dude.
Yep.
It was, you know,
it was hard to get people to go into welding too, because I remember coming up a lot of older working African American. Hey, bro, yo, man, get a trade in welding, brother. And that shit would go. A lot of people one in one ear and straight out the other. They was like, yo, once you get this trade, just have that in your back pocket. And we just totally ignore that, man. I see.
Right, exactly. Just regular carpentry. Having something like that. If you think about it, if you go to high school and you take carpentry for 3 years or for 2 years, a matter of fact, you're going to come out of high school with a trade where you can just get a job. Right. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. But they got away from it. They said, okay, well, we're gonna focus on doing college preparatory classes. We're gonna put the focus there and getting people ready for college. I have no problem with that, right? People always say, okay, well, college isn't for everybody, but it's for anybody that wants to attend, right? That's my thing. But again, I think that's a great idea, bringing back some of those vocational sort of elements and even bolstering, I think, that vocational component in the community colleges as well, and strengthening that partnership between those technical and vocational colleges with the local universities. Right. And I think that's a very important part because they do that down in Georgia. I think, well, this was back in my day. I don't know if they still do this, Sosa in Georgia, where all of our regional community colleges had a very strong relationship with the regional universities where you had people sort of going back and forth between those programs and doing things. So I think that's very important as well. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I see No Saint got his hand raised. What's on your mind, bro?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Everything.
Been watching you guys all day, man. Marathon stream.
That's how we do it.
No doubt.
I want to jump in on this conversation. You know, this who's the guy who was just speaking a few seconds ago about the trade school.
Brendan Truth.
Okay,
Truth.
Okay, so
hey,
that's something, you know, I've been out of high school a minute, and even back when I was in high school, I remember Germany has been doing that technical route, college versus technical route, for a long time, because I remember they were talking about that way back then, like we need to revamp the schools, kind of do it like Germany, where, you know, if you're not going that route, if you're not, you know, if they see that you might be going a different route, then you're not going to do the college preparatory. We're going to start training you in some trades. And, you know, not to say that you can't go back and go to college, but we in this country don't put as much, I don't think, emphasis in giving the, you know, to, unless you like, that's where the parents have to come in to say, hey, you know, you don't necessarily have to go to college. You have these alternative ways of making a living, because when I was coming up, it was like, man, I thought if you didn't go to college, you were going to just be broke the rest of your life. That's what they used to always tell you, you know, like, you want to work and flip burgers the rest of your life, you know, get these Fs or whatever. But what I wanted to bring up something else as well, because I hear you guys. I live down in the 504. We got some people in the chat representing the 504 down here in the New Orleans area, and our schools have been, the public schools here have been bad a long time. And I'm a product of the public school education system. And what happened in Detroit and what happened in many cities when integration happened is when you guys were talking about the tax base in public schools. So all the white people with money left out the city and left the city broke. And not so then the schools suffered. They didn't have the tax base. And what's still going on today is that the people that can afford, I don't understand it. Like I right now I live in an area. I lived in Michigan a while, but when I moved back, I found the best place I could afford with with my wife and kids, and made sure I got to the line where the public school was halfway decent. And the reason you do that is why? Because if you don't, you get into a school district that has less money. Normally it's going to be a little bit more stressed environment, right? So, I mean, stressed environment as in, so basically, but people that have money, they send their kids to Catholic schools around here in private schools that cost like almost like as much as you send your kid to college, man. It's crazy. But to circle back around, I went to a public school. And I think what is it? I can't remember everybody's name yet. I'll get him though. There's I think it's the Chris. Is it Chris? There's a guy with. He was. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'll get your name soon. But yeah, but he was talking about, you know, and I agree with him. It has to do a lot with parents, but it's never ever one silver bullet, right? Because you can be a parent of 3 kids. My oldest, I don't have to push at all. He's gonna, you know, and I tell him, listen, you're going to college and you're not going for business and you're not going for something because college is expensive. I said, so you better figure out something, you know, something that's you're gonna be able to make a good look, because he's got the brains, right? My middle kid's smart, but he's lazy. And my younger kid's sort of artsy, right? But it's the same parents, raised them the same way. When I was in public school, I hung around. My dad was actually a band director and history teacher at the school I went to, but the school was not horrible, but it wasn't a good school. And what you see is like the kids I like to hang around with, they were really smart, right? I went to the same school that they did. A lot of them went out, you know, some of them are like work for the WHO in Atlanta. Is that the right? I think that's the WHO, right? Disease
CDC.
Not the WHO, CDC in Atlanta. One of them's, you know, an engineer. Blah. I went to the military. I didn't have good grades or anything. But what I want to say is, when it comes to parenting, it's not always. And I guess I'm saying this in general. There's no magic bullet, because I had one of my friends. His name's Sheen. He was in the band. You know, he was smart. He was an honor student, nerdy, right? His brother played, and we had a good football team where always had a good football team. He played sports, paternal twin brother, same parent, single parent, mom. You know, dad wasn't around. I don't know. Never did find out. I'm not even sure what happened to the father. Might have passed away or something. But same kids. Sheen has 2 degrees, and he's a pharmacist in Atlanta. And his brother did not do as well. It's just sometimes that's the way it is, you know. And same school as I went to, which wasn't a great school as far as like wasn't what you would consider. Well, it just wasn't. It was a public school. It wasn't a, you know, I don't know what it would be rated at.
It was average. It was average.
Yeah, not even average. I mean, it was okay. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is he was in these kids were in honors classes. I wasn't, right? And that's some of it's my own fault. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying these public schools can put out great students, but it's kind of, I don't know if there is a magic bullet. You know what I mean?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, but listen, see, there ain't no magic bullets, right? But it's about statistic and probability outcome. You know what I'm saying? So you have to do all the things that would bring about those statistics that bring about the probability that you want. You feel me? Understand that everybody ain't gonna reach that, but you still have to follow the method. And you know what I'm saying? So we're talking about the method. You know what I'm saying? And the best probability outcome is just apply that method, man. You know, I came up at a time where, like, you know, if you didn't do well in school, you get your ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? If you still didn't do good, should you get your ass whipped even harder?
Well, yeah, yep.
So I'm saying, like, we came up out of that. You feel me? So it's like,
I thought it was just me, yo.
Yeah, that's just how it was. Oh, you still fucking up? Oh, I'm gonna beat you even more. I'm gonna beat you longer now. You know what I'm saying?
Man, like,
man.
I can remember. I got another anecdotal story. This one is kind of funny, but
it's the perfect time for the anecdote. This is when anecdote.
Yeah, when Sosa said you get your ass beat, right? That it clicked, it popped right in my head, this story, and I gotta tell it, right? Man, I remember one time, like I was a bad kid. I'm telling you, like I gave my parents hell. If any child gave their parents hell, it was me. I wasn't necessarily like bad, as in like, you know, I was always doing something I wasn't supposed to. Let's say that, you know what I mean? I was I was very popular. I was like a class clown. I wouldn't say a class clown, but I would say a lot of shit. I would outburst in class and shit like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, man, my dad, he's one no nonsense nigga, right? My dad was a baker, right? He went to culinary school, right? He only went to school because he wanted to get away from my grandfather, right? To tell you the truth, but he went to culinary school and he bakes cakes for a living, right? This nigga wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. He do baker's hours. If anybody knows baker's hours, right? So he already done put in by like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He done already put in his 8-hour day, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, right? So man, he used to have these keys, right? Because he was the head baker at his bakery, and he was the in charge of opening and closing the bakery and all that kind of shit, right? But he used to have this set of keys and shit, and they was very, very distinguishable, right? So man, like my dad didn't play that shit. If he got a call from the teacher, your ass was grass, right? That means when you get home, you can 100%, if he got a call at work and he had to stop what he was doing to get on the phone and talk to my teacher, yeah, you 100% guaranteed when you got home, that's an ass whooping, right? But one day, right? And so I used to always be doing shit, so I knew how to like. I always was prepared for like my dad, like, you know what I'm saying? So anything that I was doing, I'm like listening out. I know the sound of his car. I know the sound of his shoes. He used to wear these hard shoes, right? That was very distinguishable, right? I could hear it. I knew what his shoes specifically sounded like, right? You know what I'm saying? So one day, right, I'm in the classroom, right? I'm acting a fool, right? Me and my homie, we in the back of the class, we clowning, right? We've been tripping all day, really, right? I don't even know why, but we've been tripping. We were having a ball, right? And now, mind you, my teacher hadn't said she said something to us earlier, but after a while, she didn't say nothing to us, right? She hadn't said like, "Oh, I'm calling your parents," or you need to go to the office. She didn't say none of that, right? And we had a phone in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? There was a phone. I don't know if maybe everybody didn't grow up, but in my school, you had a phone in the classroom, right? So, man, we clowning whatever, and all of a sudden though, I'm hearing some background shit, but all of a sudden though, I hear these keys. I hear the keys coming down the hallway, right? That sound like my dad's keys. So I pause, right? I immediately like perk my ears up and shit. And then once I perk my ears up, I hear it's the nigga's shoes, right? I hear them shoes. So I looks at my teacher, right? She ain't, she done already called my dad and had a discussion with him and everything, right? I'm like, oh my God. I looks at her, I'm like, oh no, this bitch done called my dad, right? I actually said that in my head, right? As a middle school kid. Hey, but anyway, my dad came up to the school and he whooped my ass in the hallway, right? That's why I just wanted to, when Sosa said that you either do your shit right or you get your ass whooped, that just reminded me of that story, man. Like, we probably need more parents like my dad. And I said this the other day, man. My grandfather, right? My dad's dad, and my dad, them is two of the most no nonsense niggas. Like my dad, he smiled and he's a nice person. My dad probably the nicest person in the world, right? But he don't joke, like he don't have any jokes. You know what I'm saying? And even if you tell him a joke, he rarely like gets the joke and like really have a real good gut laugh, right? They just so no nonsense ass niggas, man. I think, man, people need to grow up around those kind of niggas, man. You know, old school, no nonsense niggas. You will have your shit together a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, John. And if y'all can't tell, right, and this probably why maybe you know, I had an avenue to get out of the streets, right? If y'all listen to me talk and tell my life stories, right, some of the stories about my life, my dad and my grandfather are the ones that I revere the most in my life, right? And I think more of us need to have that situation, you know what I'm saying, where we revere our dads and our grandfathers, right? Because we too busy revering, you know, Dr. York and Dr. Ben and sitting at the footsteps, sitting at the feet and shit. We gotta cut that out. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to have real life figures.
But on the other hand,
to look up to. Yeah.
But on the other hand, you don't want parents coming to the school to kick their kids' ass, right?
Hey, let me tell you. Maybe that's not good. Maybe my dad shouldn't have done that, but maybe he should have. Maybe that worked. I can guarantee you one thing though. I remember that ass whooping. Still to this day, I'm 41 years old, and I can tell the story about that ass whooping.
Hey, Corey, and I know people when teachers who had that weapon in their back pocket was valuable to them students.
Yeah.
Call your mama. Call your daddy. You know what I'm saying? You know you ain't doing like you're supposed to. You know, they go, okay, all right. You know, so
I got a little something to contribute. I got a little something to contribute right here on this education tip. There's another dilemma that some of the high performance is going to face, because remember, we're going from, like in my case, I'm public to private, public school to private university. And then you got to get integrated into high performing organizations, right? Yep. This is where a lot of people fail. Here's what one of the biggest obstacles are. Now, I'm a member of the local Tuskegee Airmen chapter, the Archer Ragsdale, Arizona chapter, Tuskegee Airmen. I was VP of the board, 100 Black Men, other organization that I'm fully aware.
You're a member of 100 Black Men?
Of Phoenix, I started participating in Phoenix just earlier this year, in the beginning of the season, and it taught me something, because it made it 100% of some of the organizations that I know. When we attract some of the high performing, high aptitude kids from public school, we attract them using different programs. We have a program here in accordance with, in conjunction with the Organization of Black Aerospace Professionals, called the Aviation Career Education Camp. It's a 1-week camp for kids. We identify these kids that they're going to be motivated towards this. And when they are that motivated and their parents participate, next thing you know, they're in this camp, right? And when we get them to participate with the organization, the first thing they recognize is they see grown-ass men praying. In the invocation part of their meetings, whether it's 100 Black Men, Tuskegee Airmen, they pray. Right now, let me tell you how that works in the real world. There's a lot of high-performing kids getting into a very competitive environment, and they're believers. And it stunts their growth. And you can recognize some of the people who kind of, overcome some of that shit. These are the ones who compete with some of the adversaries a lot better. Shout out to the other white guy. He always got to, put a little bit of that white supremacy in there. I mean, it's little needles. Nothing that anybody should complain about, but it's there. I know you heard that money thing. I know
James, cut it out.
Please,
James.
please
You lucky this ain't the pseudo case.
Please play. If I do, let me know. if I do that, just let me know and I will readjust.
You know,
it's in there.
They kind of
It's in
racist
there.
on the Real Black Atheists, no saints. You gotta excuse them over here, man.
That's right.
But you know,
they allow a little bit of racism over here, man.
That's right.
But James, I like what you're saying, because what you're saying is what worked for me, right? You know, when people say that, okay, well, I guess you would say chastisement or getting a beating from your parents, would that make you a high performer? What worked for me? Good old peer pressure. Mm-hmm. If you put your kids around high performers, right, they're gonna rise to that bar. Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah,
because for me, being around people, they was like, okay, well, if you're not making A's, it's like, what are you, some type of idiot? You know, it only takes your high school buddies to look at you like that one time for you to get those grades up.
Man,
you to get those grades up.
That environment, and I tell you what, start flowing.
If you're smart,
I tell you, but that's what I'm saying. You have to get your kids away from the anti-intellectualism towards the performing people, because they're there. You have to surround your kids with people that basically high performance is expected, and you know what? If you're not doing it, you're looked at as like, what's wrong with you? Right? What's happening?
The difference between public and private school. I think in private school you have more serious students that are actually more serious about learning, to whereas though in public school, like I don't know, coming up in public school, pockets. A lot of people didn't even care, bro. Yeah, it was
there's pockets.
Nah, private school is money and privilege.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. In public school, they have what you call the FBLA. This is back then. We call the Future Black Leaders of America, right? That's a great organization for public schools, right? If you're in a public school, if they don't have FBLA, get that, because that's where like some of the very young, talented, you know, in our area, this back in South Georgia, this is where they sort of flocked towards that program, the FBLA, you know. And also I think just like what James was mentioning, like those mentorships, like with the 100 Black Men, with the Rotary Club, they do them as well. So any of those type of programs where you can get your kids in to be around those achievers, is gonna put that pressure on them, right? Yeah. Because you got to apply a little, because you know what, their peers can apply more pressure than you can.
Oh, I mean, earlier this year it had financial literacy, brother. I mean, it's not too many people doing that. It's just that so many of us have no idea how money works, and we get into that cycle. But financial literacy, just like scientific literacy, is really, really important.
Right. I think the Urban League. I think the Urban League does some early on educational sort of mentorship things. Get those kids involved in that. Right. We're all, some mostly intelligent. Right. We're Homo sapiens, right? We're intelligent. So saying that, okay, well, my kid or this kid isn't up to snuff. That's just not true, right? They have to have the exposure, and then they have to be driven to sort of do that, right? And if your kid is hanging out with a bunch of people that's saying, okay, well, you're a nerd if you get good grades, that's just not a good. Of course, that's the race to the bottom that they talk about.
Yeah, Brendan. Yeah, because the balance is, I mean, on the other hand, we're identifying these high performers and putting them in a situation where they can get access to these opportunities. You're talking aviation opportunity is not easy to come by, and then even when you do come by it's price prohibitive for a lot of people, not just Black people, for a lot of people. So if the industry is a little microcosm, what's going to happen is, it's going to be less of us and more of them. That's what it is right now. I think we're still hovering around that 1% mark when we talk about Black aerospace professionals. But the thing is, the payoff is, I mean, by the time you get to that left seat in a major flag carrier in a jumbo jet, you're making upwards $200,000-$300,000 easy. But to get competitive to that point, the amount of people that give up before they get there when they don't have to give up, when it's just a matter of some social pressures, this racial thing going on, because you can go in getting experience with a captain and he might treat you really odd, and your skill is way up to par, maybe even better than his. Whereas some dude will come in, some white dude might come in with mediocre skills at best, because I can't say that he's coming in, he can't fly. No, nobody halfway learns how to fly, okay? But when you get into procedural competence and stuff like that, there's a whole different ball of wax I'm talking about. But when they encounter that, what you call or even if it gets to a reprimand level, it's always going towards, it scares a lot of brothers. Let me put it that way. Scares a lot of brothers, right? And it takes a certain type to overcome, to stand your ground and defend your position. You got to be competent in order to do that. And on the other hand that I mentioned before, that believer kind of thing that they indoctrinate some of the high performers with, some of these things are a detriment in that environment. That's all my point is. It's a balancing act, man.
No doubt. But we kind of bled over into this show from the other show, and I think the bottom line, at least that I was trying to make, is the blaming of the white man. We can't do this because the white man. We can't do that because the white man. It's just I don't see how that's productive. I don't see even let's say if there was some truth to that, right? I don't even see how it's productive to even keep announcing that, right? Because I'm sure by now, if you've been listening to any of these, communities, if you've been in this community at all, you done heard that by now, right? I think we got to come up with something different. That one's been used to the point where we can't use it no more. Like I said, even if it was true, but fine, we done said it a million times already, so we can't keep saying it over and over and over again. I don't think saying it is gonna help us out in any meaningful way. But it ain't no validity to it. On top of all that, it ain't no validity to it.
Well, I really think that the Christianity and the Christian teaching and that type of ideology, it does create a high degree of a docile behavior when it comes into highly competitive environments. It's a detriment.
I can probably agree somewhat to that Christianity, our brand, I will say, we do a lot of harm to ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. Our brand of Christianity is one of those brands that kind of promotes ignorance. Somebody might say, well, because I always get the argument, and I know Sheffrin probably gonna come out of nowhere. He gonna jump out of the tree on me somewhere and say, well, you can be a Christian and you can do good things, and all of the good that people did as Christians, good Christians out there. My grandmama ain't never hurt nobody. You know what I'm saying? They always come with that one. That's the first thing they come with. That's when they threw the kitchen sink at you. When they say grandmama, they throwing the kitchen sink. They throwing the kitchen sink at you, right? Mm-hmm. I gotta give my homie Shepard because I rarely get him right. Yes, but right. Yeah. So they always come with that one, right? But I gotta kind of agree with you, man. It does promote a level of ignorance, right? You know, one might say I hear a lot of things in the Black community, like, well, you know, I'm just gonna put it in God's hands. You know what I'm saying? Or,
Right.
you know, I'm just gonna let the Lord handle it. You know what I'm saying? Well, only if the Lord see fit. You know what I'm saying? And these things, like, those are the sayings that I grew up hearing. You know what I'm saying? Those type of sayings are passed down. That mode of thinking is passed down through generations. If I'm not one that's curious and one that'll pick up books and one that will read and shit like that, I'm of that same ilk. That's the way I was raised. You know what I mean?
There was a program some years ago. We got the namesake on the program right now, Saint. The Saint with Roger Moore. He had a little saying. He's supposed to be a Templar Knight, right? So he had a little saying, the ways of the ungodly is predictable. But that's a backward statement. They can see the indoctrinated a mile off. I mean, they can tell when you enter into an environment where somehow you got the job, okay? They can tell, you know, when if you're going to be an asset or a detriment to them. And in some circles, a lot of indoctrinated people find, hey, I don't belong here. This ain't it. You know, what is going on here? You know, and they've and in an area where they can probably even excel, they would withdraw from, because they would say it's not godly. You know, their attitude or the culture. You know, there's a lot of that.
And you know, I don't know that Black people necessarily are that restrictive with their religion. I don't think the Baptist church is so restrictive that, you know, people don't take certain jobs or what have you, right? I think it allows for that. I think it allows for certain individuals who gonna think outside the box. They're gonna excel anyway, right? I think those who are a part of the church, I think they were gonna excel anyway. But like I said, it's just that thought process that the majority goes through, especially in the Black community, especially, like I said, the Black brand of Christianity, the Black brand of all of these religions, right? The Islam and the rest of them, right? It's all the letting go, the let go and just let God. That's what they say. So that's one of the main things, the main sayings in the church that I grew up in. It was just let go and let God. I can Pastor West, Reverend West, Booker T. West. That was my pastor that I grew up under, right? He had this the voice, you know, his voice was so deep it would rumble the whole church, right? But that was one of his sayings, and it sounded so wise and full of genius, right? Just let go and let God.
That sounds beautiful to a believer. Yeah.
It sounds beautiful, right? And why wouldn't you? Why go through all of this stress? You see what I'm saying? Because when people go to church, people go to church, they you know, you go to church to get through the week that you didn't had, you know, you're just stressful at the job, you know, things didn't went home, you know, you got things to do at home and all of the rest of the things that life bring you. And you go to church and they got the organ and the choir, and, you know, Reverend Weston gave a good sermon, and, you know, just let go and let God, and then you feel relaxed. And you know, it's like, yeah, why wouldn't I just let go and let God? You know what I mean? Why am I worried about all this bullshit? I don't even have to really worry about it because God will take care of it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But there's some environments out there where it's so demanding that belief has no part of it, right? And you've got to depend on science, knowledge, procedural competence, technical competence.
I'm not listening to you.
But I think people know how to compartmentalize as well, right? Like I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
I'll give you an example. Like in my career,
Brendan, I cannot listen.
I've got. I work with colleagues where you would never know.
It's absolutely confusing.
You can't do this. Don't do this.
I would have to,
Brendan
though,
finish,
because that's part of the shame. No, go ahead, Brendan, finish your point, but that's part of the whole shit.
No,
people act like promoting signs, but then promote pseudo-signs. Like, I'm not doing it. But go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, but I'll just be very brief, right? In terms of like my experience in my career, right? I work with colleagues where you would never know if they were religious or not unless they came to work on Ash Wednesday. Right, they would come to Ash Wednesday with the ashes of the cross on their head, right? they're absolutely high performers, right? It would be very hard for you to say, okay, well, their religion is holding them back, obviously because of what they're doing, right? Because it would be hard pressed for you to beat some of them, in terms of the competition pieces. So I would say you have to be very careful there in terms of saying, okay, well, you're going to let the religious beliefs, which is a part of some people's culture, right, say that that's a detriment in terms of performance, right? Because in my experience, that's not necessarily the case. Right. But but again, right, I'm sure these people aren't sitting around saying, okay, well, I'm relying on my religious faith to make me, execute on this next business sort of proposal where, they're doing their research, they're practicing and all this stuff, right? It's got nothing to do with it, right? Again, there's a level of compartmentalization that happens, right? And if you don't understand that, how to put religion in one box, how to put your career in another box, how to put your family in another box, right? That's when you sort of run into those problems.
But to what Corey is saying, I can't let.
Hold on for a minute, James. Hold on for a minute, James.
Those who got Ash Wednesday don't have the brand of Christianity that the Black community has. See, that's what I'm talking about, Brendan. I'm talking about the brand, right? He has the one that got the Ash Wednesday on, right? He didn't come from a church that said, let go and let God, right? That church said, go get some money, bring some money back to the church, right? And God thanks you for that. You know what I'm saying? God gonna bless you for your intelligence and all of that. But just keep bringing that money. I don't care how you keep doing it, right? The dude with the Ash Wednesday thing on his forehead, right? They church keep telling him to keep going to get that money, bro. Right. Keep it and keep bringing it back.
It's a little bit. Catholicism is indeed a little bit different than being a member of the Church of God in Christ, right?
There you go. Right. There you go. It's the brand.
But is this a turnaround on your part? Because I was trying to make that very point. Right. And for us to think that our experiences under trauma at an all-time high 300 years ago, bro. Like that whole situation was trauma and drama filled, okay, to the psyche, to the psychological psyche. Remember, slavery is a psychological game. You can get past the physical game, man. You can be in the field working all day, working all night, and kind of, relieve yourself out of that situation. I remember being in boot camp, and you, if you was focused enough and you had the mental fortitude, bro, you could actually remove yourself mentally out of the situations you was in, feeling that pain, stand up for 3, 4, 5 hours, like stand up 24 hours. You could mentally fight that. But what you couldn't fight would be the day-to-day slow drip, slow process of cultivation out of who you really was. And that shit was very, very effective. It's called slavery. Slavery is the great eraser. and they filled it in with the cultural container of Palestine Judean, Europeanized religion. That's why you stand before the world and put the white Jesus there. Now you like 300 years later, now you want the black Jesus, but now you fall into the pit you just said. Man, look at the way the church preach in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could take time out and actually have some type of hedge fund, meaning your grandmother been at the church for 50 years, but her tithes, part of it went to a fund that would make sure that when she passed on, she had money to pass on to the next generations. And if you did that, then you would change the social economic status in the black community where the crime rate would literally fall. So I am telling you, Christianity, bro, right, for black people is totally different, because, you know, when you're in trauma, you need a savior, right? When you're on them plantations and it's illegal to practice your own thing, you need a savior. And what's the savior? Savior was the white people, because the white people look like the God. That's totally different, bro. That's like a whole nother mind fuck at a whole level. So whenever I say, bro, like, don't forget that piece, we laugh. Well, I don't think you can do the. That is the piece. The trauma we went through and what we use to get out of that trauma, Like our community actually needs psychiatric evaluation, bro. Because in our community, it's wrong. It's wrong for you to go to holler at a psychiatrist. It's wrong to call the police when niggas is standing outside, gang banging and just shot the old lady. It's wrong. It's something wrong there, bro. It's a whole different experience when you're talking about people just practicing religion and how religion is part of Homo sapiens sapiens, the belief aspect of it, bro. We talking about slavery and Europeanized Christianity is what the conversation is really fucking about.
Hey, brother, I would just add on top of that, right? We talk about, okay, well, do religious traditions actually, are they a detriment or a benefit, right? I would give you an example, right? One of the best examples is the Jewish community, right? In terms of the Jewish community, economically, they outperform all other communities in terms of religious belief, even atheists, right? The Jewish community outperform even atheists in terms of economics, right? So, and they're heavily steeped inside of their religious tradition. So they were able to sort of compartmentalize and use that sort of as a tool, right? And not be, I guess you would say, inhibited economically, right? And be heavily steeped inside of religion.
Because the economics is written into the culture. See, that's the that's what I'm saying, Brett.
You make the point.
You cut me off.
Well taken, though.
But what I'll say, what I will add to that, it's not only the religion. Look at the educational level of the Jewish community as well, right? So that's what you would have to take a look at, because there's another component there. It's not just the Judaism that is the driver for their success. They are highly educated.
Absolutely. Right? And another thing.
Religion teaches that God tell you to be educated. Did y'all read the story? Like, are we kidding me right now?
No, but I want to point something out too. That religion and the Catholic too, right? Those religions are branded by them. It's there is actually the book, right, that they're using is actually talking about those people, right? Those Jewish people, that group of people coming from where they come from, having their ancestral lineage is talking about their history and how they should get along in the world, right? That's what the Old Testament is. That's what Judaism is. It's a guideline for people of that descent, that heritage, that ancestral line, right? It's a guideline for those to walk through the world, right? What's the problem with Black people is We have someone else's guidelines trying to walk through the world as if those were our guidelines, right? And again, I know somebody gonna jump out the tree and say, well, my grandmama, she was a good lady. You know what I'm saying? I heard y'all. I know y'all grandmamas is good ladies. I know they are. But Granny is practicing and she's passing down something that was not written for or by her, right? We've taken what we've done is we've blackenized it, right? We've made it the Baptist church, right? But the problem is the book, the book is not, the manual. The book is the manual for a group of certain people, a certain group of people to walk through life. And we have a manual for a different group of people. The manual is written, no matter how the pastor want to flip it, and he can put his own spin on it, and he can make it sound good and motivate and all that. The whole thing is the manual that he's reading from is not written for the group of people that he's discussing this manual with. That's the difference between the Jewish church and the Catholic church with the Ash Wednesday guy, right? And the black church, the black brand of Christianity. Yeah, that's the difference.
Teaches us to be humble.
Do you guys see this Pew Research poll here? This is a bit older.
Hold on, Brendan.
Yep, go ahead.
Hold on, Brendan. Hold on for a minute, Brendan. Brendan. So you actually talked about, you said the Jewish church, right? You said the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish thing, right? They thing. You know, I was raised in the Jewish community. And so their whole thing is based around their religion, Like the JCC. Anybody know what I'm talking about when I say JCC? The Jewish Community Center. Any Jewish neighborhood of work has a JCC. All right? And you go inside the JCC and it has it's traditions all over the place. Okay, so we tried to start a tradition, right? Blackenized Christianity, make the Egyptians up. See, that's why we had a default. And so we said, okay, let's go back to traditional African religion, right? And that was supposed to kind of restore it. But what we realized was that a traditional African religion, was actually not even fit for the space age. Right?
No, it don't evolve with the times.
It fell out. Yeah. Right, correct. It's supposed to, it could. Colonialism, but Christianity came through which are both cultural containers.
Uh-oh.
You're getting choppy,
mobile community tradition. It wasn't. Oh man, goodness gracious! It's choppy again. Is it choppy?
No, you good now.
Yeah, it was. You good now?
It's choppy.
No, you good.
Yeah. So I was saying that Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Yeah, they're cultural containers of traditions and custom and wisdoms. They tell you what to do, what not to do, how to do it, where to spend your money, who you spend your money with. So when you fuck with Christianity, it tell you who to spend your money with. You spend your money with God. Well, who God? God is the image you're looking at. Jesus Christ, a man, right? Yep. That's the point. So I think we saying the same thing, Brendan. I don't know if I think you're saying the same thing. Maybe you're not to be, kind of like be clearer. But when I get in the house, I'm gonna show you that the black church is the brokest church. Why?
Let me give you an example. Here, I've shared this here. It says how income varies among U.S. religious groups. It says
you got it. That's it. You got it. That's my shit right
This is the Pew. This is that right. This is the Pew sort of research poll here. It says while there is strong and proven correlation between education and income, it's harder to know whether there's also a link between religion and wealth. Right. What we can say is that the members of some religious groups, not to mention atheists and agnostics, right, on average is a higher household income than others, and those in the richest religious groups also tend, on average, to be better educated than most Americans, right? When you talk about education, I think that's the linchpin that we talked about, right? But here are the the numbers when we talk about, which I thought this poll was very interesting, right? So if the very top end, right, if you just to kind of explain how this is interpreted, can you guys actually see this clearly?
Yeah, I did presentations on that, so I know exactly what it is. I'm with it all the way. Go ahead, bro.
Right.
And look at
right.
the Jehovah's Witness shit.
Yeah. Oh, yep. So when you take a look
ahead.
at the religious, the Jewish community, we say that 16% of the Jewish community who you would say confessed or acknowledging Jewish people, right? 16% make less than 30,000, right? 15% 30 to 49 or 30 to 50K, right? 24% 50 to 100, right? And 44% of the Jewish community make 100,000 or more, right, inside of their community. Now, what was really interesting is this piece here with the Hindu, right? Right underneath this, remember that this talks about U.S. religious communities. And what you have to be, sort of take into account, right, is the influx of what you would say Indian immigration, right? The people who would migrate to the U.S., right, from India who practice Hinduism. A lot of those are the highly educated people inside of those communities. And I think that the education piece for the Hindu side, that accounts for this high level of income that you would see here, right? So, you know, as you can see it, I won't explain all of them, right? But if you take a look at the atheist and agnostic community, they sit very highly in terms of the overall, you would say, household income amongst these religious groups, right? And also, you know, you take a look at the Lutheran Church, the Presbyterian Church, Evangelical Lutheran, all United Church of Christ, not to be confused with what we talked about earlier, right? All of these are relatively high. The Mormons, right? They average very high or relatively highly. And in the very middle here, this says all U.S. adults. This is the minimum bar, right? And then Catholics sort of sit underneath that. But let's go all the way down. You got Buddhists and all this stuff. The very interesting piece here is at the very end here, at the bottom of the totem pole, you see the Church of God in Christ. You see the National Baptist Convention. These two, these are the African-American churches here, right? Only people who do worse, right? Then that is the Jehovah's Witnesses, which are at the very bottom of this scale.
They highly laden with black people though. That's full of black people.
Do a lot of black people actually participate in Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah, look at those numbers. There's more black people Jehovah's Witnesses than anybody, bro.
Oh wow.
It's spread in Africa and all that. Look it up.
Yep.
Look, I was waiting on Sheffrin. Go ahead.
That's my go-to right there.
But this is but again.
Go ahead.
But I would say, but again, right? This does not necessarily, I don't say that this necessarily has as much to do with the religion piece, but because again, at the very beginning, it says that it's very difficult to tie a relationship between religion and how and income. The bigger piece is the educational level of these people. The educational level higher. The educational level higher here, because you would have to couple that Pew Research poll, this particular Pew Research poll, with the educational levels of these people in these different religious groups. Again, but the point is that the religion in and of itself is not something that would inhibit. You know, that's not.
No. I'm not. That's not. No, not the.
No,
religion
I'm not saying
itself,
that you're saying.
Not
right.
Yeah, not the religion itself, right? Because I already qualified that, right? The Ash Wednesday dude, right? He's gonna be in a good economic situation. That Jewish guy, he's gonna be in a good economic situation because he's using the religious in the intentional way that it was supposed to be used.
Absolutely.
Wednesday guy,
and that's what, and that's
Jewish guy.
And just to clear up, don't go and convert to Judaism because you want to make over 100,000.
Right.
No. You wouldn't want to do that. I also grew up in Crown Heights, which is the heart of the Hasidim, which is the Hasidic Jew They had their grand Rebbe there back in 91. I grew up right there. Now, the Hasidim, they are devout. So they are not the wealthy. So the less devout, which is like the Reform Jew,
the secular
they are the
Jewish
one who makes up the top of your list right there. And that is the exercise in that is, even when you're more devout religiously, you're not even going to make as much as the same people in the same group.
Exactly. And I just want to say to No Saints, you got to know how to jump in. The hand raising thing ain't going to work. It's going to work for the first 2 times you come on, right? But after that, you got to know how to get yourself.
Got to get in where you fit. I
think they don't even want me to get in. I don't want me to get in at all.
I think Brendan. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
But you try to shoot it all down though, Chef. Let me finish my point.
I don't have to, because if y'all don't take Brendan's ending point, then y'all ain't gonna understand nothing else.
I appreciate that. Let me finish my point though. Yeah, I'm gonna let you unravel everything we just said. That's what you about to do.
I was talking.
I was not, man. I was thinking Corey jumped in over me. But go ahead.
No, it was Chevron's turn, man.
I was in the middle of it. How y'all gonna tell me that, man?
Even
How y'all gonna tell me that?
Now y'all made him leave.
Man,
brother Chef. Oh man.
That's bullshit, though. How you gonna tell me how to explain the fucking graph? And I did the work on the fucking graphs. I be like I'm studying that fucking graph and all the shit around that shit. That's some bullshit right there. So yeah, Corey, you got it in. Brendan got it in.
I will never.
And then Chef dove in with the unraveling
with Sheffrin and Unc. I will
bullshit.
never ever go out to eat with you and Unc. With you and Sheffrin there, I'm not going out
that's
to
some
eat
bullshit, dog. I'm saying but go ahead, man. I'm gonna let y'all play with this graph. Go ahead, go play with that. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Just bring out the 10-year-old presentations on the fucking graph. But go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No Saint. What's up, No Saint? You wanted to say something?
No. I was trying to jump in a little bit earlier, but
oh, okay. But you got to know how to get yourself in, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. But I was looking at that chart. I thought that chart was really interesting. I was just going to ask him about why he thinks the Hindus were so high up there, and I was wondering. He explained it, but I was also wondering if that has anything to do with like those two groups up at the top. You know, the Jewish people and the Hindus, at least in my experience, this may be a little anecdotal, but put a lot of pressure, as well as like some of the say that we have a lot of Vietnamese population down here in Louisiana, and they get put in a lot of pressure to be successful. And I wonder if that has anything to do with it. It's almost like if they're not successful, their family, not saying their family disowns them, but you know,
you ain't right in the eyes of God.
I'll give you an example. The region of Northern Virginia that I live in the tech corridor right here by Reston and Herndon, right here. That's where all of the major, you would say, IT companies actually sort of coalesce in Northern Virginia. The reason why they're here is because there's a major fiber optic pipeline that sits right along these areas. So the businesses position their locations to have access to those high rate data transmission lines, right? But I saw the population of this community. I've been here for 10 years actually change over time, and what I see is that there's a high influx of Indian population here, and all of them they work in software. There are right. A lot of them are here on H-1B visas as engineers, right? And those are the people that are practicing that Hindu tradition that you talk about. When I go to the market, right, me and my wife, we go and we buy our groceries. You can see them sort of lining up at the florists every day, right? They're buying flowers. It's all a part of their, I guess you would say, their religion. How they do, they present flowers and things to their shrine in the evenings and burn incense and stuff like that. You can see them, sort of like coming in and out of the markets with bouquets of flowers, right? Which I think was very interesting, right? But again, like I said, we have a high Indian population here, right? But all of them work in technology. All of them work in software. all of them, they're highly skilled, right? And they get that education over there in their home company, and they capitalize on it here in the U.S.
Go ahead, Chef. Where you at, Chef?
Chef got off the panel, huh? All right.
Oh,
He
good.
left.
Bye. That's what he get. Yeah, that's what he get for not keeping.
That's why I said
not realizing.
If I'm never going out to dinner with with y'all two together, because we're gonna get put out the restaurant. Y'all two.
You know what? Listen, I was saying, I was trying to make a point about the graph the whole time. Matter of fact, I talked about the fucking graph in the show before that. Y'all want to put some money on that? Thought not. Talked about the shit. I said, yeah, I'm gonna show it later on. So Brendan brings it up. Okay, let him rock the shit. It's all gravy, right? I dive in slightly. Then you dove all the way in, Corey. Right? I'm still trying to get in. Then you dove in with the what's going on? He dive in. Then Chef and dive in. Now Chef gonna unravel the whole thing. But hold on, Chef, don't unravel the whole thing yet. Let me explain the whole thing through, so you don't think we babbling idiots thinking a person religion just your religion gonna make you broke. Let me finish, and then you can go do what you always do. But he dove off the panel. That's on him with that nonsense. That's straight on him. But I know what I was
he was gonna
doing.
come in with the grandmama. He was gonna come in with the grandmama.
Right. We already know that. So you'll come with the grandma clause after I finish. I don't want to go behind the grandma shit. Not today. I don't want to go, but I've been trying to jump in on the shit. All right. So man, come on, yo. There's read the whole study on the shit. Right? Everybody been to motherfucking church. The focus in the black church ain't on fucking education. It's not the focus. Watch this. The Hindu shit don't work in their own motherfucking country. Y'all really want to talk about that shit? How broke motherfuckers is in India? Okay, right. It only work in America because it's money to get to in America. And if used right, this shit is beneficial to you.
Right?
That's my fucking point. So since we misuse the church, Corey said that earlier, we misuse what the fuck is supposed to do. We apply the shit to wrong situations like a motherfucker, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's what the fuck we do. We spend too much time in church, right? And when you spend that much time in church, it's not teach you how to manage your money, not teach you how to govern yourself, not teach you what to do, you know what I'm saying? Then you're going to be fucked up, yo. We all sat in church Monday, fucking Wednesday, Bible study on fucking Saturday, fucking choir rehearsal, dude. And the kids used to run crazy in the church during that time. With other communities, they not waste that kind of time in the fucking church. I'm telling you, dog, we waste time in the fucking church. We gonna act like it ain't Monday, Wednesday, fucking Thursday, choir rehearsal, and
don't forget about fellowship. I talked about
Lord,
fellowship the other day.
Oh Lord, yo, we gonna act like they ain't the black church. You gonna sit in that bitch for 3-4 hours on Sunday, yo. We gonna act like that ain't what we do, and we spend so much time in that motherfucker. We really start to believe that shit, and then go back to the same bullshit on motherfucking Monday, shooting at motherfuckers acting crazy, selling dope, the whole 9 yards. Is we gonna act like that ain't what it do in the black church, and the only nigga really get money is the fucking preacher in the fucking church. We're gonna act like that ain't what it is, where women be literally married to Jesus. Think about that shit, where the value of Jesus is over the fucking family. Oh, we're gonna love Christ first, and I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. We're gonna act like all that don't have in the black church. The black church is a different animal, right? We got our shit different. We got our shit being fucking oppressed. It's a cold game when your oppressor, I'm gonna say this slow, it's a cold game when your oppressor gives you the mechanism that supposedly will relieve you from the oppression that your oppressor gave you. That's cold right there, boy. That's cold.
But again, I want to touch on the programs.
Let me say something quick.
Go ahead, Sosa. Go ahead. After you say something, I'm gonna touch on the program.
Yeah, we already know what you're gonna do, Sosa. We already know what you.
Yeah, that's
Captain
right. Let me do what I do, Mr. Captain. Mr. Captain Saberhaw. So
you eating, Sosa? You ain't coming to the restaurant with me either.
But go ahead. So and I'm listening. So it ain't the white man, it's the white man's religion. Okay, I got it. Okay. Jehovah's Witnesses, 32% Hispanic, 27% Black, 30% white. Right? So black people don't make up most Jehovah's Witnesses. right? So
they make up the large majority. 27%.
No, they don't. White makes up the larger majority. Hispanic come next, and black come after that.
Okay.
So
per capita,
and 27%. Okay.
Nah, Jehovah's
per
Witnesses,
capita, it's big though.
The U.S. adult population, Jehovah's Witnesses don't even make up 1%. Bro. So listen.
Yeah, but if you're making up damn near 30%, and white people making up 30%, yo, we do too much. We doing too much in that.
Listen.
And there's less black people than white people, bro.
Like, that's what I said. Per capita, that's huge.
Right. That's huge, bro. You'd be broke. Go ahead.
Also, the point that I'm making that even when you look at a particular study, you know what I'm saying, you have to critique a study the same way you critique your reading material. Just because there's a study in front of you, you got to look at the flaws that's in that study. And Brenda kind of, I spoke about it at the beginning, because you cannot factor in the economics, bro. So when you say that black churches are the brokest, I would expect that based on the economic of black people overall. You understand what I'm saying? So now if your logic is African Americans don't prosper because the religion ain't about them, then you will go about, the way to go about proving that is go to other nations of people, China, across the world, where there are non-black people who have Christians there, and see and measure that and see if it's failing them there the same way that's affected African Americans, because it ain't about Chinese people. You see what I'm saying? So the bottom line is that, you know, it hinges on education, bro. Like, period. And I never heard, and even the let go, let God thing. I've never come across somebody who was about to needed to pass an exam and was sitting in front of their work and say, you know what, I ain't finna do this. I'm just gonna let go and let God. That's not how it works. Normally, let go and let God comes to some shit like, my boyfriend cheating on me, I don't know what to do for the girl, let go and let God. That's where it comes in there. But like that, I just don't understand, because like 1 minute they'll argue how Christianity is the most powerful shit that did all these things.
In the preparation of the test. It comes in the preparation of the test.
What I try to understand is that, where are y'all getting that data from? That'd be my main thing. It's like,
listen,
I understand it's how you feel, but I'm saying, how are you going about proving what you're saying? That's
it's
why
anecdotal.
I say it every show. Every show. You know I'm gonna hold you. Like, y'all, you know I'm gonna say source up on. Come on, bro. You know I'm gonna say source up
on your bad ass. I'm gonna say source up on your bad ass. I'm gonna source up on your bad ass. I got you, man.
No, okay. I'm just saying, Sosa. It's anecdotal.
Don't worry about it, Corey. I'm coming with
it's anecdotal, fine. But if we're gonna deny, if we're gonna sit in denial, if we're gonna continue to
Corey,
deny,
you gotta unlock my screen share. Y'all gotta unlock my screen share, because I'm gonna get
Sosa gotta unlock it.
Sosa, do that real quick. Don't play Sosa, because I'm sourcing up. I'm gonna shut up on that top. I'm definitely source up.
How do I do it?
You gotta go to your phone.
Yeah.
Go to where?
Go to your phone and then go to share content, and it should say like allow
meeting settings.
Share screen.
You see meeting settings,
or maybe it's more. Go into more, and then it's I don't know.
No, more to say stop live stream.
Security. You see security.
Yeah, security. Go into more, hit more, and then go to security.
No, when I hit more, the only option is stop live stream.
What you have next to your video? What's your options on there? On your
video security. Oh, security.
Yeah.
I'm looking at. You said hit more. You said hit more. You threw me up. All right. Share screen. Oh, participant.
I'm gonna charge you for that one. I'm gonna invoice you.
You should be able to do it now.
All right. I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk yourself to fucking death.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, talk yourself to death.
Run them damn stats.
Talk yourself to death, nigga. Because I'm saying, yo, what does it say right here? What that say?
Religion highest in the world's poorest nations. Yes.
Yeah. Why is that? Why is this shit keep popping up?
Of course.
Why is the black community?
And I can talk about America too.
I just want to see why is that game? Hold on. Let me make my point. No, you was actually talking.
Go. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But I got
no, it was on Corey. I'm gonna let you go after Corey. I ain't even gonna.
No, I'm
gonna give the psychology breakdown there after you finish.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you.
I forgot my point because y'all interrupted me. But I just want to say too. Now that Unc brought this up, it reminds me of when I did read some stats, and this was a while ago, so the statistics could be a little bit slightly different, but I don't think it's much different, right? But Mississippi, right, is the most religious state in our union, right? But it's the most it does the worst economically and educationally. So I'm not saying now just because they're religious that's why. I'm saying that number that don't look good to me. You know what I'm saying? It just, I mean, it's something to be. There's a reason for that, and it seems like they awful religious in that area. That's all.
Corey, Corey, it's like those two children, what we call ignorance and want. They usually hang out together.
There you go.
Them two bad, those two badass children, ignorance and want. Right?
right. Yeah,
South Carolina's a religious state. Pretty.
Just like poverty and crime, they normally hang together.
Yeah, so, them two badass children hang together too, right?
Peace, family. I think I made that point on the last show. Theocratic societies.
Hold on for a minute. Are we gonna read it?
Nah, it's on It's on Let Unc go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna read. Y'all want to read this or not? Because this is it. Steve Crabtree, religiosity, highest in the world's poorest nations. The United States is among the rich countries that buck the trend. Yeah, that buck the trend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here you go. Each of the most religious countries is relatively poor, with the per capita GDP below 5,000. This reflects the strong relationship between countries' social economic status and the religiosity of its residents. In the world's poorest countries, those with the average per capita income of 2,000 or lower, the medium portion who say religion is important in their daily lives is 95%. In contrast, the median for the richest countries, those average per capita income higher than 25,000, is 47%. I'm not gonna keep doing this. I've been doing this shit for years. Like, everybody knock it the fuck off. Maybe the way it affects everybody else is a little bit different, but the way it affects African people and African Americans, Joe, it's a direct result on your income, your fucking religion. I'm done. You go ahead with that.
Yeah, I'm just going to read. Keep reading your article. And that same shit, it says implication, right? And this is something they talk about in psychology. Social scientists have put forth numerous possible explanations for the relationship between religiosity of a population and its average income level. One theory is that religion plays a more functional role in the world's poorest countries, helping many residents cope with the daily struggle to provide for themselves and their family, right? Revealing that the relationship between religiosity and emotional well-being is stronger among poor countries than among those in the developed world, bro. So, like,
yeah, we agree. That's the point.
Yeah, so it's not. So the religion, they're not. Yeah, but they're not poor because of the religion. They're more religious because they're in moments of despair, and that's like the pigeon experiment, bro. So that's what the social scientists are saying. The same thing, bro. Now go ahead.
Vicious circle.
That's 22.
It's a vicious circle. Their economic position is based on their lack of education.
It's his source. It's his source. I was gonna say it before. Let me look at his source.
That's a vicious circle, Sosa.
Yeah,
the religion becomes you poor. You have problems. Instead of getting education and working your way out of it, you turn to religion, which increases the poverty. In every society, it's where the poor people are. It's where the church is at.
Yeah, so the motherfucker who caused the problem got the solution.
Nah,
they're like that shit is crazy to me. So
it wasn't saying that they were educated first. and then religion came in and made them poor.
No,
say that they were poor in these underdeveloped areas, and religion acts as sort of
because they
comfort
never came out of their religiosity.
Now y'all go get that. Religion. Go get that. Y'all just
they all been religious the whole time.
Corey, go get that shit, man. Y'all be making shit up.
I'm saying, Sosa, there was not a point where they were. You just said it, Sosa. It was not a point where they was all educated. And
because the country is underdeveloped, bro.
We talking about. I was talking about Mississippi in particular here. I'm talking about Mississippi as an example here in the United States. I know what
I gotta go look up Mississippi. What does it say on Mississippi? You go look up.
The most religious place in the United States, right, is between Utah and Mississippi, right? When you're talking about your Christianity and shit, right? You're talking about Utah and Mississippi, right? Mm-hmm. Mississippi's income in education is also, now that they are the most religious, right? They're also the most uneducated, and they have the most poverty.
And the governor wants public hanging.
Were they uneducated before they became religious?
No, they were always religious. That's why they weren't able to catch up to the rest of us.
Okay,
that's the point.
And they're saying that, are you adding that? Are you adding it to it?
No, they actually.
I mean, everybody else began to not be so religious in their state, but they maintained the same religiosity back as the 1700s and shit, right? Everybody else moves on, and they have a more secular life in their state, right?
So if Vermont still had pilgrims,
did they still
fucked up?
Does Mississippi still have the Confederate flag as their state?
They just
piece
took
of
it
that.
down.
There was the last one. There was one of the last ones.
Year, Brendan. Last year they just took that down, Brendan.
One of the last states. Or the last state.
It was still, matter of fact, I think it was still 2022. I don't think it was. I think it was just during the winter, like December or some shit. I mean, January or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They took that down. It was not
that it's relevant to this conversation, but I just throw that out there as a kick in the nuts to Mississippi, right?
Yeah, at the same rate, if New England still had pilgrims, they'll be jacked up. All right, it's a good point because they're so depraved in Mississippi. The governor was moving for public hanging.
Joseph Israel says he's from Mississippi, and Corey is lying, right? Mm-hmm. So he's saying I'm lying that Mississippi, right, is the most religious. We can look it up. I mean, I'm asking y'all to pull it up, right? I wouldn't pull this.
I've seen the numbers.
Out of my ass.
I've seen the numbers. I've seen the numbers, Corey.
Am I known liar? Just for the record, though. So you think I would just pull that out of my ass?
Next is Vermont, 59%. Mississippi.
Uh-huh.
Next is Utah.
Right, that's what I was saying. Mississippi and Utah, right?
Yep. So but isn't Utah?
Where is Utah in terms of?
Isn't Utah a lot?
Utah is different because let me tell you why.
Mormons.
Let me tell you why. The Mormon religion was built for and by those people. It's a guideline for a specific group of people to navigate through the world. And those people that have written and made those guidelines are the ones who are practicing that. Therefore, those are going to be the ones who benefit. You can't start practicing Mormonism, Sosa. Shit's going to start fucking up in your life if you start practicing Mormonism.
Keep in mind, Corey, keep in mind, it was built for those people and Gladys Knight.
There you go.
There's a lot of black people.
No, I'm right next door to I'm right next door to
Mississippi.
But yeah, there are a lot of blacks in the Mormon church, right? You know,
so it's fine. Right. And is they the ones with the money in the Mormon church?
My favorite hotel is a Mormon hotel, the Marriott. So
I'm right next door to Utah, and the Mormons ain't poor, man.
I never said the Mormons was poor. I never said
banked up. They banked
up.
We still on
marriages.
We've veered off. We've veered off from Mississippi to compare apples to oranges, right? Because I've explained why the Mormons and the Ash Wednesday guy and the Jewish guy can be religious and they can do good. I've explained that already, Sosa. So it's not fair that y'all bring Utah up, right? So what I'm saying about Mississippi is, and I've proved that. My guy said I was lying, but y'all just read that. You just read it, Sosa, right? So obviously I was not lying then, right? So what I'm saying is those Mississippians, those Black people in Mississippi, right? Because there's a very high population of Black people. It's a lot of white people that
I'm saying
that's there too.
Corey, are you familiar with racial treatment in the South? After
my dad is from Sardis, Mississippi,
and some of the issues they went down with redlining and Jim Crow, and many Black people fleeing and leaving property. And some of these things and the actual poor schooling system are in both linked to some of those situations that you see.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that's the only factors.
But those are things that we actually know, we can actually measure. But to simply say
you can't measure
it's poor in Mississippi. I've been to Mississippi, Alabama, you know what I'm saying, and Texarkana. And it says it's poor because religion. I just don't understand how you make that.
No, I'm not saying just because of religion. I'm saying the religiosity it exacerbates it. And
psychology already told you that.
It stops the psychological potential to get out of that.
It does not. You okay? Get a source that say that. But what I will tell you is,
I'm just saying. That's what's implicated.
Listen, but this is what Unc just showed you, bro. Anytime poor religion will gravitate wherever you find a poorest population. So whenever you find poor people and you say they're the most religion, it means nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I go back to.
So we actually gonna do.
That's why I go back to the.
So what you're saying is religious is a broke thing.
What I'm saying is that in moments of despair and emotional well-being, people turn to faith to cope with the emotional distress of being poor.
That's what he just told me. That's what he said. He said religion is for broke niggas.
No, I said religion shows up in the poorest countries and states as an emotional comfort for being poor and in despair.
It's for comforting broke niggas.
Period. Nah, man.
Well, I mean,
I agree with that. I agree. The more money you got in the bank, the less you pray.
The less you need.
Yeah.
Let me add.
Of course.
I
think it's the other way around.
Hold on for a minute. I don't want to yell, bro.
Not at all.
Go ahead, let her go ahead. But y'all crazy, boy. Y'all the less you pray, the more money you pay.
Listen, I don't want to yell. Right? Where the fuck is Sheffrin at? I know you listening.
He in the chat room typing, lying. I'm lying. He in the chat room. He in the peanut gallery.
Bring my man back on there, yo. It ain't no fun without you. I wanted you and Sosa to do that and stand up and really do that. So listen, did we forget that Black people literally started out broke?
That's it.
Right. What?
Wait a minute. Black people literally started out broke in America, bro, as slaves. So there never was so think about it. We're not talking about the everyday old regular people running around this bitch who got religion and broke and okay, and then you start praying. Nigga, we was broke from the start, bro. I can't be the only one that don't know this.
You're only adding to most of what I'm saying, huh?
Hold on,
you know, most of us are still broke. It's nothing wrong with being, not having money.
Shit. I'm one of them. Brendan got that. I ain't never got no money. I got 4 kids.
Brendan, my point is, yo, listen, that's the great race, yo. The race is the rest of the world. It was a gun and it was a line, yo, and they drew the line. And they had the gun, they shot it, pow, and everybody took off. But Black people had chains on them. And so as the world made trillions of dollars off of our free labor and built their economies and did all of that, they underdeveloped Africa and they underdeveloped the African American communities and Black communities all around the world because we was in slavery while they was all getting money off of our labor. So the point I'm making is we started the race in a deficit. And then they gave us their religion on top of that. And they told us that with their religion, we could change the deficit, bro. That's the point. I'm done with this shit, man. Where the hell is Sheffrin at?
Man, what a setup.
Get that shit, preacher, man.
The game is fixed like a man. Let me tell you something. That's very astute.
The game fixed. We did a whole 2 hours on Don't Blame the White Man. Y'all come right back and give niggas a crutch on goddamn religion.
No, we were talking about
we taking it out.
and religion.
Horrible.
Where did the white man come from?
Stay on their head, Sosa. Stay on their head.
Pulling the crutch out. And some of us are making excuses why the crutch makes sense. And I asked the question the last time. You have the Bible or you have some information, and somebody is in a peculiar spot. Which way are you going to give them, the Bible or the information? And if we're going to say give them the information, then we can't defend having religion at no point in time anyway. Like, we can't speak the true side of our mouth.
You can have your
Cedric, when you said that,
support y'all goddamn claims.
Listen to this parable. When you said that, Cedric, this is what brought to mind. Listen, if you're in a cage, right, and you have someone brings but there's a Bible and there's a key. You see, now a lot of the Bible is education or their education, and the key is liberation. There's a lot of people who thinks that they need education in this situation. Now, scientific literally to me is different from their education. When I say their education, is that same public-private conversation we had about a couple of hours ago. Now, someone mentioned private schools. Private schools, what the difference is power, money, and privilege is what they teach there. And in the public school, it's more subjugation and servitude. This is what's going on, man. And it ties into religion because a lot of public school attendees are also in church on Sundays, but not the same in private school.
I don't agree with that because the private schools be Catholic schools and they be doing a lot better than the public schools, right?
Absolutely.
But like I ain't going down that line. But what I'm gonna say is the Catholic
a lot of the private schools are religious and they still ain't teaching it.
Has changed with the times, right? And they understand the importance of science and all of that kind of shit. They understand the importance of being financially literate and all that, and they promote it, and they even have consultation. If you got family, if you having issues with the bills and shit like that, like they got consultation in the Catholic Church to help you with that, right? It's a motherfucker at the Catholic Church that do your taxes for you, help you get your credit straightened out, all that shit in the Catholic Church. At the Baptist Church, they might have some program where they help you. They'll give you some funding or something. If something happens, they'll donate and they give you some money, right? But they ain't showing you the financial literacy to keep you out of that situation, right? That's the difference. It's a whole. They incorporate, and this is what me and sister Monica was talking about the other day, right? They incorporate everyday life into their religion, right? They know how to incorporate the financial and the economic shit and all of that into their morality. You know what I'm saying? They don't just make it only about morality. They make it about your whole life. They give you a guideline. That's what religion is all about. That's what religion is all. That's what being a Christian was all about. They was following Christ. They was following how he walked through life, not just what he did on Sunday. Like I don't understand why we keep saying, well, you ain't supposed to do that at church. Y'all want the church to do everything. That's the whole fucking point in the whole Christianity.
The Christian church. Hold on, James. Because I wanted to piggyback on what Corey was saying.
Go ahead.
In terms of, you would say the Catholic private schools, what they do a great job in doing is giving a really sound classical education. Those the Catholic those private schools, right? They still teach a very traditional classical education. Like, for instance, they still teach, this is like not graduate level, right? This is like it's high school students. They still learn Latin. Kids, inside of those schools, they learn Latin.
Yeah.
And they also have philosophy classes, right? And this is at the high school level. There wasn't a philosophy class in my high school, so they still they still teach a classical education there, and that's what makes it valuable there, because you can take a classical education right into the university setting, and you can excel with that, right? Because they use that sort of as a foundation. You're gonna have that. Yep.
And the morals and all of that is woven into that. But go ahead, Monica.
I was gonna say they take advantage of their numbers to get the program money. That's what we don't do well. We run away from that, because that's where the numbers are. Our community. That's where you can galvanize that's where you can get your numbers in a community and make that work. That's the point. I was trying to drive home.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, if you got you got church on every corner, but like, let's say one of the average ones, I'm not talking about the mega ones, because we know they getting their money, but like the ones on the smaller ones, they bringing in about 100 to 200 people. You know what they can do with that? You know how much money?
What you talking about, the religion? What you talking about, the religion?
The church, yeah, the churches, because instead of on Wednesday having the Bible study, you could break all them people down and do life skills, and you could really make a killing. Like, they could really, a lot of times the Catholic churches and all those other churches, they don't be worried about tithes and all that stuff, because they get government funded the programs. And we be sitting around, we go to, like, I remember, prime example, school is about to start.
The Catholic Church gets government funding.
No, I'm not talking about for the church. I'm talking programmatic.
Yeah, they get programs that get government funding.
Think about this. So right now we get ready to go into back to school, right? They're gonna have back to school programs. Everybody and their mom gonna be giving away stuff. The people, a lot of times, a lot of our community people will go to their churches or their events because they have an abundance, but they're getting grant funding to fund these things because of the numbers that they're pushing out. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about the services. I'm not talking about the services. I'm not talking about the church. I'm not talking about that part of the church. I'm just saying that the church, because of the numbers that they bring in and the people who will listen to that leader at that church, when that leader puts forth programs, people will come, and we can leverage that to educate our people and build them up into the areas that we're talking about. That's what
Monica. That's why it seems to me that the church really is there to teach people how to act around these white people. I don't see our churches doing that.
He on y'all team. Look, hey, Chef said, he on y'all team. Chef say niggas go out and have babies out of wedlock, don't pay attention in school, smoke weed, drink, sell drugs, get jail records. Then when the community is oversaturated with these conditions, we blame the church.
X. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. Right?
So
I'm glad church vice
we are horrible. We are horrible.
No, that's a
God
joke.
did it. God
what
did
actually happens is we try to fix the problem with the church. That's the problem. These things happen in all communities. What is your method for fixing it? That's the problem. When you go to the church, when God is your go-to on the fixing of the problem, like I think Corey said earlier, we're going to put that in God's hands. Well, you know, sister just lost her son. We're going to put it in God's hand. No, go fix the fucking problem. Ain't God
right?
Corey, did your father go to God before he came to school and bust your ass?
Before hell no, shit. He never. My dad never mentioned a word until I became like 30 years old. I can't remember my dad ever mentioning the word God to me.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but you know,
listen, I learned something today. I got a source up.
My dad woke up at 4 o'clock. My dad's alarm clock went off at 4 o'clock in the morning. He never had time to think about God. God was never on his motherfucking mind.
Corey,
steady ass whipping
I
from
got
their
a source
parents.
up. Corey, have you ever seen a collection plate get passed around at Catholic Mass?
I've never been to Catholic Mass, so I don't know what goes on there.
Economic situation.
Or if you go to a Mormon church, you know where you have to donate the money, right? Again, say I was as a kid, I was born in South Georgia, so of course all of the religious traditions I've experienced them all, right? The place inside of a Mormon church where you donate money, there's a wall that is pasted. There's like a place where there's money donation envelopes. It's in a corner back in the very back of the building where nobody can see it, right? And that's where you do your donation. There's no collection plate passed around, and you would never know if anybody ever donated money to the church, right? But of course, this church, the Mormon church is more than rich.
Right. Absolutely.
Majority white people. Like, my God.
I'm not saying
but they
then even at the Mormon church, you have to give 1 year. You have to give 1 year of service.
I thought it was 2.
So I thought it was 1, but it could be 2. I know definitely have to give 1 year of service where you go around.
It's 2.
Trying to convert
the missionary work.
Yep. I think Sosa and Sheffrin have the wrong idea about what is being said here.
Yeah, we're not saying.
I just don't understand. Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna hit you.
No, I got to
I'm gonna explain it to you. I'm gonna explain
Let me source up. It'll clear it up.
Hold on, James. Let me explain something to Sosa. While you source
up,
let me explain something to Sosa.
Corey, that's why they ran past that point like that 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
When I say it's the way we fix the problem, that's why they stay there.
You made that up.
I got the proof.
No, let me tell you what was
supposed to be the moral backbone of the society. And when you got 500 churches,
you gotta let Corey finish. Said you go right in. Said it go right in with a Mack truck.
Let me tell you where the miscommunication, I believe, is at. I think you're saying I think you think that we're saying that because someone is religious, that automatically prohibits them from excelling, right? And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when
that's not religion.
Okay. That you don't think we're saying that?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, fine then. All right.
I'm saying
I ain't even gonna say what I have to say. You don't think we saying that?
You know the rule,
to religion
you know the rule,
as
though.
being
this, you know the rule, though, right?
This detrimental thing. Y'all have failed to prove it every time I ask.
You forgot what the rule is, though, didn't you?
We just gave you some statistics, though.
Hold on.
I just showed you what they mean.
Hold on. Let me say this. Black people might lie. White people will lie, but the motherfucking numbers don't.
That's right.
Look at that made up shit. Black people.
Well, it means this.
White people will lie.
This. I think it means this. 1 second. If I may interject, it means this. I said I made a claim that God damn, y'all cut me. Go ahead. Let me source up. Hold up. Go ahead.
Yeah, you forgot what those days was crazy.
You ain't lying.
Like
You're not gonna bring a source, James. Stop it.
They run by a source that said religiosity is extremely difficult to prove, and be like, okay, fuck that part. What else is it? We're gonna speed past that shit. Now, when truth has some shit, they say believe. They say it might be. You know, they say some say. Oh my God.
You're basically
but
saying
Sosa, you gotta hear what you're saying. You gotta hear what you just said. You said when you poor, you're gonna go to religion anyway, right?
No.
When
I'm saying
something
is that
happens,
religiosity is prevalent when people are in despair, and religion is used as an emotional comfort for that decision of despair. But it does not mean that the religion that they use for emotional comfort to ease anxiety is a hindrance to them prospering. That's not what that's not
so
what
the
saying.
disparity
I agree with
is
that.
where the
I agree with
religion
that.
is at. Where disparity is, we can look for religion. That's what you're saying.
Right. Wherever you see disparity, you may find the most superstitious people, because they're in a moment of despair. And when things are affecting them in a way, and when things are affecting them in a certain way, they develop this type of anxiety of not being able to control the world around them. So religion acts as a comfort. You know what I'm saying? That's an emotional comfort to ease them in a situation of anxiety. No different than if somebody passes away, the religion is used to comfort somebody in times of death. It's the same thing.
So now I agree with what you said here. Now I want to go to the next step here, right?
Okay.
Does now this religion that's in this area of despair, right? Does this religion bring them out of this despair, or does it exacerbate the disparity?
You would have to show me that exacerbated the disparity.
I ain't say it did. I'm asking a question.
I can't.
I'm asking a question.
I couldn't say
now
that.
Now you reminded me.
I
what
couldn't
I was
say that,
say.
but it also depends on what type of what is it in the community that's doing it to relieve that despair. What type of jobs are they putting in the community for these people to get to feed their family? What is the average? What is the minimum wage rate? What is the availability of jobs in the area? What are the conditions of the school? What is the education that people teaching us? Like, there's all types of factors that go into it.
We about to dive. Okay, hold on. Don't say that. Everybody freeze. Everybody freeze. You asked what type of jobs in the community, what type of programs they put in. What we do know is they put a fucking church on every corner, my nigga. The church is far more accessible than a rehab in the Black community, bro. Like, it's on every corner along with the liquor store. Yeah. I'm not tripping. Right. Then you would have to I walk right to Belvedere. Nope. I'm saying in poor communities, there are more churches per capita than any community in the world, bro. Why the fuck is that? Why is that your go-to fixing? I'm telling you, it's different. Y'all keep mixing the Black community and their religion and their churches with everybody else. I'm saying we don't fit in that box with everybody else, yo. Everybody don't gotta walk down the street and run past a liquor store and the fucking church every block, dog. That is real and that is authentic. So don't think that's not a.
Let's skip over the liquor store. We'll skip over the liquor store. Let's jump over that. Go right to the church.
It is my contention that the church teaches
liquor store, pawn shop
this way.
The liquor store, the pawn shop, predatory lending, predatory lending, early pay cash.
Once again,
yeah, come
once
on,
again,
it
once
is my
again,
contention.
hold on for a minute. We're gonna let you get in your heroic speech. 1 second. I can't run over this. The things that Sosa just mentioned, they all fit as a blanket and a comforter to the Black community. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Sosa. I totally agree with you.
I agree too, but here is
the comforter. The pawn shop in a goddamn comforter. Early pay check cashing. These predatory loans that they disperse on these different Black individuals. Like, man, come on, the availability of jobs. There's a litany of things in there before you get the goddamn.
I said they serve. No, it's hand in hand. They serve the same purpose. You go to the church for help, you go to the pawn shop for help, you go to the predatory lending on your pawn, your fucking title away. It's all heavy in Black communities. Why?
Because niggas is, oh my, because niggas is broke.
Now it's niggas.
Pawn shops don't do pawn shops don't do well in prosperous areas, bro. Check cash, early check cashers don't do well in prosperous. You need a nigga that don't have enough income to make it to next week. You need people living check to check for that shit to flourish. That's what you need.
Thank you.
Let me tell you how the church teaches
so they
people how
come
to behave.
they come down and predatorize on the community just like the church did. Right.
Here's
First
the
evidence.
Need to
go to them churches.
This is how the church.
First, need to go to them churches and see what they're doing. Are they giving away?
Right?
See if they're giving away food. If they're doing food drives,
bow your
head.
Hold your hands in the air.
You proving our point, so you keep on talking.
See if the church has a daycare. You know what I'm saying? My auntie had a church with a day. See if they got a daycare program. See if they're giving away food, bro. See if there's a food drive. You can't just say the church is there and shit ain't right. You gotta examine the damn church.
Appreciate you, bro. Grandma, remember how they taught us how to pray? You gotta get on your knees, bow your head, hold your hands in the air.
On the way.
That's the same way they teach you how to get a little bit of rest.
The pawn shop, the liquor store, and the shark predator.
Think about it. Listen, it was my contention that the church teaches us how to behave. I said, listen how they taught us how to pray. Get on your knees, bow your head, hold your hands up in the air. That's exactly how you get under arrest.
Y'all team too, Corey. Y'all team, Corey.
That's exactly how you get under arrest.
You wrong for that, so
talk that shit, James.
What the pawn shop does?
Help him out so we can shoot that car.
That's what Sosa want to do. He want to tie us to James.
So he's gonna run out of gas. We will shoot y'all.
I ain't never seen you do this, so I ain't never seen you throw the kitchen sink before. So you damn near threw grandmama because you went to auntie.
Auntie is bad at the designs right now.
Auntie is close enough to grandmama for me.
All these bad advocate designs, man.
So Corey, wait, hey Corey, you know what we forget? That, watch this, one of the largest institutions in the Black community is what, ladies and gentlemen?
Say it again.
One of the largest institutions in the Black community is what? Matter of fact, the largest institution in the Black community is the church.
Is the church, right.
So if your largest institution is the church and it does nothing but have you fucking praying, you're going to be broke. You're going to be all the things we just mentioned. So I don't know why you think it's just about God. We're saying the whole institution itself.
The way they use it.
The way they use it. Thank you.
That's what we've been saying. It's the way
I'm gonna deal with that. But y'all was talking about religion being a hindrance.
No,
leave it on God. Don't try to switch that shit up. I'm gonna deal with that too. But don't try to switch up.
We showed you the Mormons. We talked about the Mormons, how they do good, and the Ash Wednesday do. And the Jewish, the guy, right? We told you they religion, they do good.
Economics to the goddamn African Americans.
No, they know how to use their religion. They use it for who it's supposed to be used for, and those people use it the right way.
So Black people need to use it right. I can agree with that. That's what you're saying. We should use our religion better, Corey.
Yeah, yes. The Black church is misusing it. And it's fucking us up. That's what I'm saying.
All right, because I want you to stand with me on that and pushing.
No, we started
that Black people got to use it.
We said that from the beginning, though.
No,
but I thought we said that from the beginning.
I don't care about that.
I want to understand why you was Corey.
So Corey, I don't want you to abandon me, bro. When I start saying that Black people need to use their religion better, I don't want you to be saying they need to throw that shit away.
Never was we hold on.
Listen,
wait. Hold on. That's not fair.
Nah, y'all said a bunch of shit. That was one of them, but y'all said a bunch of shit too.
See, you know what we doing now, we doing what we always do. When I said it 10 hours ago, when American Dream said what he said, and I went ham. You know why I went ham? I went ham for this fucking moment right here, so that we can reflect on what the fuck I said 10 hours ago. So we can reflect on what I said 10 hours ago. So to put us in the same category with the Mormons and everybody else is crazy. It's a whole different ball of wax when it comes to Black people. Black people out Jesus Christ and out Muhammad. We out Egyptian the motherfucking Egyptians. We out more the goddamn Moors. We out Native American the goddamn Native American. There's a mental problem there. People in 2022 running around in Egyptian outfits with unks on their goddamn elbow and charge $5,000 to become one of them. People really do that. People dress up in cowboy and Indian outfits. People run around and read the word fringe in the Bible and buy a t-shirt and cut the fringes on the motherfucker and swear that was talking about them. This is the Black community, y'all. We take that shit, it's a fucking movie to us. And social gonna sit there and act like it ain't a fucking movie. And we in the fucking movie, and the people that put us in the movie cause the whole conditions around the goddamn movie and say, yeah, play this role and it's gonna change who you is. That's a bunch of baloney, bro.
And so I wanna say though, right, Sosa, and this is for Sosa and for Larry Williams in the chat, right? When you're speaking to kids, right, you say, just say no to drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. You say, just say no, right? Do you disagree with that, Sosa? When you're talking to kids, you say, just say no to drugs, tobacco, and alcohol. Are you walking? You're in agreements with that, right? Yeah. Plain. You don't have to put no nuance on it, all the bullshit, blah, 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 blah. You don't got to do none of that, do you? All you got to do with the kids is say, just say no, kids, right? Mm-hmm. Right? That's the message, right? You agree
that was
with
Nancy
that.
Reagan's
I agree with that. Go ahead, tie it in.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure you agree with that, right? Mm-hmm. But when you're dealing with adults, right? You can say, like, bro, if you want to have a beer and smoke a joint, bro, I ain't got no problem with it, right? If you get off of work and you want to have a shot of vodka, that's your business, right? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, a nice tasty cigar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. With a nice glass of cognac, that's beautiful, man. You living life, man. You go ahead and do that. When you're talking to an adult, that's fine. You might not want to go too crazy, right? Don't abuse it, right? But it's fine for you to have that cigar and that glass of cognac, right? Yep, when you're talking to adults, right? Mm-hmm. So now let's tie this. That's my point about religion. Go ahead.
Go ahead. And your point about religion is
my point about
what?
My point about religion is, right. People I don't have a problem with people being able to practice religion, right? In my anti-theism, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that I don't want anybody practicing religion, right? I'm saying I'm anti the bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. So when I'm talking to the Black community, right, they already misusing the religion. So that's why I say don't do. I'm against it. That's why I say just say no to it, because it's wrong foundationally. From the foundation, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So all of the good programs, my church feed people on Mondays and shit like that. All of the good things that it's built on a fucked up foundation. So that's why I say just say no to that. You can't, all of the nuance that you want to bring up and all of that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's good and it sounds good, right? To maybe the white, like Unc said, you trying to put us on a level with the Mormons and shit like that, right?
No,
and all that kind of shit.
I did not. Y'all try to make them.
And you know what I mean? Like, we talking about the Black community. We're not talking about the Mormon community. I'm talking about the Jewish community and shit.
I'm talking about poor people and the wealth. Yeah. economic restraints in their
right. Those are the people you just say no to. You do the you got to say just say no. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know.
So your whole story was Nancy Reagan, man.
Nah, just say no or use it better, Corey, because Larry Williams want to know. Say no.
Nancy Reagan, that part was just an example. Don't go down that rabbit hole with Nancy Reagan. Don't do that.
Larry Williams say no or use it better.
Asking me, I'm saying yes to what you just said, Sosa, but you're asking me why I don't normally say that, and that's why I'm saying I just say no on the normally, right? But since we got into this conversation, right? Yeah, I could say y'all need to use it better, right? But we would have to go down a whole rabbit hole, right? In order to get to that, right? They would have to have your knowledge, right? For me to say, yo, y'all need to use it better. You know what I'm saying? But I can't say that to the Black community, right? So I just gotta say no. I just say no.
Because the Black community ain't as smart as me.
No, I'm just saying we at a disadvantage, and the way the church is used is foundationally flawed. That's what I'm saying.
And they're not as smart as me.
I ain't say they were smart. They haven't had the conversations that you had. It's some very intelligent people in the church, but they haven't had the experience in the conversation and read the things that you've read. That's what I'm saying.
So
you know what I would say.
When your construction site, is it filled with atheists or is it filled with religious people?
Wow, man!
Most of them don't realize, but they talk atheistic, right? I think if you would ask them individually, they would probably say, well, yeah, I'm a Christian, or yeah, I'm a Catholic, because that's how they was raised. But most people that do my job, they don't, like, God is never, they don't mention, like, God is not even close to, at least they don't bring that to their career, right? And they don't even, most people don't even, you know, their life ain't filtered around that. So like people on my crew, let me explain, you asked me a question. Like the people on my crew, when they get off of work, they do kind of the similar shit I do. They gonna go do a side job, right? And or they gonna go home and have dinner and have a beer or a joint, and they gonna go to sleep because they gotta get up at 5 o'clock.
Right. They know how to compartmentalize. Right.
Right.
So what field? Give me an example of a field where you walk into.
This is crazy, yo.
And you see more atheists.
I'm saying most fields probably could do that.
Man, it's serious, yo.
I'm trying to find that example.
So are you serious, though, Sosa? At this point, are you serious?
I didn't think I thought I've been serious the whole time.
So you really tell me you don't realize that human beings make religion, yo? And they make religions based off their experiences and based off their environment and based off their problem-solving ability, yo.
No, you just told me something, Brent.
You didn't know that's why they make, of course you did, because you studied psychology.
All right, come on,
okay, and then you truly understand that religion is an all psychological thing. So just imagine getting a religion, right? That you was either forced into or you converted to just based off your lack of having a religion that you did of your own. Based off of that situation right there, that would automatically put you to default. Then imagine being enslaved for 200 and something years under the banner of that religion. And then imagine being demonized based off you trying to practice your religion that your ancestors had that you know about. And then get punished for that. And then imagine laws being made against you being able to practice your religion, your shrines, you're acknowledging your family members that passed on, yo. Imagine hurting that, bro. And then imagine claiming you free, right? And then you get the memo late, and then you run right into motherfucking Jim Crow. No, sharecropping, where you on the same goddamn plantation and shit was free, right? On goddamn Sunday, when Monday hit, your ass was free. Now you had to pay for the room and the board and all that shit, right? You got credit from the goddamn store and all that shit. You had to pay for your motherfucking shit and still couldn't practice your religion. And then you got preachers basing this shit around your struggles early in the game.
right? And they preach that good old-fashioned Baptist Christianity where Lord gonna solve the damn problem. And then imagine
and how wrong it is to not pay tax.
I'm not finished yet. Let me finish. Oh, all that shit. All that crazy shit. And then imagine, bro, check this out. At the end of the goddamn day, the preacher giving you goddamn salvation, right? Because he teaching the white man shit. And watch this. We talked about education being a key point. Well, goddamn, they wouldn't even let you read the goddamn shit. You couldn't even read the shit, let alone get an education. But they allowed your ass to go to church, though. That's one place your black ass could go, was the church and get salvation. So then you went through Jim Crow. Then you got to do all that Jim Crow shit now. You walk to a bathroom, it got white only, right? White people got the good cause, right? White people got the white Jesus. Imagine that. Then you got to go through goddamn civil rights movement. And then the greatest figure in the civil rights movement is another goddamn Baptist goddamn preacher. But he don't solve the problem with Jesus Christ, though. He pray and do all that. He got high-powered lawyers, but you don't really understand that based off your educational level. You don't understand that it wasn't Jesus Christ to help you get out of that situation. It was the preacher who actually had high, intelligent lawyers, right, who made the supreme, who was a justice, right? They actually got that shit through, but all along they tell you, yo, Jesus made that right. Fuck the fact that you walked and got busted in the head and made the world see that you were vulnerable human beings and white people crazy. The hell with all that shit. The hell with all that shit that people lost their lives and got hung and got strung the fuck up. The hell with all that shit. The hell with people say that's some backwards ass shit them white people doing over there. The hell with the fact that people got behind you. And at the end of the day, after the world community got behind you, they said it was Jesus Christ that saved you. Because your community actually said that. They didn't break it down to you on what really transpired. They said it was God is good. Imagine that, bro. Yeah, I'll show you a whole generation of niggas just gangbanging. Let me finish my point. You show me that and I'll show you a whole generation of motherfucking gangbanging. Yeah, I'm going long. I'll show you a whole generation of niggas got decimated by crack. Me, Heron, me, my community, me. I'll show you a whole motherfucking community of people, you know what I'm saying, gangbanging and killing each other, shooting each other, black on black crime. I'll show you a whole generation that shit is motherfucking systemic in our community, bro.
Because the church was the biggest institution. Is his bottom line. That's his foundation. That's his foundation.
Everything you just named, African Americans flow through all that with their religion intact. All the way up to Martin Luther King and the whole shit up to 2022. We got now the most intelligent niggas, and somehow the most intelligent niggas can't overcome what the fuck their ancestors did and turn the goddamn 400,000 or 500,000 motherfuckers to 44 million, all with their religion intact. They ain't less religious people now than it was back then. Like, come on, man, it's just crazy.
There's contradictions out there.
There are less religious people now than there were back then.
Once Christianity was adopted, that shit became widespread in the African community. I'm talking about percentile, bro. Hell no, man. Most of the movements you see are the anchors their
religious movement, yo. They religious.
The anchors their religion.
Yo. Nation of Islam, a religious movement, yo. Black Christian nationalists, the religious movement. Once again,
what an atheist
going back to the Jesus Christ.
What an atheist.
There ain't no atheist movement. Atheists have secular
atheism didn't get you. So atheism didn't get you none of your goddamn civil rights. None of that shit.
No,
religious folks. The niggas that were getting killed to vote.
That's a false.
The niggas that went out there and got killed to vote and got their ass beat up, marching in front of these white folks and sitting in front of the bus. The niggas were religious people.
People don't.
Jesus did it. Jesus did it, Sosa. Jesus did it, Sosa. So Jesus did it, Sosa. That's what you said.
I'm talking about the people who had a religion. Now you want to say Jesus?
So Jesus did it.
No, I'm saying that people had a religion, bro. Like, why are you trying to pigeonhole
those same people saying Jesus did it? Thank
did
God.
They have a religion or did they not have it? This is my question, bro. I ain't getting into all other shit. Did they have a religion or did they not?
Well, let's not forget the college students. Let's not forget the college students.
In despair, right?
Right.
They were also religious. They were also religious. Feel me?
That's fine, but
show me the statute or law that was got passed by atheists.
That's a false dichotomy.
The Constitution.
Logical reason.
Crazy ass.
Yeah, that's a fallacy.
That's completely illogical.
That you commit.
Constitution.
The separation between church and state.
African American.
Let me tell you why. Listen,
all
even
the
officials, even the elected officials right now,
Quakers and all
they swear on the. Well, they don't have to use the Bible, but they choose the Bible to swear, and they say, "So help me God." Even in the freaking courtroom, man. What you talking about?
The abolition movement was that an atheist movement?
No,
the abolition movement.
Give me some examples.
It didn't. See, that's the problem, Sosa. You know, that's a religious argument that you make.
Jesus.
Well, show me an atheist that did something. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like,
show me somebody.
You're telling me that religion is a
whether they got to go
hindrance,
to church or not.
but you don't have no examples of it, bro.
I'm
Because
gonna show you how it's
where you all got now was about
people don't
based on what you said.
People don't do things based on their non-belief. They do things based on what they believe in. So because I'm an atheist, right? But I wouldn't do things based on my atheism, my non-belief in God. If I see a cause, I would do things because I believe in that cause. You see what I'm saying? So saying, "Oh, I don't see an atheist do this," like people just join groups.
The Quakers
join groups that they see fit for their cause that they see fit for, right? So if I saw fit for the Black community, if I see inequality in the Black community, I believe in that, right? So I would join organizations to, you know what I'm saying, to mitigate that. You know what I'm saying? It's not, oh, because I'm an atheist, I'm gonna do this and that. It doesn't work like that, Sosa. So like that argument is null and void, bro. It don't work like that.
When Sosa made it claim that religion serves as feel good in moments of despair, right? Yes, but does it provide solutions that you don't end up in that same church week after week, getting rid of this despair that you had from Monday to Friday to Saturday, waiting to get back in church to get some relief from that despair again for 40, 50 years?
The church ain't going to church. The sole purpose of going to church is not just to give up goddamn grief. You know what I'm saying? It's a social community. So people go there to bond and connect with that social community, bro. It's a sense of belonging, bro. Humans organize themselves into groups, and that social group that they have is fundamental to them in that development, bro.
Okay. Of course, you're not going to answer the question.
Of course, I answered the question, bro.
No, you didn't.
I told you that. You said, was it related to go there? I said that it's a that's a false equivocation because people don't keep returning to church because of grief. So that's.
I didn't say grief. I say despair.
Despair, bro. Grief, despair, bro. It's the same shit.
Financial.
It's the same shit.
Your dad only died once. Your mama only died once. You're in financial despair. Your kids are dysfunctional. Your kids are dysfunctional. You can't pay your bills. And you go to church every week praying and hoping God fixes it. And after 40 years, did God or the church fix it?
That's not why people go to church, bro. So I don't know how many ways I can spend it.
Yeah, they go to church.
Money is a social community, bro. It's a social group.
I agree with Sosa on that one.
Because social group.
Because when my mama go to church, she goes to talk to Sister Clara on Wednesday. She goes to do the Bible study. And she talks about all this when he comes back, and they got this thing going on, and we're going to dinner then. Dude, it's a whole social sort of atmosphere that they have going on there. And outside of that, bro, maybe not. Maybe she wouldn't. But you know what? But you know what? My problem.
How does the church help?
But you know what?
I can't get an answer for that question.
But again, you know what? My biggest problem is with the I guess you would say not only just the Black church, but the church is asking for tithes for people on a fixed income. Right, all of the grandmama that's retired and on Social Security and all of this
money. They give the most
Exactly.
money, bro.
So I
You
walked
should not
away,
be-
and
you
Granny
should
done
not be
eased
asking-
into the conversation.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
don't be asking auntie that's on a fixed income to donate 10% of her social security check to the church.
Yeah. So even if it's not the
that's
church,
the beef I got.
I'm convinced.
Nope.
Granny was on the way. I knew
Hey,
Granny was on the way.
there it is.
Granny,
So it's
Granny
not the
has
church.
arrived.
Keep her
I
out.
knew Granny was coming.
But you can't tell her that.
You heard?
You can't tell her that.
So now I ask a question based on a specific reason when we're discussing the relationship between the state of our communities and the fact that these churches are there. We get all kind of reasoning that what quantifies why the church is in the poor communities. And I'm asking if these churches are in these poor communities to deal and help cope with the despair. It would be self-defeating to the church to actually teach these people how to not be in that situation, because once they're not in that situation, they won't need a church. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to keep people in a state of mind and a state of being that they constantly need that crutch. So like any way you turn or twist it, there is no benefit to the community having these institutions there.
The pastors do give like a marriage counseling, relationship counseling and shit like that.
Yes. Yeah, that's the problem. Everybody,
they do things like that. But every week a nigga ain't going to church because they're in the daughter
and sleeping with the wife.
No, you talking about pastors sleeping with the wife.
It's not the church then. It's
all pastors.
Relax.
Yeah, that's a low blow. That's a low blow, Sid.
No. Don't worry about those.
He threw his gun. That's all good. He threw his gun. That's what happened. They get upset.
No, what Cedric? Well, how was that a low blow? What Cedric say? It was a low blow.
I said, you're going to a pastor who's unqualified, untrained. He's reading the Bible for counseling, and he's sleeping with your wife and the kids.
Hold on, freeze that.
And
Hold on, Cedric. I heard you. Now watch this, Cedric. Unbeknown to you, this is what I was about to say. The very fact that Black people think that the unqualified pastor should even remotely be close to being somebody that you sit down with marriage counseling shows how we misuse the institution once again, bro. So if your preacher is your marriage counselor, you're in fucking trouble. Like that cannot be your financial and all the shit that we use the preachers for, bro. Like we got to think about this, yo. Why is it that our community, right, having high incidence of mental illness, find it to be a problem to go to a psychiatrist? Why is it that Black men at high rates feel it a problem to go to the doctors? Why is it the Black community at high rates wasn't getting vaccinated? Because they was definitely going to the church, you know what I'm saying, and do this whole pandemic thing. They was looking at on the video, right?
What's the percentage of Black people that got vaccinated?
I don't know. At the end of the day, yo,
if you don't know, how are you making a statement?
No, come on, yo, we did shows on this shit, bro. How we got under vaccinated, bro. Come on, man. You know what I see you doing now, yo? You're doing the Sheffrin thing. You're doing the Sheffrin thing now. You're doing the Sheffrin thing now, bro. I'm not getting Sheffrin do that shit. And then Sheffrin do that shit. It just start arguing. You know damn well we did shows on that.
Making shit up.
Yeah, we know that, man.
Now you're making shit up.
I ain't gonna
listen.
Then he gonna ask why broke people ain't seeking out a goddamn psychiatrist or psychologist. Nigga, they broke.
I'm not doing that, bro.
What are you talking about?
They broke.
People with psychological issues. People with marriage issues.
You get free medical care
go
in
to
America,
professional
bro.
counseling, not a church.
You get free medical care in America, yo. What you talking about?
Out here paying for goddamn
psychiatrists. Yes, they do, man. You know what you talking about. Now you playing. Now you just talking. See? On purpose.
He already said church means broke. So I'm cool with that statement.
Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah,
I didn't say church means broke.
That's what you
said. Church means broke.
I asked it in three different ways. So
I said
in three different ways.
Religion shows up. Religion shows up where people are in despair.
And what does it do?
He said
provides emotional relief for anxiety for people that are in despair.
Where you find the church. He said, wherever you can find the church people at, the religious people at, that's where you're gonna find the broke people at, right? So listen, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. Well, is there any comment on what I said?
Goddamn,
That
take
is
a
church
I can put
correct.
a period on
Yeah,
that.
we can put a pin in that.
Jeffrey said,
Now,
Jeffrey
right,
L,
take an
if I'm
introductory course to
if I'm gonna take some advice from Sheffrin L,
yeah, me too.
Sheffrin L say you got to know when to put a period
Put a
on
pin
something.
in it. You're gonna catch a law.
Yeah, goddamn it, we gonna put a period right there. He say,
I'm actually following you. Hey, Sosa, you got. Hey, Sosa,
And speaking of Chef, look at what he's sharing. He is a troublemaker. You are a troublemaker, sir.
Hey, Sosa, based off the fact that there are more churches in the Black community, right? More spaces for more poor people to go and be in. I put a pin in that. You're absolutely right, yo. You're right.
Right. The more right. What about liquor stores?
It's Jesus is the problem.
What about drug
The
addicts?
liquor stores does an assessment of how many churches before they open.
Hey, he said the church is the same thing as the cash. The cash place, the check cash.
I did not.
He said all
the
that.
same niggas.
I did not say that.
Basically, what you said, they the same
niggas. Blaming things on church without considering the economic situation and saying just because they're poor, it's religion, and not even evaluating the damn economic
Them credit sharks
on a case by
case.
Case.
How much churches got in the community?
Take Jesus out the church and watch it flourish.
Right. That's how you feel.
James,
the pawn shop does an assessment.
Bring up Mississippi. You know, bring up Mississippi without dealing with the damn economic restraints that happen in Mississippi. That shit is crazy.
What?
The pawn shop makes an assessment. They got 40 churches in 2 square miles. We need at least 6. We need at least 6
Sosa in the same car. I'm in the car with Sosa, man.
Yeah, I'm with Sosa too.
I'm in the car with Sosa.
No, y'all can't ride. I'm in the goddamn.
I'm with you.
I'm on a motorcycle. I'm on a motorcycle. I ain't carrying you over.
No, you got the motorcycle with the.
I'm on a motorcycle.
On the outside.
With the side.
No, I ain't even got the seat on. I ain't even got the seat on. I'm standing up. Ain't no seat. Just a pole. Standing up. I'm standing up riding that motherfucker.
Soon I'm gonna have the whole
niggas can't ride with
killers on the plane.
I niggas can't ride with me. I'll walk for you. I get gas money. I'm good. I'm good. I only live 30 miles away. Only live 30 miles away, partner. I'm good.
The Credit Sharks makes an assessment. They got 60 churches. Oh, we need a major branch down here. This is some bull folk. We gonna make some money.
I'm with y'all, bro. I'm putting a pin in. I know how to take good advice. Bro. I'm not arguing with y'all no more. Y'all. All the broke people are in the church. You're right. All the broke nations dying the most. You're right. I'm done, yo. Fuck it. Y'all can understand that though, can't you? I bet you can't philosophize on that point. Man. I bet you can't understand.
Crazy.
I'm crazy.
I bet you can't get past that with your smart ass.
Right. I ain't gotta get past
Figure that one out, nigga.
I use your same source. I use the same source you provide.
Yeah, great.
Pseudo dies at the source.
You're right. You're right.
No,
yo. I ain't dying on that, yo.
They said one hypothesis you read, and you dove out the window
and go get
on
the other
one hypothesis.
I mean,
hey,
go
get
the
other one with
your
smart ass.
Go get the other one with your smart ass. Cedric. Hey, Cedric, the game, let them do that, bro. Don't do it. Trust me, yo. Let them have that. We read it. We you right, yo. You got us, yo. The broke nations is the most religious. You got you. Black people with the black church is the brokest motherfuckers, yo. You're right, yo.
I'm just gonna lie.
Right, we find the reason we find high birth rates among poor people is religion.
Not a problem, bro. Not a problem, bro.
The reason we find high birth rates
cheated
because religion. We find high birth rates around poor people is religion.
Religion has a problem with sex education. It doesn't teach sex education.
Religion don't teach sex abstinence.
It talks about abstinence, and it talks about purity, and it talks about all that nonsense. Is why the children are uneducated, not knowing what to do, and babies come out of that.
Why do we see higher birth rates among poor people?
I don't know. You changed the conversation.
No. Because Cedric has made a claim. But why do we see that? Why does that
Cedric did?
Because the preacher's daughter.
You asked the direct link.
You already made your statement. Said why do you think
so? In reference to what you said, so
I get it. I already heard what you said. I want statement on that.
On what? Okay.
How do we
change the
find higher birth
conversation,
rates
man.
among impoverished people?
But they ain't got no money to get the shit. The education and all that.
Because of the health care.
And because of the birth rate, because of the right, the life expectancy in birth, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So they produce more children because the likelihood of more children surviving is greater when you produce more children.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, like in Africa and stuff like that. Yeah, they misuse that stat against Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But is that the reason that there is a highest level of teenage pregnancy in the Bible Belt in the U.S.?
I don't know if that's the case.
Oh yeah, they did a study on that though.
I think it's the corn
amongst Americans, not just black people.
Go get
It's the corn.
Americans.
A lot of those young girls are corn fed out there.
Go get it.
There you go. There you go.
Oh man.
Stop it.
I mean, it's plausible explanations, man.
Hey, but you know, Social did point out something that was great though. He did say like, you know, just like you can find the church in the black community, you can find the liquor stores.
Yeah,
you can find the predatory loan people. You know what I mean?
On the same block.
Yeah,
same
all
block.
in the
Same block, nigga.
That's what I say.
Popeye chicken. Popeye chicken.
Pawn
Popeye
shop. All
They
that.
make an assessment of how many churches before they set up shop.
Right.
And you got the drug dealer selling dope outside the church. Let's not forget that. It's all in the game.
And the Arab store that sell a single roll of toilet tissue for $3.
Yeah. And loose cigarettes. Let's not forget the loose
Yeah.
cigarettes for $1.
Man, don't feel bad about the church, man. I lived in Crown Heights, and even the Hasidic rabbinical students was coming down to Kingston and Pacific to buy that crack back in the
That
day.
ain't what we're talking about, right? That ain't what
The
we're talking
Hasidim
about.
with their black and white curly on the side, all of that.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
That's
We
it.
ain't talking about that.
That's a fact, but that's an element, you know.
So like all of those
They go to
factors,
rehab though.
those are the factors that's playing economic detrimental part in the black community, right? Those are the factors. And we're not saying the church is the only culprit right here. That's not what we're saying here. Again, what we're saying is the church helps exacerbate that. The church is one of the culprits, right? Well, we got Nzinga on the damn.
Yeah, Brandon, since you shown that shit,
I had to take a picture with my boo thing.
Yeah. You was at the museum.
At the museum.
What did it say?
Somebody need to write an angry letter. I'm gonna write an angry letter to them motherfuckers. She ain't even African American. The hell she doing in our museum?
Look, when you read the thing, what did it say, yo? When you read it?
Hold on.
That's how much psychological trap the white man got y'all in. They're not goddamn slave.
You know what African Americans. You know what was interesting about this? Because I've been through this museum probably 10 times because I get relatives that come into the city. And first thing they want to see, they want to go to the African American Museum, right? And this time we went through, I did sort of an experiment, right? And this is like the first level that you go through it. If you've ever been to this, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, it starts you around the 1400s, right? And it starts at the very beginning. Exactly. And it sort of brings you through all the way up to modern times. And this is the entrance. This is the beginning of the exhibit, right? They have Oleano Equiano down there and all these things. And I asked some regular African Americans, right? Not conscious community African Americans, just African Americans. I said, hey, you know what? One of the debates that I've been having online was about this particular woman, Queen Nzinga, and her participation in the slave trade in West Africa. And I went through the spiel of it, and I gave them sort of a balanced approach to it. And I said, what are your thoughts? Right. And it was like, that's interesting. And they walked off.
Right. They don't even consider that shit. She'll be like, nobody's even challenged that position. We just readily accept that shit.
Regular African Americans are like,
We're talking about the
Be
curated at the
selective in what we
museum, y'all.
choose to challenge, huh?
Right. It was like one of those things that we was like,
That's
okay.
hilarious, though.
One of the ladies, she was like, well, sounds like she did what she had to do to sort of protect her community, right? It was like
Wow.
the thing.
Wow. See,
One person said that,
say that.
It was a black woman said that. It sounds like she had to. Here are her exact words. It says, "Sounds like she did what she had to do." I was like, okay, that would I would understand that.
Brenda, you should have asked her.
Another one.
Why? What would you find out?
Hold on, let them say the other one, y'all.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Another one, like I say, they listened to it and said that's interesting, and they walked off. Right. Again, like I say, this was like a group that I was with, and I was giving them the sort of the backstory on it. Of course, throughout the entire exhibits, I was sort of narrating and giving my thoughts about some things, right? But this part was very interesting. It was almost like they weren't really concerned on that level, right? In terms of what it was, and in terms of her participation, it wasn't as much as it wasn't a visceral sort of reaction. We were getting visceral reactions from the colonial participation when we talk about, okay, well, how many people were introduced into the slave trade by the Dutch or the Portuguese or the British. Those are areas where we got that visceral reaction. This was more of like a which
you can figure that out. Because you can figure that out.
And you know what, Brenda? It's the same thing when we look at violence in the Black community, right?
How you feeling today, Chef? How you doing?
I'm cool, bro. It's the same thing when how white people say, man, look at the amount of murders and shit that goes on amongst yourselves. The moment the police or a white person kill a Black person, we go crazy. You feel me? It's
interesting, very interesting. Yeah,
exactly. So when we're talking about slavery, we don't get aggravated over the Black participation in it. We only get aggravated over the white participation in it. Yo, we gotta get our shit. If it's wrong for harm to come to a human being, it shouldn't matter what color the person is that inflicts harm. Hold on a second. It should not matter what the color is of the motherfucking corporate that inflicts harm on another human being. This shit is out of hand. We got a mental block. But go ahead, sir.
But again,
we
the
need
reason
to
why
stop retrofitting our modern day morality on a time past where human labor was the industry of
you see the fuck shit?
Cedric, they are retrofitting the same shit with the goddamn colonial Europeans.
Exactly.
The same shit. It's no different. Nobody said, listen, we're not gonna look, man, the European, that was the shit that was going on back then. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that you can't retrofit 2020. Nah, nigga, they say that shit is wrong and it's fucked up.
Nah, you can't look at Black Lives Matter and that's you
why.
Can't say, here's the fact.
Hold on.
Killing Black people cause they Black. You understand what I'm saying?
Hold on, man.
Hold on. And that's why I sort of use this as a social experiment when I was asking the people about it, right? Because I wanted to get the regular African American sort of reaction to it, right? Not a conscious community reaction to it. These are just regular, normal people who don't know Nzinga. They don't know any of these conversations that we were having, right? What would their initial sort of gut feeling reaction would be, right? And I think Chef has something. He's on to something. He's like that sort of the almost like it's not as a big of a deal, right? When we do it to ourselves, I don't know, but go ahead.
Because we're not doing it to ourselves because we're Black.
No, come on, man, you yelling, man. Stop. Y'all yelling in my daggone ear. Y'all yelled out the thing. Listen, man. So if y'all want to put the Nzinga in the same category with police shooting unarmed black people, and black people being up in arms about the police department shooting black people, and not being up in arms about we shooting each other. First of all, that ain't even the fucking truth. The community is up in arms about gangbangers shooting each other. We do care about that. It's what the news decides, the media decides to popularize, right? So we have so people losing their kids, man. They're not covering that as much as they cover the other incidents. It's more newsworthy when the police shoots a person. All this shit needs to be covered, bro. And the way they cover it is totally different. We can't sit and act like it's not. So I just would like to say, are you telling me, right, the museum that paid millions of dollars dedicated to the African Americans, y'all basically telling me that those curators, those museums are so fucking stupid that they don't know who the fuck Queen Nzinga is? I think y'all over y'all skis on this one. I think y'all know what the hell y'all talking about. I think they absolutely know who Queen Nzinga is. That's why they got a black ass at the entrance when you get off that fucking elevator, so you can see her fucking face with all her imperfections. They know, and they hoping you look her motherfucking ass up so that you would truly understand the motherfucking conditions that we had to go through. And there was a black woman amongst your motherfucking ass that stood all the way up. Simple as that. I think they know what they was doing, bro. I think y'all know what the hell y'all talking.
It's the fight. The fight against colonialism, right? That's the exactly. That was the piece they highlighted. Her fight against colonialism.
And they don't have, and African Americans in general are ignorant in terms of Nzinga's whole background. And I assure you, if African Americans actually challenge the fact that you have a goddamn slaver who participated in the slave trade, I guarantee they will remove that exhibit, bro. But African Americans aren't even to the point to where they even have the prowess to even challenge that shit.
Yeah, I know.
But you know what? You know what's the crazy thing?
Hold on, Brendan.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She actually didn't become a slave with you. Y'all three niggas said. Prior to that, y'all was the only three niggas on planet Earth that said that. Right? We can read the historical account and what history says she is.
We know we can look up the definition of a slave and see if she fit it. You don't gotta do what niggas say.
I'm not mad at y'all.
If I'm an asshole, they don't gotta say I'm an asshole. All we gotta do is look up the criteria.
Go ahead, Brendan.
You can imagine.
And this brings me right to my point.
Hey, you can imagine
our morality.
You can imagine the side eye looks that I got when I was standing in front of that. When I said that, yes, this black woman was responsible for selling thousands into slavery, just to have a conversation, but I was having it balanced, right? I was giving it. But when I said that, the kind of looks that black, white, and everything. Remember, this is a very emotional sort of exhibit. I've seen people crying and leaving this place, right? It's very, very emotional in terms of this. And when we were having this particular conversation, you can imagine some of the looks and what was going on, right? Back and forth. But again, like you were saying, a lot of them, they're not as privy to some of these details of the conversations that we have, right? That's why I say it was very interesting to get the take on just regular people, regular African Americans. What do you think, right? With this kind of thing.
Well, they can't simplify Nzinga.
Imagine where she's posted at, though. Hey, Seth, you haven't been there yet, right? To the museum, right?
No.
So imagine them putting a slaver right there. Y'all got to read that. If you look at the whole exhibit, it's deep, yo.
Yeah.
Like the shit is downright deep, very educational. Like they put her there for a reason, yo. It, obviously, the people that you thought she was in, maybe they understood the whole context of the shit, right? You know what I'm saying? They got access to documents y'all just don't have. Like they was meticulous in this museum. They wasn't playing.
Right, and this is a centerpiece. Look how big this exhibit, that piece there. I'm standing up alongside of it. It's a huge centerpiece. You've been there, It's a huge centerpiece. Yep.
Because she's a traditional one that they throw up. They've been throwing it up. That's all they've been doing.
Right?
I'm saying we had the whole discussion and we still neglect to appreciate the nuance of the discussion, what she was able to do in her time in space, and the pawns that she had to move on that chessboard. So simplifying her to a slaver is bullshit. However, if we take into context the African participation in the slave trade, we have to say, yes, the Africans did participate in this capacity, that capacity, based on these factors, that factors. And all of us was engaging in slavery. She just was better at it. She just was more diplomatic. She was more strategic. And this is what we failed to, what we're overlooking. She wrote letters to the Pope. She played chess with Portugal. They weren't able to touch her. These are the factors when we say she's a slaver. You can't just say that in a vacuum because it's disingenuous. I won't say that she didn't participate, but we can't be disingenuous and say she's a slaver.
How many other Africans did it have in there? I was just curious.
Man, most of them were Africans or either slaves, right? You know, so the entire exhibit is about African Americans and African slaves.
Not just I'm talking about I'm talking about African
indigenous.
I'm talking about Africans on the continent. Did they have like Shaka Zulu in there? Did they have like Nelson Mandela in there?
No, I wasn't about that.
Yeah, this is about mostly African Americans, but again, right, so
then why would
Shaka Zulu fought colonialism also?
Yeah, why was she in it and not Shaka Zulu?
We're gonna call him and ask him. Yeah, I think
you know what I would say. Just like my wife asked me, he said, "Well, why didn't they show what was it? They call it Greenwood or Black Wall Street, the atrocity that happened in Black Wall Street." And you know what I told her? I said, well, you know, in terms of showing things like the entirety of history, right? You're limited by finance and space, right? So you're picking the things that you want to highlight, right? You can't show everything, of course, right? Because you're limited by space and finance.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's filled with African Americans, right? She's an African. How many other? Give me an example. What was another African that they had in there?
They had what I mentioned, Oleano Equiano. What's his name? He's he's considered an African, right?
Yeah, but he came to America. He came to America. He was actually in America and
You're talking about indigenous.
Yeah, nigga that didn't leave.
Right.
Niggas in Africa.
Most of the exhibit was either like people who were either slaves or that were people that were brought over, had a I guess you would say had a life on the continent and were brought over. So, you know, yes, that's what it was about, especially in that early time when they showed it. That's what they were focused on.
Right. That's what I was saying.
It would make no sense for her to be in there.
Crazy. Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
I'll show you the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. Now, just look at it. It is propaganda. The picture that they have up, as big as that is, she looked like goddamn a Victorian England. Goddamn, that is propaganda, yo. And we don't even realize that shit, man. That lady, if you're gonna talk about African history, at least, right? No, at least portray them in a more realistic way that she would have looked in her fucking time, yo, in her country.
Wow.
That rendition of her is a Victor. It looked like something from the goddamn the Harlem Renaissance, right? She looked like
picture back up, Brendan.
This is a very famous rendition of Nzinga.
Exactly.
It's in the book. Let me give you the full. No, I'm gonna give you the I just downloaded the full exhibit picture, right? And let me pull this up. All right, I'll pull it. Hold on,
why are you putting the full exhibit picture up there, right? I'm pretty sure the website probably talks about her, But Queen Nzinga bought this. She was filthy. She had her bread, dog. Like she loved shopping. She loved buying those clothes like that. Right. She had her traditional wear and she had her she loved to dress, yo. She loved to dress. She loved to show her femininity. Right. She loved and she bought those no more than we run around in suits and all that. So that's
okay.
If that's the issue, right?
All right, you guys see that?
Traditional shit. No, it's not coming up. Yeah, that's it.
This is
what it say?
Hold on. Let me stop this. I'm going to pull this over. I've got dual screens here. I'm going to pull it over on my
Can't we? Don't the website? Does the website have an explanation of her?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. But this is at the actual exhibit explanation here. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
just
but they
a
tell you
second,
Queen Nzinga bought a lot of clothes and silks and all that shit. Like who I mean, now we're gonna knock her for being fly.
No, I'm not doing it.
She ain't want the fucking grass goddamn going skirt. She want the fucking silk jump.
You telling me that they didn't have clothes?
What?
Okay.
You said they wore grass.
They didn't have those.
Let's get they wore grass, yo. Like that.
Let's get the.
No, you actually said that.
Yeah, let's get
that more than what it was. Dude, we can go to traditional Congolese clothes now, bro.
This is what the thing.
Kind of skirts and stuff they ain't had the silk. Ain't no silk now you getting from China. I mean, y'all being funny right now.
You got the crown and let's see this. This is 15th. Remember we talked about we started around the 14th to the 15th century, right? Right. It says the making of the Atlantic world. It says in the 1400s, national boundaries. I'm sorry.
He said she didn't want to wear the grass.
I said she didn't want to wear it. It's the truth. She ain't, obviously for that picture, she didn't want to wear the traditional shit.
Can you guys
see whatever was made, whatever material? Because they do got grass.
Wow, boy. He wild, boy.
But I'm fucked up towards Africa.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we get.
Yeah. You just talking all over me. Damn. Oh, okay. Let me read this. You asked me to bring it up. You asked me to bring it up. Let me read this shit.
Chef over there hating that fine grass.
All right.
That Kentucky blue. They had that
Kentucky
blue.
Damn.
Go ahead, yo.
Let me know.
Go ahead, read that bullshit, man.
What Congolese grass? So they hating over there.
The chat is already read it right now. I'm taking this down.
No. What they say? What they say about this?
It says in the 1400s, national boundaries did not exist as they do today. African and European peoples had traded for centuries across the Mediterranean. Exchanging diverse goods, cultures, and knowledge. An Atlantic world was forming that connected people and ports along the Atlantic Ocean's rim. By the 1600s, an unanticipated shift took place. The primary commodity became enslaved African peoples. This is their story, right? And this is the beginning of it, right?
Read what's underneath that.
Okay, say, I admit I am sickened at the purchase of slaves, but I must be mum, for how could we do without sugar or rum? They're a commodity. They're basically saying that they're a commodity.
That is nuts.
You nasty,
but this
dirty.
Oh
shit.
Right.
That shit is in the museum.
Nigga, but how can I resist for the sugar and rum? Like, you got to understand, baby. That
man, go ahead and read. Man, go ahead.
But that isn't a quote from Nzinga. That's a quote from William Cowper. Right.
Right. Look
so,
at him dive
see there. Yeah. Don't do that.
White man. That's a quote from a white man. You can't believe him.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. I missed all that, man.
This is.
I'm confused, Brendan. I'm confused. What is going on? Because they chanting and shit like they scored a touchdown on the wrong.
Yeah, that's not Nzinga's word.
Dirty dog.
What they say about her? What they say about her?
This is it. This is the extent of what they say about her.
God.
This is it.
That's it. That's all
this
they
huge,
say.
This huge image. This is what I was standing by earlier. This is
y'all don't
the
believe
image.
William. Y'all don't
right
believe
here.
Y'all don't believe what William said about her. That guy's name is William that wrote that, right?
William Copper. I'm sure he was
y'all don't
trader.
believe him?
He was trading. Yeah, he was trading. Yep. That's it.
You don't believe him?
Now, I fully believe him. You know, African slaves were a commodity at the time, right? And they purchased them. They purchased African slaves as a commodity off the West Coast, right? And
but William said that. But who is it in reference to? I guarantee if William was from Europe, more than likely he had access to rum and sugar. So who would be getting tricked? What nation would be benefiting or wanting the rum and the goddamn sugar?
Because they definitely ain't getting it from the goddamn Congo.
Exactly. So that sentiment of that statement has to be attributed to somebody.
All right, man. Put it on her, yo. I'm with you.
Remember, these people that were doing these trades, they didn't only trade in slaves, right? These ships, they were trading in all types of commodities.
No, he said, I admit.
Crazy.
He's talking about the purchase of slaves. So he's specific.
With slaves.
Specific. He's talking about slaves. He's talking about the other commodities. He's talking about slaves.
Yep. But you have to look at it in context because he says at the very bottom, it's like, for how could I do without sugar or rum? Same thing. It's like I trade in sugar and rum, the same thing as a commodity. Sugar and rum are commodities. I look at the slaves as a commodity as well, even though, right, it is it's more a distasteful sort of endeavor.
So he's saying it was a hard choice because, man, that sugar and rum was so crucial. Like, then I have to give that up for slaves.
And as well as
you need the sugar for the rum.
That was just equal. Like, man, that's equal.
And who was he getting the slaves from? Why is it on this picture? Y'all not getting this.
They're talking about the commoditization of slaves, of bodies. Right, because when you go through it, it talks about how slaves were a commodity of the time, right? They talk about, okay, well, a slave was traded for like for anything. Okay, well, like for instance, like a slave, like for instance, or their skills, right? Like for instance, this person was skilled at blacksmithing. Right, I would give this as a gift, and the person, the slave, would be more worth as a higher commodity because they had a skill at being a blacksmith. They were a commodity. Right?
How does this connect to Queen Nzinga, though, Brendan?
Because slaves were considered a commodity, right?
No, she wasn't a slave.
Again, she was a slaver. She sold slaves. She sold slaves, right? They talk about,
you can't call her a slave because Uncle said nobody has to call. You can't do that, bro. Nobody has.
Well, she sold slaves, but again,
but apparently that's not a slaver. So
you got to say it like
diverse goods
without the ER. You can't put the ER on it. You got to put an A on
it. It says in the 1940s, national boundaries did not exist as they do today. African and Europeans peoples traded. They had traded for centuries across the Mediterranean, exchanging diverse goods. These diverse goods, cultures, and knowledge, right? And a part of that was that trading was the trade of slaves. Right?
Tell them what she was.
Which we all know.
What was she?
Yeah, she wasn't a slave. She's slave. She was traded slave.
She was slave. Yeah, she was.
You can't call her a slave just because you traded slaves. You can't call her a slave. That's
extreme. That's extreme.
I'm gonna let y'all get y'all shit off.
That's extreme. Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Do me a favor, Brendan.
Let's stop this.
Okay, I see. No, put that up there. I want you to read the whole
Rebel the Sound says she did not sell slaves. She sold prisoners.
No, did you read the whole thing? Did you read the whole thing, Brendan? Because I didn't hear that.
Yeah, okay. It says say in the 1400s.
He's being facetious.
No, I'm not. No,
it's master class.
Y'all laugh.
And it's master class, right?
Let's give.
Come on, man. Can you just read it though straight through with no interruptions?
Yo, it's been up for hours.
Read that. Nah, man, y'all cracking jokes. No, y'all talk through the whole thing. I'm sitting here as a guest listening, and y'all crack cheering. I thought y'all was at a football game.
No, you read it twice.
Yeah, she's a slaver. Yeah. And none of y'all niggas went to the museum and talked to the curator. Yo, y'all could do that, right? And say, yo, why could get this piece here? See? All right.
In the master class, though, when we take that shit, they make the same type of argument that Seti was making. In the master class, they were saying like that shit is a fallacious argument, bro.
This isn't the primary commodity.
People knew it was wrong. It was wrong.
African people.
People knew it was wrong. Like to try to make the argument that it was the time. Like they say this shit specifically in the master class, bro.
If she had to chain people up and put knives and guns to them, then she knew the shit was wrong. The people didn't go willingly. This shit is nuts. They was human beings.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
Very interesting at
So why you so mad at her?
This is the introduction that you get, right? But again, let me read this again. Let's read this again because we've read
it's still
in other things in other areas we've read the sources 3, 4, or 5 times. Let's do this one more time, right? So let's let Unc weigh in on this. It says in the 1400s, national boundaries did not exist as they do today, right? African and European peoples had traded for centuries across the Mediterranean, exchanging diverse goods, cultures, and knowledge. Okay? And an Atlantic world was forming that connected people and ports along the Atlantic Ocean's rim. By the 1600s, an unanticipated shift took place, right? By the 1600s, the primary commodity, right, became enslaved African people. This is their story, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the commodity. And then
the fuck is that on in Zingers?
And what's the next?
And then it says, I admit I am sickened at the purchase of slaves, but I must be mum, or how could we do without sugar or rum? Those are commodities in that ancient world. Those are commodities. Again, you have to take into the account the commoditization of African peoples. Yeah. Just like sugar and rum. Sugar and rum was a high commodity back in those days. Right?
Where was they getting the sugar from?
What he's saying?
Where was they getting the sugar from?
Is that a in the Caribbean?
I want to hear Sosa, Corey, and Chef kind of weighed on that.
Already did.
Let me weigh in real quick.
All right, go ahead, Corey. What you think that mean when they read that? That, bro.
What he's saying is, I love my rum, right? But I be goddamn if I'm gonna be the motherfucker to go out there on the sugar plantation, right? Fuck around with the sugar cane. So, listen, I feel bad about purchasing slaves. I think that it's bad, but I got to have my rum. That's what I got out of that. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought it meant.
I get that.
Wild ass, be wild for that. I thought, but I didn't thought of that.
I didn't catch that insight. I did.
I got that. I didn't think it was speaking to Nzinga though.
Yeah,
but I mean, y'all think
because they were the ones farming the sugar, right, to make the rum, right?
Right.
Yep, I could get that.
Man, that was the main thing. The sugar cane plantation.
I can see that. I see that.
I have the whole.
I see that.
I have the whole.
Different. May I chime in?
Hold on. I have the whole. Hold on for a minute.
I got the whole quote. I got the whole.
Pull it up.
Hold on, but I actually think he spoke. I think it actually spoke to Cedric's point. Right? The way we continue to apply our reality on their reality, which is crazy. Like you ain't even gonna be able to do it. Like you won't like you just won't be able to do it. You just won't be able to do that.
The rum and the sugar was the spice of life for that part of Europe at that time.
Yeah, rum is the byproduct.
Slavery was legal, yo.
Nah, he's talking about they needed the slave to the mind, the sugar, and look, this is the whole quote, bro. Like that's what they needed.
Yeah, that's what I like. Yeah.
But Unc was trying to say something different.
Mind the sugar.
This is the whole right. This is the whole quote, though. I own, and I am shocked.
Let Sosa go.
I own and I am shocked at the purchase of slaves, and fear those who buy them and sell them are knaves. What I hear of their hardships, their tortures, and groans is almost enough to draw pity from stones. I pity them greatly, but I must be mum, for how could we do without sugar and rum? I think he rhymed.
That was a poem.
So
That's
he's
a
rhyming
goddamn
shit.
poem.
That nigga rhymed on that.
He rhyming on
It is
that.
a
Yo,
poem.
That's a cold nigga.
that tells me this. We
That's
gotta
not
start
mumble
thinking
rap.
about a
That's not
modern day
mumble rap.
commodity,
He nice.
which is that we get ahead of that cannabis. Get ahead of this cannabis thing, man, because y'all nigga, it's got people that went
stop,
to jail.
stop.
You see, that's what I'm saying.
You're not gonna
You're
do
looking
that.
for a solution.
You're moving the
saying
bar. You're
what's going
moving the
on.
thing.
Yeah,
Now
man,
you
we're
say
not
nah.
got nothing to do
You're
with cannabis.
literally gonna say nah about a
No, we're not
cannabis
doing that, yo.
solution.
We're not going to do that right now. Yo, in the middle of this.
Nah, don't do this. Don't do that.
It's a heartfelt conversation. You
Yeah, we
diving
know you
out of
talking
nowhere.
about crazy.
After you
Hey,
just drunk
John.
some rum. You didn't took a sip of rum.
Right.
Yo.
And then
This is not about
You
selling
did like
edibles.
That whole poem is pretty much saying, hey, it is what it is.
Yep.
That's what that poem is saying. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It was the state of the things of the time. Like, it is what it is, yo.
No, that's
Why
not,
y'all
man.
the thing? What you go? No, go
Nah,
ahead,
the
Chef.
poem,
Explain
that poem was written by somebody who was an abolitionist who was mocking the stands. That's what it's saying, bro. Like he was saying
Right.
that was the ignorance of, that's a poem written, it's called the I'm pull up again. It's called the Pity for the Poor Africans is the name.
Oh, so that wasn't his stance. That was the
He
people
was
who were
mocking
telling
the
a
everyday
blind
person.
eye.
Right.
Wow,
African Americans has to get ahead of the
wow.
cannabis solution
Right,
in this
right.
country. Get with the new commodity.
Yo,
This
James,
cannabis
stop.
situation.
James,
Y'all let
I think you drunk, James. I think James is drunk.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, see what it says right here. To draw pity from stones could have been society's epigraph. Pity for Poor Africa was one of several anti-slavery poems by William Cooper. Yeah,
Oh,
he was
okay.
mocking. He was mocking.
It's an anti-slavery poem. So now you got the thing here on an
Cedric, come off
anti-slavery
come
poem.
off mute, Cedric.
Fuck it.
I made a mistake and muted you, Cedric. I was trying to mute James.
No problem.
James,
You muted me.
Here's a rule, right? On the pseudo killers. If we put you on mute, do not come off mute. I'm gonna ask you that, right? Because if we do that, it's for a reason. We're trying to make a point or something. Don't come off mute if somebody mutes you. Okay? Yep.
Brendan ain't no joke.
Now to look at what was just read and your last statement, right, was to try to make Nzinga look like a hero again when she is the opposite party. She's the seller of the slave. Think about that. She's the seller of the slave. They the purchaser. The seller and the purchaser are in business together to produce the goddamn rum. They're both engaged in the cruelty of slavery. Neither party could be looked at as good in that situation. Not the European buyer or the African seller. They're both engaged in human suffering to draw tears from stones. Listen to the shit. How could we ever try to make her out to be anything other than what the fuck she was in the situation when it comes to slavery? I end my point.
Don't nobody dive in. Don't nobody dive in. Don't do it. I'm gonna go out cussing and fussing if somebody drop in. Now, prior to Sosa actually fixing the quote and letting us know what it really was, niggas cheered when they thought it was a motherfucking slick white boy talking shit about slaves. It was what it was. I heard all that. It was what it was. That's what it is, right? And they said that's because Nzinga was a slaver. But then when you actually get an anti-slavery poem, right, on a picture of a lady who actually fought against slavery, no matter what y'all nigga opinions say, now y'all still trying to apply that same logic? I'm not buying that, dog. I feel your heart, yo, but I'm not like, knock it off, yo. Like, we're not.
Yeah, like, what is wrong with you though, for real?
That's what you got out of that. Out of that
like, what
quote.
the fuck could be like? Is that me, man? Oh my God, yo, that's
which part of what he said wasn't factual, Chef?
Right.
Cedric, don't even talk to me, Cedric. I don't. Every illogical.
I asked you a simple question,
down,
and again, you can't just, this is what you said. When we read it, we knew it was a poem, and we knew that they weren't making reference to Nzinga. Say what we said. Explain what he just said. Which part of it was wrong? Which part of it was wrong?
Chef, I ain't even bugging, Chef. Remember when we first read the thing, everybody was cheering that it was a crazy white boy making a statement because Nzinga was a fucking slave. Y'all said that. And then when Sosa correct, let me finish, bro. Come on, yo, you hype right now.
Who was the slave seller in that poem?
We didn't know it was a poem, bro.
Is there anything in there saying that she was the fighter against slavery?
You know I got you, right? But you know I got you, right? If you didn't
no,
finish,
I'm talking about on that, in that.
No, I'm saying when we first read, we read it 3 times for clarity, right? And those 3 times y'all cheered like y'all was at the fucking Super Bowl. And the quote at the end of it, it seemingly supported what y'all was saying. See, they saying that slavery is just rum and all that old shit. Yeah, because she was a slaver. Okay. Sosa, unbeknown to his motherfucking self, killed his goddamn self, and we figured out exactly what it was really saying. It wasn't us in support of motherfucking slavery. Niggas saying it is what it is. It was actually an anti-slavery poem. So then the question remains, well, at first when y'all thought it was a pro-slavery quote, y'all saying, yeah, because she's a slaver. Now that we realize it's an anti-slavery quote, do we still apply it to her saying, yeah, because she actually fought against slavery? I'm just trying to figure it out, Chef. Ain't nothing wrong with me, Chef. Like I'm in the motherfucking building, Chef. I'm not even tripping because I know that's a soft spot for you. So I ain't gonna needle you on that shit. I'm gonna let you have it, but I'm saying the logic is broken at this point. That's all I'm saying, bro.
You guys see this? I zoomed in on that one little piece of the exhibit that had the underlying piece, right? It talks about Queen.
Let's read the lie. The curators at the African American Museum said, let's read the lie. Go ahead, read the lie.
All right, it says Queen Nzinga says by 1626, Queen Nzinga was a formidable leader of the state of Ndongo, located in Congo. She converted to Catholicism and formed strategic trade alliances to fight off the Portuguese as they tried to seize political control and economic power in Central Africa. She is still revered today for her strength and courage. All right, this is in the National Portrait Gallery in London. This particular portrait here. So this is all it says, and that is the extent of what they say about Queen Nzinga. That is everything they say. Yep.
So now we mad now, right? When they don't talk about her fucking love affairs, or they don't talk about when she seized the slave force in the middle of a fucking war. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to talk about when she fucked around and was enslaving niggas that was attacking her motherfucking ass. Like they didn't have prisoners of wars in them motherfucking days. They were like, yo, yeah, we got your motherfucking ass, and as price for exacting war against our motherfucking ass, you're a fucking slave. And by the way, now we got a place to send your motherfucking ass, right? Bet. Of course they didn't say all that. Y'all supposed to know that. If you study history, you're supposed to understand that this ain't the motherfucking Vietnam War when your motherfucking ass shoot at the motherfucking Viet Cong and they capture your ass and you're in a concentration camp for motherfucking 10 years. This ain't that, nigga. If your ass is shooting arrows and bows and shooting bullets in the Nzinga time and they capture your motherfucking ass, nigga, you're done. You're slaved it up. Now, that's what it is. Ain't no Geneva Convention. Yeah, the Viet Cong might go for that shit, the Geneva Convention. Yeah, we got your motherfucking ass. We're going to give you some rights. Once a month, nigga. Geneva Convention, nigga. Whatever, man. Y'all bugged out with that shit, man. Yeah. Well, I ain't going to push you on that shit. I'm going to let y'all have it.
The fact that she in the goddamn exhibit with African-American heroes like damn Frederick Douglass is a goddamn disgrace. It's like a goddamn putting an apple next to a goddamn banana. She should not be put in the same goddamn arena as some of the African American race that we have here. The fuck would she be there for, bro?
I don't know, yo.
That's lowering the bar to even have her there. She don't compare to any of our African heroes, period. She shouldn't even be there.
Yeah. Says y'all revisionist history. Like,
no, I'm using history, not revisionist.
No, you have revised it, my nigga. History don't say that.
She shouldn't be there. She's not African American.
Just be honest.
She's not African American.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. Just be honest with y'all fucking assessment. Don't act like that's the fucking consensus, nigga. Don't play. Don't get me started now, nigga. Don't do it. Just
ain't
say,
no consensus on if she was a slave or not. It's an opinion.
Right. I would
y'all
say
said that.
I would say that when we read that she took control of the slave gathering territories, or basically, what the fuck do it say? Hold on, let me get to it.
It said she captured the main slave port.
Not the fort. Not the fort.
Port.
Not the port. Not the port. Not the port.
Who built a slave port?
Yeah, it was a town.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong about that, but I'm not talking about that. That's why I know what I'm saying.
You talking about the area where they was mainly where they was taking all the slaves to, right?
No, I'm talking about the place where they were getting the slaves from. Like it was particular. It was particular people and territory. It was a slave where they was getting the slaves from. Basically, they had a spot in the Congo where they was going to getting people from. She focused on that area so she could be in control of the damn slave trade. Meaning, it's like saying, okay, these are the mines where we get gold from. I want to be in control of the mines so I can control the flow of the goddamn gold that come out of this motherfucker. That's what she did. If that's not saying that she was a slaver when she actively engaged in getting those territories so she could be the sole proprietor of that commodity, is what y'all calling it at this point, right? Which are human beings, right? She wanted control of that shit. And when she got control of it, she made deals of how many slaves she was going to be able to procure from these lands to her goddamn business partners. That is, I mean, so that don't mean that you got to be, these people are attacking you. That, like, all of it, that doesn't mean that. Like we're overemphasizing war and saying that her slaves came mainly from her war efforts. You know what I mean? Or
because they hated on her, because they was hating on her.
Yeah, like that's not, the story doesn't even read like that, yo.
Yeah.
It talks about how she had her vassals paid her tribute.
And bodies.
And bodies. Like how could we even how can we even make her a hero at this point, yo?
Right. That's like saying I'm coming to Baltimore. That's like saying I'm coming to Baltimore to take slaves, and you fighting against me. You feel me? Because you don't want to be enslaved and shit, but you defending me. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all put as a war of me. No, they're not. They fighting you because them motherfuckers don't want to be slaves, nigga. It's not because they bad people. Nah, it wasn't about that, nigga. Them niggas don't want to fucking be sent off, nigga. They want to be with
you see that young man right there? You see that young man, Chef? Go ahead. No, that's go ahead.
Ben Franklin?
I just actually appreciate y'all fixing the African American Museum. I appreciate y'all fixing the whole history in the Zinga, yo, in a 2-hour show. I appreciate y'all for that good work, fellas.
You see this, brother?
Same energy when you're trying to critique goddamn Encyclopedia Britannica, huh?
Yeah, you see this?
No, I'm
Encyclopedia Britannica. Keep
that.
that.
So pull up.
Now this is probably one of you guys' favorites. We talked about this guy a couple. No, this is your man Benjamin Banneker.
Oh, Benjamin Banneker, my bad.
Yeah, for sure. You see, he's got his telescope in his hand.
Why still stopping and share? Why can't I see it? What the fuck is going on with my shit?
You don't see it?
Yeah.
He's essentially like a almost what you would consider him a polymath, right? Oh, that's how they describe him as a scientific polymath, one of the first of his time. And this is I love when they showed him sort of in the center with they show him alongside Jefferson, Toussaint, and it's Benjamin Banneker, right? In a very what you would say a lofty position in the exhibit. And this is what I flocked to when I was describing it to some of the people that were there. I was like, don't forget about this guy, Benjamin Banneker, right? And when you're talking about intellectualism, the early intellectualism for African Americans, this is the guy, right? And we kind of went through it, and I like this particular piece. And we talked about Toussaint as well, with his position as being a sort of like that go-to, that the beacon in the Black Power movement, because you always talk about Dessalines and Toussaint and all this, and you have to kind of explain the significance to it with a lot of these people, right? Because regular African Americans, they don't get exposed to this history, right? Or not as much as we would like. So
you got I think he was born in Maryland, wasn't he? Somewhere in Potomac, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm talking about Benjamin Banneker. But Queen Nzinga, in 1627, right, to broker a peace with the Portuguese, she sent the envoy of a cache of goods along with 400 slaves, right? In one of the meetings with the Dutch, she sat on, and then she sent thousands of slaves to try to get her sister back, right? They took her sister. But anyway, at one of the meetings, one of the famous stories that we learn about is they didn't give her a chair to sit down on, right? And she called one of her servants over and made her servant kneel down, and she sat on their back, right? When she got up and left, the servant didn't move or leave with him. And the white people said, hey, you ain't take your chair with you. And as a show of power to show them that I can get you way more of these, she said, in my kingdom, I have many chairs. Basically, that disregard for fucking human life, right? And those people. Then on other occasions, let's read this. Hold on, because I can't let this shit go. I can't.
Break out the violence, boy.
Right,
Chef is showing he's anti-slavery.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
like,
don't understand the power play.
When Uncle doing his
don't
violence
understand the power play that she was putting on display. So, Chef, you're showing that you're very emotional when you're reading the stuff.
You don't say that when Uncle do his damn violence speech.
She was evil.
Yeah, keep that saying. Uncle be doing his violence speech.
Right. So listen, it's by the 1630s, Nzinga had expanded her influence to the north and south of Matamba. Using her forces, she cut off other rulers off from the Portuguese-controlled coast, capturing parts of the Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control. She also expanded her territory north, and in doing so, she established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Congo and the Dutch merchants, who were increasingly active in the area.
Did she create those slave routes, or did she conquer them? Was she instrumental in
Let him
establishing
read his.
it?
Let him
Or
read
did
his
she
thing.
was
Let him read it, sir. I'm sure he knows that. Come on, man.
Is it? And Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from Nzinga's kingdom. Like, what was you saying again, Cedric?
Hey, Cedric, don't die. Hey, Cedric. Hey, Cedric. Cedric.
No,
Cedric.
She conquered slaves. Did she establish them?
Cedric, don't fuck it up.
Or was these areas already where the European was going and taking
I'll read
people?
it again for you.
No.
Before you reread that, we don't gotta.
The question was.
Come on, Cedric. If you don't know, Cedric, don't
answer.
answer. If you don't know the answer. Seriously, yo, because they playing with us again, right? I gave the whole spiel about Geneva Convention, right? I talked about the Korean War, the Vietnam War. When you were captured, they took you to these prisoner camps, right? And I'm saying during that time, yo, if they captured your ass, you was being sold. Simple as that. For waging war against me, your ass is grass. So she was waging war, bro. At no time was she at peace. She barely was at peace. So anybody she had to sell, bro, she wasn't. There's no record of her just going out on the street, go get the slave mission. There's no record of that. They know that.
Make no sense.
She has a record of fighting wars, right, around her against different African nations, okay, against men in particular, right, fighting for her kingship in her own goddamn kingdom, right? So she has a total history of defeating white men and black men. And if you got your motherfucking ass in that war, your ass was sold. So I'm pretty sure she had plenty of motherfuckers to sell. That's that. They know that's what it is, but they playing that game. They trying to play that violin. Go ahead and play the violin.
Use the example of the United
And
States
we read
going in a goddamn Vietnam
that she took over.
and capturing
She took
Vietnamese.
over the coast where the Portuguese had established trade routes with slaves. She took over what was already there. She controlled her area. You know what's unique? When we read about European history and conquering and expanding territories, we pretend that doesn't go hand in hand with slavery. Now we appreciate these men for their conquest and we can hold them at esteem, but we can't view Nzinga in the same light. And again, we playing the violin with the slaves as if that wasn't the actuality of the day. So if you're going to do the appeal to emotion, go ahead, Chef. Like, go on. Like,
I just read the source.
To quantify somebody as a slave, as a slaver, in terms of they're going out of their way to do,
I'm going to read it again.
An activity.
I'm going to listen. I'm going to read it again. Let me slow it down. All right. It says,
when you slow it down for yourself.
Okay.
Because it seems like you just read and have issues comprehending stuff because your morality is all over it. 130,000 slaves. Like,
okay.
Please.
So check this out. It says, using her forces, she cut off other rulers off from the Portuguese controlled coast, right? Now, that's who she was fighting, the other rulers, right? So it was other rulers in the area. Then it says, capturing parts of the Congo, the Kawango River, and bringing the region's key slaving lands under her control. Now, she was fighting the other kings in that area. What was she trying to do? She was trying to get the slave supply. It don't say that she was enslaving the other rulers and their people. It say that she got control over where all the other kings was going to get their slaves from. It was lands and people that they were getting that they were targeting for slavery.
Yeah. I'm glad you understand it now. I'm glad that you understand it,
Cedric. So it's not a purport that the Portuguese didn't set nothing up to that. So that's what he said.
What was the activities being done in that area?
Cedric,
You
see how they
you
done
said
it,
that you said that it was is it something she did or
yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna show these fools. I'm gonna show you guys now how. Chef, read it again, Chef.
I want to give a quick shout out. I want to give a quick shout out.
Stop.
I want to give a quick shout out to our Haitian and Caribbean brothers. Your brother General Toussaint Overture, well represented right here in that picture. Really nice there. Shout out to our Haitian and Caribbean family there.
So the Portuguese didn't set it up. The Portuguese didn't set it up. Didn't have access to the area.
No. But
you said
there was slavery. Did she set up the slavery?
Hey, Cedric, can I talk to you for a minute?
Oh my God.
I'm gonna send you a gift, right? That's what we're gonna do. Me and you. I'm gonna send you the Zinga of Angola by Linda Haywood, right?
Yeah, I read the book.
Africa's Warrior Queen. I'm gonna send that to you, Cedric. And so we're gonna all sit back here, right? And act like we just some dumbfounded ass Negroes. We're gonna actually act like that they did not have slavery in Africa prior to any Europeans coming in.
Nobody's saying that.
Right? So let me finish. Let me finish
that shit till we beat them up on that shit.
Let me finish, bro. Can I finish? If you want to talk, I'm not even gonna be emotional on this. I got y'all niggas. My fault. I got y'all ninjas. So either let me finish talking or you can go ahead. Get your point. You want to get it out?
Yeah, let me get it out.
Yeah, go ahead, get it out. Go ahead.
yeah. We fought y'all on that goddamn African slavery shit. So yeah, we're well.
You fought Sean and them. You didn't fight me.
We fought you on that shit too. You was on goddamn y'all. You was in the car with them niggas.
No.
Definitely was in the car with
you had a goddamn monster tattoo.
Until we knocked the wheels off. That's when we jumped off.
He dove out. Go ahead.
So, like I read for real, and I already understood what the institution of slavery was. Since I read the whole book from cover to cover, Nzinga of Angola by Linda Haywood, right? I really got the whole context, right? So you had different types of forms of slavery, right? They had slave markets, but in their slave markets, right, that y'all talked about, they actually had rules and regulations on who could be sold and who could not be sold. What reasons was they in the market for being sold? It was a lot of criminals, a whole lot of stuff, right? Debt, people in debt. It wasn't just what y'all want to make it to be. So when y'all play the game and say it's a slave market, the ignorant African American think that y'all just talked about that shit that the Europeans was. Nope, it was some of that, but it was a whole lot of other things. And it were clear rules and regulations on who could and could not be sold in these quote unquote markets that you're talking about. So we need to really give the whole full context. We're not going to run out here and act like she grabbed the motherfucking whole market full of, like, that's just wrong, man. I'm not willing to lie to win this conversation. I'm not, but it seems like that y'all really are. So I'm going to sit back, right? I'm going to go ahead and straighten that little sitting on the back thing. When the guy kneeled down, I'm going to go to a real historian and let her tell you. Go ahead, Cedric. Y'all dead? Is the thing dead?
Hello? Is are these the guys still on?
Oh yeah, I was waiting for him to subject to make a motherfucking point.
Man, I thought my internet went out.
Them niggas hit it. Look, they ran into a wall with that last.
No, I made my point, and I'm saying y'all just go. Matter of fact, I suggest everybody go to the Wikipedia article. With the whole slavery thing, and when they come to the African thing, they make you read into it. It's not just slaves. They're not even on the Wikipedia article. So I mean, y'all can keep playing. Yeah, I love to play
Yes,
this
and
game,
every
bro.
time I say we cannot apply our moral standard of today
Oh.
in retrospect, and when we keep hearing the appeal to emotions and trying to paint her in a light which is not contextual, we are looking at her military exploits, her diplomatic efforts, and her ability to sustain herself in that day and age, in that environment. Now, slavery, yes, there were rules, order. It was the state of affairs of the day. We cannot retrofit human suffering. Man, come on. If you weren't a slaver, you were enslaved. You were on either side of that metal at any point in time in your life, living in that day and age. All right. And to pretend it was otherwise is disingenuous, to create the illusion that she is somehow outside of her time doing anything other than being extraordinary is disingenuous. Slavery was the state of affairs of the time. And you can talk about the numbers and cry and bawl and roll over backwards. It's not going to change anything because your emotional appeal doesn't fit the conversation. So read it again.
Read what again? I'm not sure what you didn't understand. What are you disputing?
I ain't disputing anything, but Chef insists on reading it over and over and over as if he's gonna make some other point and continues to do the same thing. Appeal to emotion, retrofitting morality, and taking out of context the whole
the reason
entire
he read
subject.
it because you made the statement that did she put those things there or did the Portuguese put those there? And he's showing you that.
I said, was it already an established reality that she took over, or did she go and establish it? And I made reference to exactly where, being the Portuguese ports and these areas. So no, she didn't establish it. She didn't start it. She wasn't the impetus of it. She was working within the reality of her day and age. And to make it anything else is disingenuous, to keep appealing to emotion, slaver, as if that wasn't just a part of her strategic maneuvering in maintaining her freedom and securing her country. Is just disingenuous. We would appreciate any leader, any military mind, any great man who accomplished such an effort, and we wouldn't be focusing on the commodity of the time. And you cannot say it wasn't, or go to your master class when we have rules, orders, and laws establishing this as the day and age how things work. So we retrofitting again from some master class saying when we retrofit our morality today, yes, the people didn't like it. Of course they didn't like it. It was slavery. But was it the status quo? Was there rules? Was there order? Was there laws? Yes. So are there different laws today? Yes. Are we retrofitting our morality? Yes. Take that to the master class. Tell them I send you.
When we look at apartheid in South Africa, that was the law, that was the morals of the time, according to that logic. But when we look at it, we see human cruelty. And we judge the South African government for that. We don't sit there and say that was, not only do we judge the South African government, we judge the South African people, right? That actually went along with that. The same way, right, we would judge any human atrocity. So it doesn't matter what time it was. I keep trying to say this for me. Now, I can't force this on you, Cedric, right? But for me, it was always wrong, yo. I mean, because they were human beings. And Queen Nzinga,
making my point.
Queen Nzinga was also a human being. So she knows that she wouldn't want to be a slave. She knows she wouldn't want to get sold and broke off from her family. So she already know these things. So to do it to other people, it's cruel. And you know it is. They knew it back then, and we know it now.
Thank you for making my point.
The guy made a
but
poem.
with regards to South
The
Africa,
guy made a poem. The guy made a poem. He was of the same time as slavery. How could Quakers and other abolitionists, right? If it was just the mode of the day, how could they have empathy? But the people that participated in the shit don't have empathy because it's just it's just the mode of the day or the morals of the day. Nah, it's never that fucking way. It's just
there was an abolitionist movement, right? We needed to abolish the laws that existed, right? That's the first point. So there was an abolitionist movement because they were changing the way things were established by law. So
hey Cedric, he cracked the code, yo. You know you gotta put in this conversation. He cracked the code.
Second point, South Africa. At that point in time already, we already had jurisprudence. We already had the UN. These things were seen as completely illegal and outside of the norm. So that when we look at that time frame, we are judging it based on the morals and the standards of the world that we live in today. So thank you again for making my point. And thank you again, Chef, for illustrating the fact that you're retrofitting your morality in the conversation and thereby not having a genuine conversation about the status of affairs at that time and age. Thank you. I rest my case. I ain't got nothing more to say about the subject.
Do y'all know it was white people, right? It was actually white people that during Jim Crow time would sit there and say that Black people like it like this. They fine. It's you northern agitators that's coming down here telling them that this ain't right, right? Like these people didn't know or couldn't acknowledge, you know what I mean, the harm that Jim Crow laws was actually levying over their well-being or their happiness. Like saying that the people that was involved in the cruelty couldn't understand injustice because the larger group benefited from it in some type of sick way. Are we actually sitting here acting like what it is ain't always been what it is? Nigga, if I stump my toe in 2000 BC, that shit gonna hurt just like I stumped my toe in motherfucking 2000 AD. What is wrong with y'all, Cedric? Yo,
those are your heroes right there. Those women on that screen raising these babies, right, in that environment. To Chef's point, those are our heroes right there.
Yeah, not in Zenga. Who profited off of slavery. We was the victims of that shit. So even if you could make the capitalist argument that y'all are making, okay, fine. Y'all are super capitalists. Y'all just looking at it from that standpoint, right? Well, you gotta say, who am I in this scenario? You was the commodity in that scenario. So you should never look at it from Queen and Zenga eyes. That's fucking crazy. And would you ever look at slavery from the slave master eyes? No African American ever would do that in their right fucking mind, yo. Right? Why would I look at slavery from the standpoint of my slave master? Yeah, he had to do it. He had to get that corn and that cotton pick, right? Like, who would do that? So now we're looking at it in Nzinga eyes, shit, she had to give money for her kingdom, so nah, man, come on, yo. Y'all niggas smarter than that.
I got quiet. Take that motherfucker out of the museum.
You done? Like I ain't reacting to that no more. I just done. Like you, and every time you speak, you keep making my same.
It's funny,
point.
Sad, because
you just an appeal.
When we
to
had this
emotion,
discussion
you're
earlier,
fitting your logic.
when we had this argument the first time,
So like,
you
don't
was
make it don't
you
make
was
no sense
hold
for
on.
me to say
When
anything.
we had this
just
argument the
repeating
first time, Cedric, you supported the position that she should not be a hero for African Americans. So now you change your position.
Now we're having a different conversation. Remember
No,
what
no,
I
no, no,
just
no,
said?
no. The conversation
Remember,
is what
stop.
should she be in the museum with an African American history, bro? That's what we were arguing against. She shouldn't be there. And you, from the first time we had this argument, you was in support of the argument. Now you switch positions.
Hey, I didn't switch no position. You gonna hear me out?
Should she be in the African American? Should she be in the African American museum as a hero for African Americans?
Hero, like she's a historical figure, and
my question was
in terms of a hero, it's what you want to look at. Do you want to look at the
Is that a yes or no, bro?
Are you
saying yeah? Or are you saying no? So you change your position, bro. That's cool.
Yes.
So you change your position. That's all right. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow
I ain't changed my position.
You did.
Hey, I ain't changed my position because everything is in context. But if you don't want no context, I just gonna say yes because you need to get back a point.
No.
Okay. Yes.
The context was exactly the same.
Position. I'm a scientist.
Should she be a Yeah. Should she be?
Yes. Yes.
So you change your position just quickly. Yes. Ain't shit changed. We had no more discussion.
I would teach my daughter. I would teach my daughter everything about Queen Nsing.
Yeah. All right.
I would teach my daughter everything about Queen Nsing. Yes, everything. The totality of what she was at that time. I would teach my daughter. Wouldn't you?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Harriet Tubman is an African American hero, not Nzinga. What is wrong? Like, oh man, you're crazy.
They even put them in
the
same category as
I look at a great strategic military mind, a female warrior who handled her business.
What that got to do with African Americans, bro?
She a black woman, right? So I teaching my daughter.
Every black woman is African American, bro.
She just didn't send slaves to African
It ain't the black museum. It's African American.
Slaves out to the new world.
So now we changing the subject with regards to Nzinga, right? So she's not a slave no more.
No, she's still a fucking slave. Why would we change the subject?
Oh, okay.
No, the whole point that I was bringing from Brendan is that she shouldn't be in the museum, bro. That was clear. I don't know about African American museum. She's not a hero for us. She shouldn't be there. I said it's like putting bananas. It's comparing apples to bananas when you put it with people like.
I wouldn't put her in an American museum as a hero.
Thank you.
So that's basically what the context of what you.
My man,
I'm fucking with you, bro. God damn.
I mean, you got to listen to what someone says before you answer the question, because the key word is a hero.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, not as a hero, but as a historical figure of somebody that maybe need to be noted in the chronology of history. Yeah, she needs to be. She needs to be in that for what her
when
role
we're looking
is
at historical figures, it's only heroes. Like so the museum isn't about black people that overcame. So now the hero
museum is for African American greats.
What's a hero?
What do you think the African American museum is for, bro? What do you think it's for?
How is Frederick Douglass your hero? What he do for you? He saved you from what?
Frederick Douglass?
Yeah, what? How
Frederick
is
Douglass
that was hero?
Frederick Douglass that was instrumental in changing the mind.
My question,
bro, I am explaining it to you. I am explaining it to you. He's my hero because he was instrumental in changing the mind of Abraham Lincoln and going around the country and campaigning against African Americans to be ready to pick up arms and fight for your country. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he's my hero. He was in a position of African Americans getting to the point to where they accept themselves as an American and fight as Americans to have a position in this society. That's why he's my hero.
But I would add this as well. In that exhibit, it not only shows, what you would want to see, it shows some things that are very graphic and what you would call disturbing as well. There's a room in that exhibit that has encased in it a full-blown Ku Klux Klan regalia, outfit, right? And you know what? It would be it's very interesting when you see people walk into that room. Again, when you go through those exhibits and you've been led, you went through the Emmett Till section and all those things, and then when you go into that, they put a warning sign before people go into that exhibit, right? Because it has encased. It has a full-blown Klan, Ku Klux Klan, original one, right? And you can see the look on people's faces when they initially see that. Some people won't even go in there and address
nobody
it.
hero. So it shouldn't be in there. It's nobody hero. It shouldn't be in there.
You should go and stand right up to it. Look at it. This is what our people had to face. Go take your ass up to it and look at it. That's me. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, Brandon,
right?
I agree. Because
you know what I mean?
I look at historical figures. What were you great at? What did you accomplish? Doesn't make you my hero. Doesn't make I'm detached from these things. Like
I can tell.
I can watch them in their context and be detached from them. It's history. It was what was. But I cannot okay, I watch Queen Nzinga, what she represent, what she did. Damn, cool. Wow, she was a strong woman in her day and time. Slavery, so we were not going to appreciate her ability to play chess as a black African woman in that time in it.
Let me ask you this, Cedric. The history of your island, all right? Could you name? Do y'all have any infamous person that was oppressive towards the slaves or the black people on your island? Do y'all have
Dutch? We're Dutch. Look it up the history. The worst enslavers in the history.
I'm saying a
blah,
person.
blah, blah.
I'm saying, is it a person that stands out as one that's in y'all history books that you can look at and say,
in which era of the total history of Dutch slavery would you want me to pick up one specific?
No, saying
he's talking about on your island, like
on your island.
And I'm not gonna ask the same question again.
Okay.
From 1493, the Dutch took over these islands, right? From way back when. So we got, and we started coming here in the 1600s, right? Okay, now, which one of those individuals that took part in that whole industry do you want me to single out?
No, I'm just saying, no, hold on. What I'm saying is, for Americans, right, or African Americans, we can point to people. Now, we know that the United States had slavery in it, but I'm saying we can point to people, right, and say that motherfucker enacted laws that hurt us, or their practices, this specific person, right, participated in practices that was not favorable to us. So he wouldn't be a hero. So I'm saying, do you know of any person like that on your island?
Chef, did I just explain the whole idea of
too many to name, basically?
Like, you got too much to name. You want to start with Phillipsburg?
Name one person, bro. Like, what?
Phillipsburg.
What did he do?
He was a governor. He was one of the worst governors on the island. Enslaved people. He cut off one titty Loki. He chopped off her breast.
He cut off
she's
what?
one of the He was one of the worst governors here. He chopped off the breast of one of the females that was frequently fleeing and was completely opposed to being enslaved. So as a punishment, they chopped off her breast. And she is one of the symbols of don't stand down on our island. We call her one titty looking. Okay, good. All right.
All right.
So now let's start.
Hold on.
Hold on.
That's a good one. Now, will he ever be considered a hero in your eyes and to your people?
No.
To your people.
Why would I?
Exactly.
But doesn't
exactly.
No.
If y'all made an African,
well, if we're discussing his exploits of that individual, we're not going to talk about him in terms of hero or not. We're going to just quantify his exploits, right?
Fine. Good.
Right?
What I'm saying is,
and that's where the conversation ends, right? That's where the conversation would end, right? When we're discussing his exploits. And if he was a great military strategic man, and I'm into military, wouldn't I study his strategy?
Listen,
I'm asking a question. Yes or no? Would I study his strategy? Would I appreciate?
If you're making a military
militarily,
in the military museum or a basic historic museum.
Chef, I ain't in no museum. I ask you up a straight question.
Yeah,
would I appreciate his military exploits? Would I study him and say, wow,
so
man, shit.
You're not even trying to keep this in context now. You just talking.
Oh, now context matters. Oh,
we're talking about why Nzinga would not be
just now when I wanted to put things into context. I wasn't allowed to put things into context. So now I'm not dealing with context anymore. I'm just dealing with the fact that we're gonna look at somebody as what they did in their time and age.
This is probably your worst performance, Joe. Do you know this is probably your worst performance?
No, he's done worse.
He said his worst performance.
He's done worse.
Yeah, so when you didn't leave me catch Pastor Ben, it took a week to explain you how you were wrong, right? I done worse.
I didn't explain how I was wrong.
I know. I done worse.
He made up all type of shit in the chat.
We're still on the morality. We're still on the retrofitting our emotions in the past, and that conversation is a moot point. And now we're gonna move it.
Let me ask you this: So in terms of retrofitting,
we see that in the same hero museum, in the same hero museum, you got images from the Ku Klux Klan. So it does. So your whole concept of the museum, meaning it must be a hero, is null and void. So why we?
Cedric, you gonna hate yourself tomorrow morning, yo.
No, he's not.
No, I'm not.
I'm not gonna hate him.
Should African Americans have?
No, I'm not.
Should African Americans feel the way about European people that enslaved us?
Listen.
Or should we take it in context of the time?
You always put the African American thing in there. I catch the nuance with that too, but it's a bullshit.
We've been talking about that.
I catch the nuance. I catch where you're trying to go with that, as if I wouldn't be able to understand the context. But no, we got the Ku Klux Klan in the same museum. Is there a hero aspect to that?
Yeah, he's in there. No.
It defeats your argument.
The Ku Klan is in there to show
in that museum.
The Ku Klux Klan is in there. Ku Klux Klan ain't fucking African American, nigga. What the fuck? He's in there to show the evil motherfucker. The Ku Klux Klan ain't African American.
Okay, so you're making my fucking point, right? So the museum ain't about fucking heroes. So
I said,
why you bringing in the conversation?
Do they have
That's a straw man right there, right?
No, I said, do they have any other non-African, or is it filled with African American heroes, bro? That was what I said. Fuck, Ku Klux Klan. What are you talking about?
They're colonized Africans.
Is it possible for me to show a source? Is it possible for me to show a source? Man, I was just quiet and heard all the rhetoric and all the bullshit.
I thought you was gone.
Yeah, he wasn't quiet. That nigga was gone. He wasn't quiet. That nigga was gone.
That was crazy how Chef said that.
Yeah, I was quiet.
Of course not. Did you see the point about when we asked Cedric, did they have any villains on his island, right, that did atrocities? to his people that, you know, they wouldn't allow to be a hero in his museum if it was honoring African. What you call y'all people on your island?
One titty Lucy or some crazy shit.
No, y'all Afro what? What are y'all Cedric?
He black. But we can't use that title because we ain't African Americans, right?
No, I said Afro what? What was
black.
the name of y'all?
Nah, don't use you can't. Nah, we took black. You can't use black.
Oh, you took black. Oh yeah. Yeah, because
you done gave up your black.
Black.
You done gave up your black card.
You tell me, since you Americans define who people are, you tell me what
you gave up your black card.
I don't know.
Hey, Cedric, listen, man. We don't
got.
Hey,
I was talking to you though.
Well, yeah, no, I want to make my point.
But I asked you a question.
All right, go ahead. No, I didn't hear all that. I was looking up a source.
All right, cool.
I actually needed a source. So I understand that Chef, Concrete, Corey, and Sosa are the smartest niggas on planet Earth. Ninjas, my correction. They're the smartest ninjas on planet Earth. They know exactly what African Americans need. And I'm not even mad at them. Like, that's their feeling, right? That's their personal feelings they have, right? But in this conversation, a source wins today. Your personal feelings, right, are not allowed in a conversation, right? What you need is a source to prove that she was a slaver. Right?
We've been posted it.
So what I'm gonna do is, I'm reading the source.
What the
okay?
fuck?
How this lady, they're characterizing her, what they want to characterize her. So let me read what UNESCO, far smarter than the ninjas talking to y'all today. Far smarter, right? They have an accurate understanding of what history is and how history should be told. So does the curators and the African American Museum. So all next week, I will present you with a source talking about who this lady really is and how she's noted in history. Now, if she's noted as a slave in history, we'll get that too, right? What we're not going to do is let them just talk y'all to death, right? Read source and put their own characterization on it. They will never show you a source that says Queen Nzinga was a slaver. I will also be showing you people where history clearly notes them as being slavers. Let me read this. Nzinga, 1581 to 1663, Queen of Nagoga, Matapa, defined much of her history of 17th century Angola. Okay, a dearth diplomat, skillful negotiator. Is dearth? Word is dearth, isn't it? A diplomat, skillful negotiator, and do you see the word? What is it? Am I mispronouncing it?
I'm not looking at the screen. I just heard what you said. I never heard.
You're gonna say is that a dift?
Yeah, dift. I mean, it doesn't matter. It was you pretty close.
Okay. Dift, a dift diplomat, a skillful negotiator, and a formidable tactician, and a slaver. We don't see that on here, though, do we? No, we don't see the slave on here. They would actually put that on here. They would say, and a slaver. Nzinga resisted Portuguese colonial designs tenaciously until her death, but we don't see she's a slave. Okay, this is her biography. Okay, all right, watch this. All right, Queen Nzinga, Amona Patapa, defined much of the history of the 17th century. Let me say this again. Defined much of the history of the 17th century Angola, right? European mercantilist designs, okay, in particular, the development of the slave trade along the southern African coast, right? Hold on. Drastically changed the political, social, and economics and cultural environment of the Kingdom of Angola and the entire region. It was against the backdrop that Nzinga, okay, made her mark as an outstanding example of female governance. So we see why these males are howling and screaming like this, right? Because they're unwilling to recognize, right, female governance. If they was, you would hear them say it. Now, one time, not over the last 3 months, did they ever get this lady credit for what she actually did. What they did was they talked about all this shit that nobody says she does, but they say it, but they will not do what? She's an outstanding example for female governors, not male governors, but female governors.
What?
Just starting to cook. Angola, right? The king of Angola died in 1617. His son, Nagola Bandi, became the new king, but he had neither his father charisma nor the intelligence of his sister Nzinga. It say in 1622, hurried by the Portuguese, he sent Nzinga to, here you go, Lunda, as, I hope I said that right, Luanda, as his own envoy to negotiate the peace with Don Jean, what am I saying, Corilla, Sosa, nigga, that man Sosa, the Portuguese governor, they say Nzinga proved to be an outstanding negotiating diplomat, all right? Here we go. In 1624, we still ain't hearing about this whole slave shit, but we gonna see. It's gonna come up. In 1624, Gola died. Nzinga took power and became queen. She quickly distinguished herself as an excellent sovereign. That means she's a leader. Her tactics in warfare, okay? We talking about her ability. Remember, she's known to be one of the first people who actually came up with guerrilla fighting, right? All right? Her tactics in warfare and espionage, okay? Her diplomatic skills, her ability to forge numerous strategic alliances, and her knowledge of trade and religious issues served her well, okay? Tenaciously resisting Portuguese colonial aspirations into her death. So she's known for this, for resisting the Portuguese colonialist aspirations to her death. That's what she's really known for, right? She's not known for none of the stuff they keep saying what she's known for, right? But hold on, hold on, wait a minute. Would like to talk about how she's actually known in history. Well, that was the rest of the shit. Okay, man. A second.
That's it?
No, hold on.
So why wouldn't they mention the stuff about slavery?
Hold on, wait a minute. Damn, this is crazy.
Maybe
so,
because
because Eva Britannica, right? Britannica is lying, and Wikipedia is lying, and UNESCO is telling the truth.
So what I know about Nzinga, like she had a lot to curtail the brutality of slavery in the region where she was. By having control of those slave routes or whatnot, she was able to determine what she wanted to happen versus the colonizers doing it. So by having that bit of power was more beneficial, if you know what I'm saying?
No.
In a sense. So and that's why she is given credit with that. I mean, because of her organization, because she was a woman, and because she was able to control that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. There was a person, a hero that was in control would have abolished it.
You missed.
There were other rulers who were controlling the slaves.
Yo, you out of control.
So the question would be, how much was there a reduction?
That's right, Chef. You are
reducing numbers.
You understand what
people that were to control before.
You understand what I'm saying, though, and that's why she's giving significance, because she was able to curtail the brutality of slavery from the colonizers. Period. Now we still got to understand that there's a difference between domestic servitude and slavery among tribal warring tribes than it was with colonizers. Okay, so like let's keep those things in perspective and not make everything an absolute or try to just fit in this one box.
Well, she was a humane.
Like they was a slaver. She wasn't no Leopold. Okay, she wasn't that. So let's be clear on what she was and what.
She was more humane.
Let me share my screen. I can prove she was a slave in less than 30 seconds.
No, I don't want you to prove. No, I don't want you to prove she was a slave.
No, you said she was a slave.
No, we don't want you to prove that. We want you to show us in history where she's noted as a slaver.
No,
someone has to have that.
I'm gonna show you that she's a slave.
No, I don't see. You're doing this.
You finish sharing your screen. Let me know you're done.
I'm saying you do.
Let me do what I'm gonna do. Go ahead, do what you do.
I'm confused. Why are y'all doing the same tactics as the shooter?
I'm gonna show you that she's a slave.
But I'm confused though. Why would you have to show us
less
anything?
than 30 seconds?
Go to the source to say she's a slave.
Boom. Right.
Okay. So okay.
Queen Nzinga, right? See that? Look, let me go down a little bit. Nzinga, African ruler and slave trader, right? Boom.
What did you read?
Let's get a definition. Slaver, a person dealing in or owning slaves. I'm done.
Hold on, what is this?
Slaver. That's what a slaver is.
That was easy.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yo, that was
easy.
She was a slaver. Like, stop the bullshit.
Fuck, we gotta read 1,000 words for.
What did you just show us?
I showed you the definition of a slaver. A person dealing in or owning
That's the point
slave.
to play that game like that, yo.
That ain't the game.
That's supposed to go off, yo.
Definitions don't matter now.
Yo.
Definitions don't matter.
Wow.
You don't use definition.
You really think you did that sharply, yo?
Yeah, this shit over.
That shit quick.
You're playing the game.
Wow.
I'm just waiting till the stick hero in there again.
I'm done.
What's crazy?
What was you reading from? You definitely showed that shit so fast. So what was
It don't matter. I just showed you the paragraph. She was a.
You didn't show us no paragraph, bro. You showed us the definition.
That shit was just a tease. That ain't even had.
No. I mean, Sosa, when we start playing pickaboo, nigga.
No. Look. I'm just showing you the article.
Yo, put it in the back. Let me read that. Put that in the back.
That
man, we ain't going through all that. Look at the screen.
Oh man, that's what you doing. You doing
look at the screen.
This is not important. You don't got to read this.
Okay, what is this? What is this?
The important thing is this. This is what slave is.
That's a definite. Really?
See the definition?
12 o'clock.
See the definition?
Got me fucked up, man.
A person.
Yeah, go ahead, get off of here and let us.
A person dealing in or owning slaves. That's what a slave is.
Really, yo? You gonna go to a definition and put her on that?
So the definition.
You gonna act like you gonna fake us? Bro.
What was her choice then? What other choice?
No, hey, Juju, you gonna sit here and argue with a nigga?
So you saying she didn't have a choice but to be a slaver?
Hey, Juju, you gonna really argue with this man? You're not gonna contend on what the fuck you just did.
You saying she was forced to be a slaver?
No, I'm not gonna argue with him, Mom.
Do you realize what he just did to our show?
Yeah, I see him, but they
Juju Queen. Don't go past that though, Juju. You gonna pass it. He was forced to be a crazy dude flashed a fake paper and just ran to
the paper is irrelevant.
You don't know what that paper is.
Yeah, the paper
is irrelevant.
You shouldn't even show the paper. The definition.
Who wrote that paper, Juju?
The paper is irrelevant. The definition
is the dagger.
Paper, Juju.
The definition of slavery is a focal point.
No. Sosa. So what I'm asking you is like we're comparing this lady, her accomplishments based on what we think, what we know of history and whatnot. We weren't there. Like that's a time.
Oh, God, man.
You're saying she wasn't a slave?
Brendan, can you please ask this man what that source was?
You're saying there are conditions forced her to be a slave?
Anybody.
I'm asking you what would be her other choice.
You just showed us.
Hold on, I'm saying you're asking me what would be her other choice other than be a slave?
And become the person that she was. What would have been her other choice, or what have been the plight of her people? Sooner or later.
Other choice for what? Other choice to be a slaver?
Listen,
I'm trying to get clarity though. I'm trying to say you asking what other choice and what other choice to be a slaver? That's what you're saying.
What would have been her other choice of action? Period.
I mean, other than be a slave, what do you mean? Do
you hear me? What would have been her choice of action? Period.
What, to be queen? To become the queen?
So should she have not taken control of those slave roads or whatnot? So she have not taken control of the access, so she could have more power for her and her people, or the people around her. What should she have done? Just concede it?
What she should have did was probably.
Hey, Juju, what I do wrong, Juju?
Tell him Pan-African design. What she should have done?
Well, the only other option is to fight. The only other option is to fight.
What did I do wrong? What I
She
do?
should have abolished that shit.
Yeah, see, so that's what Sheffrin
and gathered them saying a line that she was enslaving and fought
and got the white man out of there.
Yeah. Don't you see? That's the only other option.
She should have Shaka Zulu that shit.
Yep. What you mean? You didn't do nothing.
What I do wrong, Juju?
To who?
To you.
Why are you saying that?
Yeah, because you know we got a fundamental rule, yo. So I'm trying to figure out what I do did not to show you how you absolutely never let a nigga show a source at 1,000 miles an hour, take it off, and then continue the conversation. I need to see that source.
He said
I don't want to talk no more to that man. What was that man just showed us?
The definition of slavery.
No, he wants the source. He wants the source. He did a Google search.
You gonna have to source up and shut up again.
He made a mistake, Juju. The man actually made a mistake. He didn't even mean to show us that paper.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, see that, Juju?
Hold on. So are you refuting the fact that she traded slaves?
See what he just did, Juju? He don't want to talk about that fake paper.
Hold on.
He don't, Juju.
Paper is irrelevant.
No, he don't. It's irrelevant. You see that, right? He made a mistake.
Source up and shut up.
Go back to the paper.
He made a mistake. Look, see, that's not what he did. We want to say the other thing.
The paper was the decoy.
We don't want to see that. What is that? What is that?
Okay, let's read the first part.
What is that, bro?
Queen Nzinga,
No, what is that?
and slave trader. Which part of that say?
What is that? Good essay.
Which part of that title do you disagree with?
No,
what does it say? Bartley.com?
African ruler and slave trader.
Bro. No.
Which one is incorrect? Which one is incorrect, huh?
Read the whole thing.
Don't compare. Is that so?
I don't. No, the point is
no,
Queen Nzinga.
That's not the point.
African ruler and slave trader.
.com.
Do you disagree with?
What is that, Sosa? What is that paper?
It doesn't.
What is it? Angola.
It's not
in
important.
1851.
We're focused on the title, bro. We don't gotta.
I'm asking you, what is it, bro?
It's an essay.
You don't gotta read the paper.
An essay. Who wrote the essay, bro? We're not doing
essay
this.
is not important. This is the important. This is the important part. But we've read the book.
No, it's not. When do we look at the title?
We read the book.
That's what it is.
What is you doing, bro?
You don't know what I'm doing?
You disagree with African ruler?
Don't play me. Play like.
Do you disagree with African ruler or slave trade? I'm confused. Which one you disagree?
No, what is the paper, dude? Who wrote the paper? Don't play me.
Doesn't matter.
Go play Lotto somewhere. What is this? A crazy
paper
person.
doesn't matter,
Your homeboy read it. Yo, hurry up right there real quick. Really?
The paper doesn't matter. It's talking about her.
It matter.
It's talking about exploits dealing with slaves.
You can't even got access to it, yo. Is that the game we playing now? Oh, why?
The paper doesn't matter. He's not a hero.
No, I'm talking about this.
All right, nah. All right.
She was an African ruler and slave trader. So now we go to the definition of what a slave is. A person dealing in or owning slaves. If you agree she traded slaves, she's a slaver.
Yeah, hey, Juju, that's how we do that. See how simple it is? See that, Juju? Right, why would you argue with him?
Yeah, I'm trying to say.
That definition, everybody was a slaver.
No, they wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Every society had rules and order. Every society. Every society.
Yeah, Benjamin Banneker was a slave.
Every single one.
You don't even make sense.
Every single society at that day and age had rules and regulations about slavery. So we were all slavers. It's just a matter of time which side of the metal you was on.
Cedric. Cedric, so you're saying that they were all slavers, so you agree that Queen Nzinga was a slaver?
He can't say it until Unc say it, yo.
Do you agree that she was a slaver?
Hey, Chef, you sounding like Sean now, right?
Was she a slave?
Yo, because
listen, I don't cheerlead nobody. I don't have to wait on nobody.
Because your logic,
okay? Don't go there. Don't go there. With regards to logic, Chef, you are out of the conversation. You admitted that you're emotional, and that's the only way you're looking at this. By your definition, Sosa, we all are. So we either are or she isn't. Which is it?
I'm not a slave.
Which is it? Which is it, Chef? Which is it, Sosa? Sosa, if she was a slave by her day and age, in every society had rules, order, and regulations. So if she was a slaver,
Control him.
everyone was.
So was she
either
a
they
slaver,
all
bro?
were slavers
Y'all
or
said
she wasn't. You
Was
decide.
she a
Get your
slave?
You
man.
tell me. You
Get your
tell
man.
me.
The question is, was that all she was? Is that the only thing y'all know?
Nah, y'all acquiescing, man.
Cedric
Watch
just
this,
called
man.
all of us slavers,
Got
yo.
y'all now, yo.
Cedric
Got
just
him now.
We all slaves.
listen.
Yeah, I
Cedric.
know.
Your
Chef,
man
you the
Cedric.
king of the straw
So,
man, Chef.
Hey,
You the king of
You
the
a slaver.
straw man.
Hey,
So
Cedric,
I
we're not
know
hey,
you
Cedric,
gonna
hold
twist
on,
everything
Cedric.
up. So
Hey,
now
Cedric, hold
I'm
on,
asking
Cedric.
Sosa to
Hold
answer
on,
the
Cedric.
question.
Hey,
So
Cedric,
y'all,
hold on, Cedric.
y'all not gonna argue with Cedric.
Hold on, here you go,
He
Cedric.
called all of us slavers on this
Here you go,
panel.
Cedric.
And nobody but me
Here you
is
go.
gonna say something about that.
Here you
This
go.
nigga said all of us are slavers by that definition.
Yes, Chef.
And
Chef,
nobody gonna
and with
say
you and with your limited emotional understanding, I know you
nobody's
would
gonna
straw
say
man it
nothing
into
about
that.
I'm
So
not a slaver.
you say something about the Chef.
you, Brendan.
I am not
Okay.
a slaver.
Good, Brendan. So now by that logic, we can't qualify Nzinga as a slaver
All
either.
right, here you go. Hey, Cedric, relax. Here we go.
No,
I
you gotta address that you're
don't
not
gotta
a
address
slaver,
nothing.
yo.
I'm not having no conversation with that.
Can you,
right?
can you please admit that
No, I don't.
you
I
not
didn't even hear
own
it. I
and
didn't
sell
even hear it.
slaves, yo?
I didn't even hear it, bro.
Cedric alleged that you was a slaver.
I know. He said according to what I thought he said was according to your definition. What I thought he said was according to your definition, we're all slaves. That's what I thought he said.
So is that true?
Is that true?
According to your definition, yeah, nigga.
You own and sold slave. The
Yeah, nigga. According to your definition, yeah.
You own and sold slave.
Yeah, according to your definition, yeah.
No, when did you own and sold slave? I'm curious.
I'm gonna get your ass locked up.
I'm curious now. At what year did you own and sell slave?
So here we go right here. All right, let me read this. So this we want to do. We're gonna do this introduction. I actually pulled up the wrong page. This is the page I wanted to do. Dealing with women in history, right? Okay, we know about this part right here. So we want to move right here. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. We'll go right here. We want to deal with a Pan-African symbol, right? Let's see why. Let's see, is he a symbol of slavery in Africa or a symbol of liberation? Let's see if everybody got it wrong. The spirit of resistance and freedom symbolized by Nzinga has spread well beyond the borders of Angola. Okay? All right. Let's see. Today, we're talking about today, this queen is the embodiment of a central image in African history, that of resistance to Europe's colonial goals. Okay? I'm still waiting for the slavery, right? It said after Nzinga's death, many African countries resisted and fought for centuries for independence, which they obtained at least in the 20th century. In Africa, Nzinga's memory has been an inspiration in the struggle for independence. Okay, all right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe
isn't that a hero?
Let me finish.
Would you qualify that as a hero?
Let me
I'm
finish.
just asking.
It says a reference in society, right, where there are people of African descent. Nzinga's influence, let's see, does he have an influence of slavery or what? Nzinga's influence has spread as far as the Americas, where people of African descent know of her from stories, legends, and the spirit of resistance that crossed the Atlantic in slave ships. It say Queen Nzinga is part of a collective memory of Afro-Atlantic world. Oh, the Afro-Atlantic world. Oh my goodness. Look, this is the Afro. We ain't even get to America yet. Coppola School, Nzinga in Brazil, photograph. Okay, here we go. Accordingly, many Copera groups have been named after her in Brazil. Rosugala Costa Arizio, also known as Mystery Janja, drew inspiration from the double queen in establishing the Nzinga Copereno Angola Group Institute. They got a whole institute after it. A century for education and social integration through Cooperative. It said its main goal is to promote gender equality within this traditional male-dominated discipline. So as we go around the world, different Africans accepted for different reasons, okay? And I'm just at this point, man, I'm just totally disappointed that we as African Americans think we're actually smarter than the Africans around the world. They clearly do not see her as a slave.
So let me ask Chef. Chef, does that sound like a hero?
Clearly. So I don't have to argue with them.
Not a hero for me.
They have a right to have their own opinion.
Man,
I'm
the
not
chat,
arguing with these dudes no more.
The chat beating us up right now, man. They beating us up.
I'm gonna wake up just fine tomorrow morning, for the record. Just to let Chef know that my logic and reason is intact, and emotion never get into conversation like this. She's a slave, 130,000 a year. Grow up.
I feel you. I'm actually doing better with this conversation now. I thought I was going to be way more emotional, but
you went out there. I chilled out. I ain't let you go. I ain't needed you. You was done for me.
But to see I can see how y'all arguments are not even lining up correctly. Because you would have to say that the Britannica and the Wikipedia is just lying on her at this point. And y'all haven't established that.
Right? Here we go again.
I would be fine.
With the straw man. Stop, Chef. Nobody denying what she did.
No, Cedric, you doing it again, Cedric. Cedric, you're doing it again, bro. See? None of them have shown you a source that says Nzinga is a slaver. They said she did all kind of, she was freaky. They say all that shit. No, nobody says she a slaver, dog.
Did she sell slaves?
They showed you that? Listen, that's a trickology, yo. That's the Malachi York patch.
Yeah. And
hey, Cedric,
don't even look
at the I want you to find a source, right? Here, I have a source.
You can look in the camera that confident.
In the document does not say
the emotion starting again. The high-pitched Baltimore accent. So no weird and shit. You're emotional, Chef. Leave it alone.
Hey, the fact that you can look in the camera and say that with a straight face, yo, that shit's scary, yo.
It should be. Find
That's
the source.
Scary, yo.
Zinga's a slaver. Hold on. Let me show you.
Hey, Cedric, according to your research, how many slaves Martin Luther King had? I'm trying to look that up. Go to your research, Cedric. Go to your research. How many slaves Martin Luther King had?
Martin Luther King?
Yeah, according to your research.
You tell me now, according to you.
According to your research.
According to your research, Sosa, I'm just going by your logic, Sosa. So whatever you try to apply to me,
so when did you have slaves? When did you have slaves?
Anything you ask me, you could quantify better than me because you are making the illogical arguments.
When did you own and sell slaves?
Sosa, you know, when grown men behave as childish as you do, I go in.
You said the shit. I ain't said that shit.
Based on your logic, Sosa.
I don't know. I don't know when you sold slaves. I gotta ask you. How do I know when you sold slaves?
When I said we, Sosa, if you want to hold on to that we in context of it, meaning it's like us now, or Africans, it's up to you, Sosa. You are displaying your inability to reason and stay within the context of the conversation. So please explain me, based on your logic and you thinking that Martin Luther King would have owned slaves, tell me how much you think he would have owned, Sosa.
I wouldn't say none. You made a crazy ass statement. No, I didn't stutter.
How much slaves
I would say
would
none.
Martin Luther King would have owned?
I would never say we all own slaves.
Okay, so why would you ask me some dumb shit like that?
Because you said some dumb shit like that.
No,
you're gonna have to say
you
you're gonna have to
some dumb shit. Like, you can't get mad at me because you say dumb
shit.
Again, before
I don't get mad at me because he say dumb shit.
You're gonna have to recant that statement.
Take it back.
Replay it. And again, if you don't have the ability
to take that
put it into context
Why
of the conversation,
you
when
said
I said we,
we,
Sosa, I was referring to Africans and how Nzinga was doing exactly what was done in her time. Sosa, so if you're that simple that I need to explain it to you, sorry, Sosa, then I'll revoke your pseudo killer card because I don't answer bullshit like that. Because it's just stupid.
Say bullshit.
So don't make me look stupid. Don't try to make me look stupid by making yourself look like a jackass because you sure you don't comprehend.
Hold on,
simple shit.
Okay, y'all done.
Simple
y'all done.
shit
y'all
you couldn't
done, bro.
comprehend.
Hey,
like,
Cedric, come
because
on, man.
you couldn't comprehend
Cedric,
that
come on,
simple
Cedric,
thing.
come on,
You
bro.
gonna keep going?
Cedric, we not gonna keep yelling, yo. It's over with, yo. We done went far, yo.
Yeah, you
come
already
on,
said that dumb shit.
You got that ankle injury, yo. I told you. Both of y'all gotta stop.
In context of the Africa.
Cedric, what I tell you, Cedric, I say, Cedric, you're gonna get an ankle injury, and you did it. You let them get you up out there, yo. You broke the rule, yo. Let me show my screen. All right, I read the Bank Alliance. Okay.
Can you show the definition of slavery so we can get clarity what slavery is?
Kneeling right now, yo. Come on, stop screen your shit, yo. Somebody.
No, you say we can't find the source.
Okay, you did it, yo. Y'all
no,
got it.
no, we have to.
Also, here you go. Establish.
No, we have. Nah, bro.
I'm reading it. I'm reading it. I said I was reading it. Don't do that to me. I said I'm reading it. You don't want me to read it? You highlighted it.
Read it.
Hey, can we get a definition of slavery before?
It said Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from Nzinga's kingdom. Not from her, but from her kingdom.
Oh my God!
I'm done. All right,
that's it. We're done.
I'm done.
We don't need to talk no more. We don't need to talk.
Wait a minute. I'm making a point. Wait a minute, bro. Bro, you say read the thing. Y'all mischaracterized shit the whole night. It said she developed, so obviously she's a dignitary. She's the queen. So whatever she say, go. All right. So let me go on to the next source right here. Let me show you how it's really done.
No, I'm not finished with mine.
All right,
yet.
go ahead, yo.
Right. So not only did she take over the slave supplying lands, right? She also supplied 13,000 slaves per year to the Dutch. Now, right there, the conversation should be over whether she's a slave or not. But no, not for these niggas. For some reason, if they could just acknowledge this right here, we can move on to the things that they want to celebrate her for. But the fact that they deny that this actually happened, that she actually did these things, is the crux of our fucking argument. This is where we're tied up at. Because this is what we're arguing. We're not arguing whether she was a great military tactician. We're not arguing whether, you know what I mean, she was a great political leader and her people loved her. We're not arguing that she made history as a female
strategic general.
Something is conflicting about the story though, because if you read two different sources, you get two different
her kingdom
of her. Because like
her kingdom means that she's in charge.
She was resistance to this, and then what that just said that she was complacent. So somebody's lying.
She was nobody's lying. No, she was resistant. She was trying to get control of her. That's all facts, bro.
So what you want to do is put context on it. Maybe they're saying that if without her contribution, it may have been more brutal on the. It has to be some type of a context into why they're giving her praise at the same time, saying that she was complacent off in the trade.
They're giving her praise because she fought against the Dutch. You know
okay, well then, so she showed some resistance, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying,
but her goal and her aim was to get control of the slave territory, so she can export the slaves and become.
Here we go.
But she was fighting.
That's
the
a
Dutch,
social conclusion, okay?
Here you go, James.
No, nowhere is it stated like that.
Yeah, that's a
James,
court. That's in the book, bro. I
James.
read the book. Maybe
Watch
read
how
the
this
book.
go, James. Watch this.
All right, I'll peep it out.
So we're gonna read this. It tells when she was born. It say she received a military and political training as a child and demonstrated attitudes for what? Diffusing political crisis and an ambassador, Portuguese Empire. It says she later assumed power over Dengo after the death of her father. We keep going, the king, boom, boom, boom. It says she ruled during a period of rapid growth in the African slave trade and what?
Encroachment
of the Portuguese Empire
into the
Southwest Africa in attempts to control the slave trade. Right?
That's crucial.
Okay, hold on, man. Hold on. Read this again. It says she ruled during the rapid growth of what? The African slave trade and encroachment of the Portuguese Empire into Southwest Africa. It says in attempts to control slave trade, right? It said Nzinga fought for independence and statue of her kingdom against the Portuguese reign. All right, now watch this.
Hold up right there though. So what is the context of this war? What type of weaponry do the Africans have, and what type of weaponry do the Portuguese have?
They were trading in guns and shit too, so they had guns and heads.
Yeah, you know, you want to know the context of what this war entail too.
Yeah, the war is for the lives of African people. At the end of the day, it all boils down to that. So watch this.
Yeah, there were other people in control of the slave that was also dealing in the slave trade. So she was at war against the Portuguese. She was fighting them to get control.
Okay, yeah. Tippy the two. Watch this. Tippy. Tipu tip.
No, tip. My God.
Okay, let's see. Right? It says was an Afro-Omani ivory and slave trader, explorer, governor, and plantation owner. He worked for successions of the Sultan of Zanzibar. Tipu Tip traded in slaves for Zanzibar clove plantation. As part of the large and lucrative ivory trade, he led many trading expeditions through Central Africa, constituting formidable trading posts deep into the region. He brought ivory from local suppliers and resold it for profit in the coastal ports. He was also the most well-known slave trader in Africa, supplying much of the world with Black slaves. So first of all, it would seem that Queen Nzinga would have did that. Like she definitely would have held that post. She definitely had more sway over her area than this dude. Why is this guy known in history as a what, y'all? A slaver. It's something somebody around this motherfucker need to learn. Somebody need to figure something out. We need a resident historian. We need actual experts on this, because at this point, yo, it's bananas. They pick and choose and take what they want to take. They don't read real documents by a historian. Hey, Cedric, so we can make sure we get them back, yo. I'm gonna make sure I send you a copy of this, bro. I need a favor from you. Unmute yourself, Cedric. This is a favor I'm asking you, Cedric. Cedric, where you at?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm here, man.
I need you to actually read this book, bro. I ain't never actually read no damn book before in my life. Yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna read that book.
Right?
I'm gonna read that
look
book.
at her. Look at the ending. She also, Linda Haywood, start with her videos.
Yeah.
On YouTube. Type in Linda Haywood, bro. She talks about all of this, yo. So if we're gonna sit here and listen to these non-experts, right? Or listen to an expert tell the story of Queen Nzinga. This is like one of her officials. This matter of fact, this is one of the first officials by all.
Yeah, watch her lectures because she kind of talks about that in her lecture too. She was like,
and
let's get that straight. We're not listening to you, so
watch a lecture. I've seen a lecture.
So
we have discussed in detail the slave routes, the slave trade, the amount of people, how much they were sold for. We have discussed this in all detail. Then to sit up here and be disingenuous to pretend as if we are denying the African role in the slave trade is disingenuous. But to turn around and call her a slaver is also a false narrative and painting a picture that is not true. And that's the only argument. Nobody said.
What's the definition of slavery? What's the definition of a slave?
What's the definition of a slave so we can see what
I can tell you. I can tell you how y'all being funny.
Right, because the shit what you said is stupid.
Just because
there's a definition for slavery. There's a definition for slavery. Either she fit under it or she don't, bro.
No.
Y'all talking about how y'all feel.
No. I'm gonna tell you what y'all doing right now.
Definition for this.
So we already know that they had slave markets in Africa. Is anybody denying that? I'm gonna ask y'all one more time.
We're gonna get where I said we again.
Clearly,
there were slavers in Africa.
Slave market. Hold on, they clearly have slave markets in Africa prior to any Europeans coming in. The problem is, let's define slavery. There are several types, and in this book, it actually talks about it. It talks about the slave markets and what they was. Now, if your mind automatically runs to chattel slavery, then you're just wrong. Yes, they had some of that too, but the order of business wasn't based in that. This book details that on purpose. So no one's denying the immoral act of any form of slavery. We're not denying that. So don't play this game with me. So if we're gonna do that to her, then just go ahead and say it. Say what y'all Negro parents really want to say. That the Africans had a bustling slave trade, and it didn't matter if Europeans came in. I'd rather you say that. I'd rather hear that out your mouth than play this little ticky-tack game. Just get to it.
We already did that.
Okay, bet. So then we'll leave it at that then. I rest my case. I'll make sure I send you a copy of that, Cedric. All right.
Thank you.
Let's say what y'all want to say. All right, simple as that. Since we don't understand.
Fight that definition.
No, I don't gotta fight
that. Beat that definition.
That's the case. First of all, we don't just run over that shit like that. That ain't what we do.
Yeah, we do. We need a definition.
All right, okay.
You need a definition. You can't just say what you
ain't
got to define it.
I got to highlight it too.
I learned that from Wuja. We have to define what we need.
Oh boy, you gone there. If you had to go all the way there, so that says enough.
Nah, everything come up Wuja with mouth is some stupid shit.
No,
because Wuja said
say that.
No credibility.
I said if you have to go all the way there, that says enough. You put it. You quantify it how you want.
I use intelligent quote by somebody. I use an intelligent quote by somebody.
You quantify it how you want.
Right. You disagree with the statement? You disagree with that statement? What issue do you have with the statement I made?
No, I didn't. Did I tell you I disagree with the statement?
All right. So what does it
matter? What did I say?
What does it matter who I use? As long as the statement is valid.
What did I say?
I heard what you said. Good. So my question is.
Okay, good.
So my question, since I heard what you said, my question is, what does it mean? What does it matter who the quote comes from, as long as the quote is substantiated?
Well, why you think it matters? I just said if you have to go there,
I don't think it matters. That's what I'm.
I said if you gotta go there, it says enough.
What does that say?
A quote. It could have been who said it. You decided it was in reference to Wuja.
Yeah, I gave the quote because that's his quote.
I was talking about the quote.
Because he quotes that.
I was talking about the quote.
I gave him credit for the
quote. You quote mining to make arguments, logical fallacies. Appeal to emotion, logical fallacies. You're trying to send me down a red herring because I said we, and you know exactly in which context.
I ain't talking about
all the logical fallacies are full display. That's all I'm saying. But you
what does it say that me that I use
with Wuja?
I'm trying to figure out what does it say about what does it say about me?
So we want to read this. Cedric, we want to read this. We want to give the context to it, and let's read it. Right here, this chapter on page 39. It says the growth of the slave trade.
Read the whole book.
I'm talking to people who did. You act like you didn't really read it. That's what you
I was
acting like.
correcting you on shit that was in the book. When
No, I don't
And then at the
recall
end of that discussion,
I don't
you
recall
were saying,
I don't recall that.
Then at the end of the discussion,
so can I be so what you scared of it? So
at the end of the discussion, you actually went against Linda's portrayal of the book because she when I said she only used Portuguese sources, you said I ain't rocking with that shit. Bitch. She only used Portuguese sources and shit.
Okay,
this ain't the people shit.
Moving.
That was your words.
Okay,
and now you like champion her again. It's crazy.
The expansion of you delusional. The expansion, we got tape here. We should have heard me on the tape say that. Go find that clip. The expansion of the slave trade, which was initiated and controlled by the Portuguese, presented a major obstacle in Napata, Bandar, Angola, recovering power over the tributary provinces he had lost. The complex social structure that characterized Angola's society offers insight into how the slave trade undermined Angola's independence. We need to step back in time for a moment. This is what Cedric keeps saying. We need to step back a moment in time, all right, for a moment and understand how the trade had evolved in previous decades, As elsewhere in Africa, Angola society was made up of both free and unfree individuals. Unfree individuals fell into two categories. Kajagos, who occupied a position similar to that of European serfs and were inherited with the land and considered state patrimony, and Mukukas, who were slaves in the traditional sense. So already we see two things going on right here. We're not going to leave it off the table. We're not going to forget that. We're going to deposit that right here. In the traditional sense, either descended from watch this, who were slaves in the traditional sense, either descended from war captives purchased in the local markets or somehow brought into possession of the king or the provincial or territorial leader. The status of Kijoko was somewhat ambiguous. During some periods, they could be sold as slaves, and during other periods, they could not. As early as 1665, Father Giovanna listed slaves amongst the items of Angola. Kija Ki Naba was sending to the King of Portugal. In the early years, the rule of the category of the enslaved expanded to include those slaves who were raised from others whom their ancestors took in wars, the Kijako, recent captives, and criminals condemned to death. Okay, all were available for purchase at the market at Kasbas and in the provinces, right? After observing the interworkings of the slave trade, Angola in the early 1580s and the Jesuit priest Balstar Barian concluded that nowhere else in Africa was it possible to buy them, slaves, more securely than in Angola. It was illegal, however, to sell free persons or at times the cujo. Slave markets were tightly monitored to verify the legality of any sales, and no effort was spared to rescue free persons illegally sold into bondage, right? I'm gonna let y'all purchase the book, right, and just finish reading that. It's a whole different picture than what we actually been talking about on here. Like we just mixed that shit up and put it in the bag and we shook it up like that and they played that goddamn game. Very, very interesting here.
But you know what, Ankh, as well, during when I was going through the exhibit, right, in the African American slave, the Cultural Museum, it talks about the creation of blackness and whiteness in America. And when we talk about chattel slavery, it's not as much as about the slavery was more brutal in America as opposed to over in Africa. It's about the permanentness of that status. It's about you were permanently considered a slave, and your children were slaves, right? And there was no sort of condition outside of that. The permanent condition of slavery is what really is the big marker of the chattel slavery position.
Say it again.
About how slavery was a permanent condition in America for Blacks that were brought over, right? Not as if, you know, as opposed to what you would say over on the continent. It was not considered like a permanent condition. Here, that was the difference between indentured servitude that was happening with the whites and the Indians, right? And everybody outside, for the Blacks, it was a permanent condition.
For some,
right? Yep, and that was the distinction in terms of chattel slavery.
That happened in Africa too. Every slave is not released. We got second and third generation slaves.
Yeah, he just holler out shit. But don't worry about Brendan.
I already showed that already.
I heard what you said, Brendan. I heard you say it, Brendan. I heard you, bro. I heard you.
Go get it again. We already showed that.
What did y'all come up with?
No, we're good. I know I'm done.
Gish Galloping.
Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate all the support. Yo, we had a good day today, though. Yo, we had nice, large crowds in the building, man. That Sunday seemed to be our sweet spot, huh?
Yeah, Sunday was definitely good for us. We started off with the Pastor Bennett and Chris Harris debate. Then I think we went into Truth Ministries, the teacher of righteousness. That was nutty. That was rabbit hole beyond.
Dang.
Oh my God. Like
race.
That nigga held his own. That nigga held his own.
Yeah, he definitely did. He gave everybody. He gave the whole panel work.
He had 7 niggas looking those swords.
Oh shit! It's so hard to have a debate when
and that pseudo cross. That pseudo cross.
Yeah, when you have a fundamental flaw in the
pseudo cross and act like it was a symbol. Then he switched his conversation, augment back and forth. He had like the pseudo cross was put together by the goddamn people. That's what he said.
By the Essenes, right?
Yeah, by the Essenes.
I wanted to know if the
this is a Essenes cross. I was like, what is the uncle? What are you talking about?
I was asking. I wanted to know if the Essenes put the NRI and the NR. The IRNA on the cross. If the Assyrians were the ones who put those letters on that cross originally too. I just wanted to know that because it seemed rather Latin-ish to me. Those letters on that cross.
That thing was designed by Israel Regardi with the Golden Dawn.
With the Golden Dawn, I know. Right? That's Rosicrucian. So all the stories that he was telling us was claims made by the Rosicrucian of these people. It's the height of pseudo. You take a nugget of truth and you expound and you elaborate within your little framework and you make these claims sound of this as if they're true. And I kept hearing claim after claim after claim with nothing to substantiate it. It's impossible to have a discussion when you're battling claims. That's why, even with regards to these Christian debates, I would never argue or debate religion. Let's debate your God. And I'm going to use simple methodological naturalism, and you're not gonna able to wiggle your way out. I'm smart enough and I'm versed enough to tackle questions or comments when they come with their creationist things and then they're begging the questions, because we can fill in those blanks so we can actually answer those questions that, so how did we get here? Oh, you mean abiogenesis? Okay, let's discuss what we know about it. So from the time you can fill in those blanks, these pastors don't stand a chance, but they're very keen on the type of debates they have. They will not have a discussion whereby they would have to substantiate their God. It would remain in the realm of claims. And every time you can prove that they're making a claim, we got them. So they won't entertain those type of discussions. They'll rope people into is Jesus black? Is religion from the white man? And these type of futile and wasteful discussions, which can go any which way you want. No, let's talk about your God. Keep it right here. Because without your God, everything else falls apart.
Oh shit, damn, I forgot I was a host. Hey man, this is a good time to wrap it up. Thank everybody for hanging with us all damn day long, man. Suda Killers be up and rocking soon, man. Peace to you, peace Brandon, peace Cedric, peace James, man, and we out.
Yeah, peace.